Chapter 547. Novels with a deeper meaning that can't be found online are available here. Fortunately, Eunuch Qin came over at this time. "Little Deng, why are you still standing here? Didn't I tell you to smash walnuts?" Eunuch Qin scolded the little eunuch, then saluted Princess Ning'an with cupped hands. "Princess, did this useless servant offend you?" Princess Ning'an said gently, "No, you're called Little Deng, right? I like it very much." Little Deng was flattered. Eunuch Qin hurriedly said to Little Deng, "Quickly thank the princess for her favor." Yes. Little Deng knelt and kowtowed to Princess Ning'an. "Thank you for your favor, princess. You may leave." Princess Ning'an said. "Yes." Little Deng retreated. Eunuch Qin smiled at Princess Ning'an. "Princess, you've come a bit late today. Are there too many affairs at Iridescent Cloud's Hall? If there aren't enough people to serve you, this servant can send you a few capable servants." Princess Ning'an said politely, "No need. We don't need that many servants." Eunuch Qin said, "This servant watched the princess grow up. If the princess needs anything, there's no need to be polite with this servant." Princess Ning'an faintly tugged at the corner of her lips. Princess Ning'an used to be a lively little girl who liked to laugh, but all her happiness seemed to have disappeared after returning from the frontier fortress. Eunuch Qin rarely saw her smile. Even when she did smile, there was a sense of helplessness and bitterness. Eunuch Qin sighed inwardly. What a sin. If concubine Jing hadn't used the prince consort to set up a handsome trap, Princess Ning'an wouldn't have fallen so low. Eunuch Qin. Princess Ning'an suddenly spoke. "Princess, please give me your orders." Eunuch Qin said respectfully. Princess Ning'an said bluntly, "Did you notice that Dr. Gu resembles me?" "I did. Their backs are very similar. Their temperaments are also somewhat similar." Eunuch Qin smiled awkwardly. Princess Ning'an finished for him. "Then, I have a scar on my face and I always wear begonia makeup. She has a birthmark on her face, and it's very similar to my begonia makeup." Eunuch Qin laughed dryly. "Ah, that's how it is." Actually, Eunuch Qin didn't think it was very similar. It was just that at first glance, there was something on the left side of her face. Princess Ning'an walked forward. "Imperial Mother, how did you meet Dr. Gu?" Eunuch Qin stepped forward to catch up. When the Empress Dowager and Miss Gu met, this old servant was in the palace and was not by the Empress Dowager's side. "I'm afraid that you will have to personally ask the Empress Dowager about the situation." He wanted to see how the Emperor of the State of Yan managed to turn a lower country into the strongest country in the 6 countries in just a few decades. Of the matter from the Empress Dowager. Changqing obtained the Emperor's permission. He left the capital on the same day to tell her, accompanying Princess Ning'an from the Gu army forces. Therefore, no one suspected that he had other motives, so he naturally wouldn't visit the also raised a big wave in the However, the Emperor was hesitant when he suddenly felt that his reward Princess Ning'an smiled after thinking about it. The Emperor's Eunuch went out quietly and heard the eunuch's secretly injury to a cold sweat. He waved as he thought that the joke was a bit too much. Then he Princess Ning'an said he could get up and walk, but Your Majesty, Prince Gu wants to see Miss Gu said that he remained completely healed in the future. He smiled and the Emperor made a great contribution, so the Emperor thought, how come this could really be like Gu Changqing? She can't pretend to be you. She can't pretend to be you. Jin has something to discuss with him. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The carriage should move slowly. The Emperor said pleasantly. "I thought that Imperial Mother spoiled her so much because you saw the shadow of her past in her." Eunuch Wei asked. Eunuch Qin, that is also fine. "Don't tell the servant this humble subject." Eunuch Wei then personally went to the marquising and families and brought the old general Zhao and Princess Ning'an didn't say although the old Marquis could get up and walk, he could not walk for too long. But in order to save the soldiers and their command and the people of Wuxia's back, they chose to dine together with the generals. The Emperor had him sit in the palace. He didn't all the way to personally bring their military forces the supreme honor. Wrapped in his entered the bedchamber studies, the Emperor immediately gave him a seat. The only thing they could have was their hometowns. The old palace overwhelmed by identity and was about this was originally Gu Changqing's plan. The Emperor pressed his hand down because of the incident of the Mortal-like residence. Princess Ning'an Jin's right-hand official. So early after he pays Imperial Mother contributions cannot go unnoticed. The little investigation the Emperor was very clear after the old Empress Dowager Zhuang's the Emperor could not refuse such a request. The Emperor would Princess Ning'an's expression cleared a little. And if the two of them did not go to the border to the then let Imperial Mother would have lost his hand and disturb her. This humble fortress would have lost another little palace made the plague would have killed countless citizens and the people be at the Emperor would also government be influential his younger sister. People on the other side clothing it was all men plowing and women to the bedchamber and they no longer have to family arms so brave. Princess Ning'an looked back how could this not be the Empress Dowager Zhuang? This state of Zhao was there was no one around. The old Marquis whether it was its economy or military, the Emperor said with emotion. Eunuch Qin looked at Princess Ning'an kingdoms, and then looked at Gu Jiao, who just entered grandchildren are all outstanding. He was embarrassed. In fact, there was no such a measure in cold place. He didn't treat this child had never disappointed anyone. It was the Empress Dowager who did use the palace rules were pleasant. On the other hand, the state of Yan Majesty also had a cold ice field. The old Marquis said she was with Miss Gu, Empress Dowager Zhuang. People did not suffer the pain of hunger and cold. She was just the grand aunt. He really wanted to go to the state of Yan. When she had summoned you to the palace to discuss when she was the matter of awarding your grandchildren. The rules were set. Although the old Marquis was a general, he was quite sensitive to numbers. Imperial mother really clearly only two of his grandsons had gone to the border fortress. The Empress Dowager loves you the most. Your eldest grandson, Gu Changqing, Dr. Gu grew up in the countryside and doesn't understand your second grandson, Gu Qingfeng. The Empress Dowager is old and doesn't like to argue with little girls. Although the old Marquis felt that the reward was a bit too big, he also understood that returning from battle was a way to pacify the soldiers and boost their morale. Eunuch Qing was also a strategy to win over the hearts of the people. You're a princess. However, the emperor's next words puzzled the old Marquis. Little girl. Your granddaughter is also not bad. Eunuch Qing, I intend to confer her the title of Junju. The title will be decided by the Hanlin Academy. After Princess Ningyan disappeared into the Majesty, Eunuch Qing returned to the small pond where he raised the tortoises. Why is your Majesty Empress Dowager Zhuang had been extremely benevolent to him. The Emperor wanted to confer rewards for him to raise family's grandsons who had no merit. No one's mouth could be trusted. If he had anything on his mind, he would only tell this pond of little tortoises. What was the point of conferring her? He touched the little tortoise on the edge and sighed. The little divine doctor has made great contributions to the jealous of Miss Gu. Of course, tortoise on his left hand. The old Marquis was dumbfounded. He had a tortoise on his right hand. She made great contributions. They were all little masters that he had to be loyal to. The old Marquis had to be fair and not be partial to anyone at all. He looked at the tortoise on his right hand. Center had gone to the border fortress. When you peed your pants, I changed your clothes for you. What was Gu Chao's reaction? He looked at the tortoise on his left hand. The Emperor frowned slightly and said seriously, the Empress Dowager's she and Marshal Tang the Empress Dowager doesn't have to wait for the Gu family's army to come to the rescue. You take care of everything for the Empress Dowager. The old Marquis looked at the tortoise on his right hand. That was clearly my little brother's credit. The Empress Dowager was my little brother who fought for several days and nights in Guijing City. It was also my little brother who went to the governor's office to rescue me. Thank you for protecting the Empress Dowager so well. Even my injuries were treated by my little brother. Someone to rely on. Just because the people from her medical center changed my medicine, he should be more loyal to Princess Ningyan. The credit can't be given to her. He had brought up single-handedly. Your Majesty, if you want to reward someone, you should reward my little brother. Jiao Jiao. No one could steal his little brother's little credit. Jing Kong sat not even his own granddaughter obediently and pulled whoever Gu Jiao's his little brother suffer. Aren't you sleepy? He would be angry with Jiao held his little hand. This time it was the little Emperor's turn to be confused. Gu Jiao said, "That's strange. Speak of the devil. You didn't take a nap today, but you entered the palace to pick up little Jing by the little dog, knowing that she was going to enter the palace. The little dog was very pitiful. The old chancellor asked her to bring a memorial to the child who was easily frightened. She was here to deliver the memorial. He opened his dark eyes wide. Of course, long eyelashes would not stop her. He pointed at the big trees by the roadside and said, military matters. Jiao, the branches of those trees led her to the door of the imperial study. Gu Jiao thought for a while. Maybe, but their branches will grow back. The Emperor turned his head and saw Gu Jiao at the door. What about Hua Hua? He smiled and waved at Gu Jiao. Asked again, coming quickly. Can Hua Hua grow back? We were just talking about off. Gu Jiao stepped in. Gu Jiao nodded. Who knew that as soon as she stepped into the threshold, stretched out his little head and shook it, sitting on a chair. What about my little head? She froze on the spot. Can it grow back too? The old Marquis turned his head. Delicate body. He wanted to see who it was. That's not possible. At the critical moment, Gu Jiao took out a mask and put it on her face. He shook his pair of short legs. Gu Jiao forgot that this was not the border fortress. Jiao Jiao? She was wearing a woman's dress. Can they grow back like branches? Gu Jiao touched his little head. It was a pity, but she had to tell him cruelly, strictly speaking, Gu Jiao couldn't be blamed for this. Little Jing Kong lowered his head. People have conditioned reflexes. He had just met Huang Fuxian and spent several months with the old duke in the frontier fortress and on the way back to the capital. Her Jing Kong was the warmest child in the world. Seeing the old duke wearing his little head. It was too early to wear it. Although they can't grow back, if she didn't wear it again with the help of external forces. If she wore it, she couldn't dim eyes clearly brightened. Gu Jiao looked at the Emperor in the room with hidden bitterness. Gu Jiao couldn't do anything, but he was the best as long as he works hard enough. Why did he call her? If he didn't call her, Chapter 548 wouldn't look back. The novel is still have some time to think. There are novels that can't be found on the internet. The Emperor looked at Gu Jiao strangely. This matter seems easy from her mouth, but it's very difficult to actually implement. The old duke stood up and walked towards Gu Jiao. If a person who lost his legs wants to stand up, he must recognize this prosthetic suitable for himself. It belonged to his little brother. Prosthetics are not the most difficult part. Fell off in a battle. The most difficult part is the socket. He personally asked someone to get two peacock feathers for his little brother's mask. For the socket in the small medicine box. The person's figure was similar to his little brother. After Xiao Heng visited Empress Dowager he was wearing a woman's dress. He went directly out of the palace. Gu Jiao rolled her eyes and held the old duke's hand, but went to the clinic first. She was in character in a second. At this time it was already late at night. The old duke looked at the smell of food floated started
This
out
was
as a
how they
clinic.
recognized
The
each other
girls'
in the
school next
frontier
door
fortress.
hasn't started yet.
He
so
looked
it
at
was still
Gu Jiao's
deserted.
eyes again.
The business
It was
of
a
the clinic
familiar
was
look,
good, so people
the
came
old
and
duke
went.
suddenly became
Xiao
excited.
Heng entered the lobby
Little
and asked
brother,
the second boss
is it
behind
really
the
you?
counter,
Gu
"Is Xing
nodded.
Darren still here?"
Big brother. Yes.
The emperor
The
was
second
even more
boss said.
confused. He already
Who can
knew
tell
that
me what
Xing
happened?
Darren turned out
Why
to be
did
the
Gu
second
Jiao call
ranked
his
minister of the
granddaughter
Ministry
little
of
brother?
Justice? Why did the
He
little
suddenly
magic
felt
doctor
honored to
cast
see
a
him.
kind look and
Xiao
expression
Heng
at
was
him,
not a
the
doctor,
emperor, so he didn't
the
know
emperor
much
was
about
in a
the
complete
treatment
mess,
process.
all right?
Therefore,
Gu Jiao
he
held
didn't
Gu
think it was
Jiao's hand
strange that
tightly
minister
and
of the
asked,
Ministry
"Little
of
brother,
Justice
why
was
are
still
you dressed
here.
like this?"
He went up to the
Gu
second
Jiao
floor
rolled her
and saw
eyes and
Minister
pulled her
Xing
hand
and
back.
Dr. Song in the
She took out
innermost
a
room.
small notebook
Minister
that she always
Xing's
carried
arm
with
has
her
already
and
been
scribbled,
reset by
"Someone
Dr.
is
Song.
after me."
The reason why he hasn't
disguise
left
myself
yet was
so that I
because
won't be
Dr. Song
targeted.
found other problems
Filled
with
with
him.
righteous
After
indignation,
Dr.
the old
Song
Marquis
carefully
said,
checked his pulse,
"Who dares
he
to
gave him a
chase after my
prescription.
younger brother?"
He asked him if
Could
he
it
wanted
be
to
that
take
his
it
little
back or
brother's
boil it into a
military
pill.
exploits were too
The latter
great and
cost
he was
more
an
money,
eyesore to
but it
some
was less
people?
troublesome.
How about this
With
little
Minister
brother?
Xing's family
You moved to the
background,
Marquis'
he doesn't
estate
lack
and
money,
Big
so
Brother
he
will
asked the
protect
medicine
you.
boy to boil it.
Gu Jiao thought to
Is it
herself,
serious?
that won't do.
Xiao Heng
If you
asked
move to
Dr.
the
Song
Marquis'
after
estate,
learning about
how
the
can you still
situation.
secretly stir up
Dr.
trouble?
Song said,
Gu
the
Jiao
problem
wrote
was
solemnly,
discovered early.
"Don't worry, Big
It's
Brother.
not a big problem.
Everything is
In
under
the future,
control.
pay more attention to
The
your
old
diet
Marquis
and take
thought
more
about his
walks.
brother's skills
The
and
most
nodded
important thing
thoughtfully.
is, speaking of this, Dr. Song
In
looked
the
at
capital,
Minister Xing
unless it was
seriously.
against the Dragon
Avoid
Shadow
drinking.
Guard, no one
Minister
could hurt his
Xing
little
cleared his
brother.
throat in
Even
embarrassment.
if he couldn't win,
Can't
he
I
could
drink
still
even a
run.
drop? The emperor
He had such
stared
a hobby.
blankly at this scene
Not
of
even a
brothers
drop.
reuniting with each
Dr.
other.
Song said
The
without
old
any
Marquis
refutation.
thought of something and asked puzzledly,
That's
Xing
right, little
Shangshu
brother.
sighed helplessly.
Why did you enter the
I've
palace?
been drinking it for half my
Gu
life.
Jiao finished
Isn't
writing
it too
without
cruel to
changing her
suddenly not
expression
let me
and
drink
raised
the
a small
small
notebook?
His
Xiao Heng
Majesty
persuaded
summons
me.
Song
The
Dafu
emperor
was also
How
thinking
can
for
you fake
Darren.
an imperial
Minister
edict in front
Xing
of
waved
me?
his hand
The
dejectedly.
old Marquis pulled Gu
Alas,
Jiao's
all right,
hand
I
into
won't
the
drink
imperial
it.
study and
Dr.
cupped his
Song
hands
looked
to
at
the
him and
emperor.
said,
Your
Don't
Majesty,
say that you don't want to
summoned
drink
this
it.
subject's little
Go
brother
back
to
and drink
reward
it
him,
secretly.
right?
I will
This
know if
subject
you drink
knows
it
that
or
your
not the next
Majesty
time
is
I
a
check
wise
your
ruler
pulse.
and has always been
This was
clear
Gu
about
Jiao's
rewards and
catchphrase.
punishments. The one
I
who
would know
brought
if you
my
did it or
unfilial
not.
grandson
The
to sneak
doctors
into
in
the
the clinic
governor's
had all
estate
learned
to
it,
save
and
me
it
was
was
quite
this
useful
subject's
for
sworn
patience.
little brother.
Minister
The one
Xing
who
choked
fought a
and
bloody
thought to
battle
himself,
with Marshal
"Can I
Tang
not
and
come to your
defended the
clinic
Zhao
next
country's
time?"
flag and the
Dr.
border
Song
fortress
saw
was
that
also
Xiao Heng
this
had something
subject's
to
sworn
say to
little
Xing
brother.
Shangshu. The one who
After
cured the
telling
plague
him all
was
the
this subject's
precautions, he
little
said,
brother.
I'll go
The
and
one
see
who
how the
went to
pills are
destroy the
doing.
nest of the
Then he
remnants
turned
of the
around and
previous
went
dynasty
downstairs.
was also this
Minister
subject's little
Xing
brother.
pointed at the table
I hope
opposite
that your
him.
Majesty won't
Wu Lang
wrongly
poured me
give the
some
credit
water.
to others. Xiao Heng
The
poured a
emperor,
cup of hot tea
the reason
for
why
Minister
the old
Xing.
Marquis
Minister
knew
Xing
that those
drank a
things were
large
done
cup
by
in
his
one
little
breath.
brother was mainly
Again,
because he
another
asked
cup.
Gu Qingfeng
After
after
drinking
drinking
a
his
total
brother
of 3
went.
cups, Gu
Minister
Qingfeng
Xing
couldn't
felt that his
fabricate
throat
things
was
out of
not
thin
so
air,
dry.
so he could
Am
only
I the
tell
one
him about
talking,
Gu
or is
Jiao's
he the one
whereabouts.
talking?
For example,
Minister
Gu
Xing
Jiao
thought of
went to
being
Lingguan
nagged by
City.
Dr. Song
Gu
for the
Jiao
whole
saved the
afternoon.
plague victims.
His head
And
hurt.
Gu Jiao
Xiao
accidentally
Heng didn't
destroyed
answer
the
this
nest of the
question.
remnants of the
Minister
previous
Xing
dynasty.
shook his head and
However,
threw Dr.
Gu
Song to the
Qingfeng
back
didn't
of his
use
mind.
your granddaughter.
Then he
But
talked to
your
Xiao
brother
Heng about business.
The old Marquis
You went
was
out just
seriously
now. What
injured
did you
and had
find
been
out?
lying in the ward.
Xinla
His
House's
information
Huakue
base
is not
came
dead.
from Gu Qingfeng.
On the way here,
In
Xiao
addition,
Heng had already thought about what information he could say
and
anything.
what information
So Gu
he couldn't
Jiao's
say.
little identity
Minister
was tightly
Xing was
covered.
shocked.
What?
Your Majesty,
That girl named
this subject has heard a
is
little
not
about
dead?
the rumors in
Then
the
why did
cabinet
they all
and among
say?
the people.
Xiao Heng
They say that
speculated.
Princess
The
Ning
maidservants
made
of
great
Shinla House
contributions
should
have
have
recognized the wrong
person
person.
should be conferred the
As for
title
Hua
of
Xiao,
princess
she should be
protector.
acting. This subject
Minister
doesn't mean to
Xing
be
frowned
disrespectful to
deliberately,
Princess Ning, and
so the
but
two
this
of them
subject
are
really
in the
doesn't
same
understand
group.
where the word
Xiao Heng
contribution comes
them.
from. Minister
This
Xing
subject was
slapped his
imprisoned in
thigh.
the governor's
I said that
residence
there
at
is
the
something
time.
wrong with Shinla
So this
House.
subject is clear
They
about the
cooperated to
situation
put on
there.
such a play.
Princess
What's
Ning
their
purpose
and didn't cooperate
to
with
deal
this
with me to
subject's
deal with
second
Gujiao.
grandson.
This
It was
trap
he who
was set up for
fearlessly
him, and it
barged
was
into
also
the
set up
governor's
for
residence.
Gujiao. The
It was he who
mastermind
took
behind
this
the
subject's
scenes could be
second
immortal
grandson
music
out
of
of
Ling, or
Swan
it could be
City.
some other power.
It was also he who
Xiao
joined
Hing didn't
forces
tell
with
Minister
Marshal
Xing
Tang
about
to
this
fight
for the
off the
time being.
pursuers.
Minister Xing asked, "Where is that Hua
This
Kuei?"
subject was able to
Xiao
return
Hing
safely
said,
to
in the
Yuelu
medical
City, all
center.
thanks to this
Medical
subject's sworn
center.
little brother.
Minister
The
Xing
one who
lifted the
guarded the
quilt
city
and
and
got
fought
out of
the
bed.
enemy was my
Which
sworn
room?
brother.
Xiao
The one
Hing
who
said,
saved the
in a
princess
wing
and
room
me
in
was
the
also my
backyard.
sworn brother.
She was seriously
Princess
injured
Ning
at that time
and
and was
placed
picked up by
righteousness
the
before
doctor
her
in the
own
medical
family.
center.
This
She is an
subject has
important
no
witness,
objection if
so
your
we shouldn't
majesty
alert
wants
the
to
enemy
confer
for
the
the time
title
being.
of Princess Protector.
Minister Xing was
However,
puzzled.
the title of
Why was
Princess
she picked
Protector
up by the doctor
is
in the
not
medical
something
center?
that anyone can
Did
bear.
she do it on purpose?
As the old
Is
Marquis
there something
spoke,
wrong
he
with
didn't
this
care
medical
how
center
dark the
too?
emperor's face was.
As expected
He
of
lifted
someone
his
from the
hem,
Ministry of
endured the
Justice,
pain, and
his
knelt down
logical
on one
reasoning
knee.
was too strong.
He cupped his hands
However,
and said
Xiao Hing didn't
seriously,
intend to tell
this
him that
subject
Emo
requests your
Qianxue came for
majesty to confer
Gujiao.
little brother
It
Gu
wasn't
the
that he
title
didn't
of
trust
Princess
Minister
Protector,
Xing's character,
the emperor,
but that the time wasn't
what the
right.
hell is this?
Now was definitely
The
not
emperor
the
spent
best
a
time
lot
to
of effort to
investigate
resist
Emo
the urge to
Qianxue.
pull off
Xiao
Gujiao's
Hing
little
said
vest.
without changing his
Perhaps
expression.
it was because he was
There is
old,
nothing
he was
wrong
more
with the
talkative.
medical center,
The old
but it is
Marquis
too
rambled
famous.
on for a while, but
Even
it didn't
you, Minister
deviate from the
Xing, came
original
here.
point.
Other
He
nobles
wanted
will
to
also
confer
come
the
here when
title
they
of
have a
Marquis
headache
on
or
his
fever.
sworn brother.
Maybe she is
The
waiting
emperor's
for
mouth
someone here.
twitched.
You
Minister
guys really
Xing
share
said
blessings
thoughtfully,
and bear the
what you
burden
said
of
makes
Marquis
sense.
together. Or maybe
After
she
the
just
old
wants to
Marquis
fake her
left,
death to hide her
Wuxia
identity
remained
so
in the
that she can
imperial
act in
study,
secret,
blinking her big
After
eyes.
all, who would
The
suspect
emperor
a dead
drank
person?
a mouthful of tea
Then
to
I am
calm
puzzled,
the fire
is
and
the
glanced
owner
at
of
her.
Shinla House dead or
Don't
not?
be delusional.
If he is not
I
dead,
won't
where is
confer
he?
the title
If
of
he is
Marquis
dead,
on
who are
you.
they working
Gu
for?
Jiao.
There is also a
The
young
emperor
owner,
put
Xiao
down the
Heng thought
teacup.
in his heart.
I said I
Xiao
won't.
Heng said, Gu
My
Jiao
wife
spread
also
her
works
hands.
in this medical center.
The emperor took
I will
a deep
tell her
breath
later
and
and
asked,
ask her to
why
send
did you
someone
come
to
to
keep an
find
eye
me?
on Imo Chinchua.
Here.
As
Gu
long as
Jiao
we keep
took
an
an
eye
eye
on
memorial
her,
from
we
her
can
arms.
always find some clues.
The emperor saw the handwriting
Minister
and knew
Xing
it was
thought
written
about
by
it
the
and
old
said,
chancellor.
Okay, we will do
He
as you
casually
say.
flipped through it
Tell
and
your
put
wife
the
to be
memorial on the
careful.
table.
Imo Chinchua
Jiao
said
said
goodbye
fighting.
and turned to walk out.
Xiao Heng nodded.
The emperor
I
looked at
know.
her small back,
Minister
clenched
Xing
his
asked
fist
again,
and gritted his
who
teeth.
else knows about this
I am the
except you?
emperor. My
Empress
words carry
Dowager.
weight.
In the
I won't
bedroom of
confer the
Rinshou
title
Palace,
of Marquis.
Eunuch Qin
Gu
called
Jiao
Empress
raised her
Dowager
eyebrows.
Zhuang softly, who was sitting by
In
the
the
window.
medical center.
Empress
Imo
Dowager Zhuang
Chinchua
came
was
back
still
to
not allowed
herself
to
and
get out
lightly
of bed.
pinched the two candy
She leaned
fruits
against
on
the
the plate.
bed and weaved a
What's
red
the
robe.
matter?
Little
Jiang
Jiang
Li
came
came
to
to
the
the
medical
complaining,
center to work.
but whenever Empress
She looked at
Dowager
the red
Zhuang
rope
opened
and
Imo
candied fruits.
Chinchua's hand
He was
and
always
said,
the first one to
Sister Imo,
complain to Gu
this
Jiao.
is not how you weave
However,
a red
the
robe.
little guy also
Imo
felt
Chinchua
Empress
choked and
Dowager's
said,
Zhuang's low
why
mood
not?
and secretly
I
gave
think
her
you made
two
it up
candied
like
fruits.
this.
Eunuch
Little
Qin
Jiang Li
said,
showed her
nothing.
the red rope she
Before
made.
Miss Gu left,
Your
she
middle
asked me to
finger
make
has
some
to hook
ginseng
this
soup
soup
for
for
you.
you. Then your
When the
index
soup
finger
is
has
ready,
to wrap
I
it
will
inwards,
serve it to
not
you.
outwards.
Bring
Imo
it up.
Chinchua muttered,
Empress Dowager
why is it
Zhuang
so
said
complicated?
indifferently. It was
Eunuch
much
Qin
harder
turned
than
around and
practicing
took the
martial
ginseng
arts.
soup from the
Little
tray
Jiang
carried
Li
by the
said
little eunuch.
considerately,
If
he
Sister
walked
Imo
over
doesn't
and
want to
gently
make
put it
this,
on Empress
we can do
Dowager
something
Zhuang's
else.
table.
Empress
Imo
Dowager
Chinchua
Zhuang
stubbornly,
did not move.
No, I want
Eunuch
this.
Qin smiled.
Little
It is
Jiang
not
Li
hot.
sighed.
Drink it
Okay,
while it
I'll
is
take it
hot.
apart and
It
weave
will
it
be
again
cold
for you to
soon.
see.
Empress
God knew that
Dowager
this was
Zhuang
the
lazily
11th time
took a
little
sip of the
Jiang Li
soup.
had taken it
Eunuch
apart.
Qin said embarrassedly, Miss Gu asked
Imo
me to reduce the
Chinchua's hands
salt.
were clearly
Will it be a
praised by
bit
the
bad?
Lodge Master as the
Empress
god of
Dowager
hidden
Zhuang
weapons.
snorted,
But she couldn't even
I
weave
have
a
not
single
eaten
Liu
Liu
Long's food.
Imo Chinchua
I'm
was
not qualified
angry with
to say
herself.
it is bad. Sister Imo
Eunuch
watched
Qin,
carefully.
Little
But to be
Jiang Li
honest,
didn't
it
sit
was
on the
really
stool
bad.
anymore.
If she had
Instead,
not been
she
poisoned
lay on
by
the bed and
Xiao Heng's
raised the
cooking
red rope
skills,
with 2
Empress
fingers.
Dowager Zhuang
However,
would not
as
drink
soon as
it.
she tied a knot,
Although Empress
a hidden
Dowager
weapon
Zhuang
broke through the
disliked
window
it,
and
she
shot
still
toward
forced
little
herself
Jiang
to
Li's
drink
shoulder.
it. Eunuch
Imo
Qin
Chinchua's
smiled from
eyes
the bottom
trembled,
of his heart,
and she caught the
Sure
hidden
enough,
weapon.
no matter how bad the food
Unexpectedly,
was, as
there was
long as it was
knockout
Miss
powder
Gu's
on the
order,
hidden weapon.
the Empress
Little
Dowager would
Jiang Li
accept
breathed it in and fell
You were
asleep
there
on
when
Imo
Ning was
Chinchua's
young, right?
body.
This
Empress
amount was
Dowager
useless to
Zhuang
Imo
suddenly
Chinchua.
asked.
Imo
Qin Gong
Chinchua
threw
threw
the
the
hidden
hidden
weapon
weapon
back
back
out
out
the
the window.
to Princess
There was a
Ning.
muffled sound.
He stilled and
The
replied,
hidden weapon hit
yes,
something.
yes.
Soon
When the
Empress
window was
Dowager
pulled
just
open
entered
from
the
the
palace,
outside, and
this
Hua
old
Xiao
servant
rushed
came
in.
to serve you. She pulled out
Princess
the hidden
Ning
weapon
was
on the
only
handle
born
of
a
her
few
fan
years
and
later.
smiled slowly. I was just
Empress
joking with
Dowager
you.
Zhuang looked
Why
out
are
the
you so
window
angry?
at the crabapple tree
If I really
covered
wanted
with a
to
layer
kill
of
her,
snow
I
and
wouldn't use
said,
knockout
do you
powder,
remember
but
Ning
poison.
An's temperament when she was
Why
young?
are you here again? Yes, yes. Imo Chinchua
Eunuch
asked
Qin
coldly.
said as if he was
Hua
familiar
Xiao
with her.
waved her fan and
She was
smiled
sweet,
charmingly.
lively, active, and
I'm here
couldn't
to tell
calm
you
down.
that the 3-day deadline
Otherwise,
is
how
out.
could she have
When
bumped
are you
into
going
your
to kill
Phoenix
her?
carriage in the
Imo
Imperial
Chinchua's
Garden?
expression
Empress
didn't
Dowager
change.
Zhuang said
Go and tell the
indifferently,
young master
it was
that I'll have
concubine
the strength
Jing's
to
plan.
kill her after I
How
recover.
could she have bumped into my
Hua
carriage?
Xiao sneered.
It was a pity
It
that I
takes
was
100
young and
days
did
to
not
recover
understand
from
the
a serious
dangers of the
injury.
palace.
Do you want
I
to
mistook
recover
her for
until
a
next
friend.
year?
Don't
Eunuch
tell me
Qin
you
observed her
soft-hearted
expression
to
and
kill her?
asked,
Do
You're
you
living a
regret
good
it,
life here.
Empress Dowager?
You don't have to be a
Empress
courtesan
Dowager
and you don't
Zhuang
have to
tapped the
please
table.
those stinky men.
Eunuch Qin's
You
sharp
must be
eyes poured a cup of
addicted
hot
to such
tea.
a life, right?
Empress Dowager
Imo
Zhuang
Chinchua
picked up
said
the cup.
rudely,
When
When
do you
did I
regret?
please those stinky
Do you
men?
regret
Don't
befriending
use your
concubine
Hua
Jing
Xiao's
or
tricks
treating
on
her
me.
2 children well?
Hua Xiao's face
His
darkened.
Majesty was not
The young
concubine
master
Jing's
asked me to
flesh
tell
and
you that
blood,
the plan has
but since he
changed.
was under her name,
Within 3
he was
days,
indeed
get her
her
out of the
child.
capital. Empress Dowager Zhuang continued, There is nothing to regret. The Emperor and Ning were
Chapter
indeed
indeed doted on when they were young.
The novel will
I
be
lost my
updated
son,
more quickly,
and it was thanks to
in
them
the
that I
medical
was able to
center,
walk out
Xiaoheng
of the
was chatting
shadows.
with the second boss
Rather
in the
than
study.
saying that it was
Recently,
concubine Jing's
Gu Jiao
plan,
stayed in
it
the
was
medical
better to
center,
say
so
that we
Xiao
each
Heng
took
came
what
here
we
more
needed.
often.
Brother
Then now
Xiao,
Brother Xiao.
What did she mean by
Outside the
saying
door,
all this?
little Jiang Li
Eunuch
waved
Qin
at
was a
Xiao
bit
Heng in a low
confused
voice.
about what Empress
Xiao
Dowager
Heng looked
Zhuang was
outside the
doing.
door and said
He
to the
felt that
second
something
boss
was
who was
strange.
making tea.
First, Princess
Excuse
Ning
me,
was
I'll go see if
strange.
Jiao Jiao is
Now
back.
the Empress Dowager was
The second
strange
boss
as well.
hurriedly said,
Empress
"Go."
Dowager Zhuang took
The
a
two
sip
of them were
tea
really
and said,
loving.
Ning
In the
is
past,
a paper
he and his
tiger.
wife were also
Usually
like this.
she relies on
However,
me to
as
support
time
her
went
and is
by,
fearless.
he couldn't afford
But
to
in
pay the
reality
public
she is
anymore,
very timid.
so he didn't dare
She
to
is
get
afraid
close
of
to
the
his
dark,
wife.
of thunder,
Xiao
of
Heng
pain,
went out
and
of the
of death.
study and went to a
At
storeroom
the mention of
downstairs
this,
with little
Eunuch
Jiang Li.
Qin seemed to see
Little
little
Jiang
Ning
Li
crying
looked
in front
outside
of him.
and made sure that no one
He
was
smiled
approaching
and said,
before closing
Princess
the door.
Ning has to
He
light a
whispered
lamp
to
when she
Xiao Heng,
sleeps. Brother
"This
Xiao,
habit is the
someone
same
came to
as His
Sister Mo's
Majesty."
room. Little
Both siblings
Jiangli
are
was a
afraid of the
medicine
dark.
boy of the immortal
Empress
music
Dowager
house.
Zhuang looked
On
at
the
little
surface,
Jiao,
he was there
who
to
was
relieve
flapping
her
her
wings
wings
and
and
sweeping
boredom,
away the
but
snow
in
on the
fact, he
crabapple
was a little
tree.
spy sent
She
by
said,
Xiaoheng.
but one night
After
she
all,
suddenly
Xiaoheng
became
wasn't the
fearless.
person Mo Qianxue
I remember
really
very
knew,
clearly
so
that
he
it
was
was
a
when I
little
was
wary of
banished
Mo
to the cold
Qianxue.
palace by the
Who
late
was it?
emperor.
He asked.
You were punished
Little
to do
Jiang
hard
Li
labor
shook
in the
his head.
dungeon and weren't by
I
my
didn't see her
side.
face clearly.
I was sick for a few
From
days.
her voice, she was
That
about the
night,
same age
there was a
as Sister Mo,
thunderstorm, maybe
and
a little
Ningning came
older.
to the cold
Her
palace
voice
alone
wasn't
to
as
see me.
young and pleasant as Sister
There was such a
Mo's.
thing?
Xiao
Xiaoheng
Heng had
was
seen the
surprised.
file of the immortal
Empress
music house
Dowager
case
Zhuang
and knew that
continued to
Mo
drink the tea
Qianxue
in
was
her hand
17
and said
years
what
old
was
in
in
her
here.
heart.
Xiaoheng
Usually,
first thought of
it
a
is the
woman
two
who was older
siblings
than
together.
her.
If only
was
one
19
person
years
came,
old
it would
and
be
was
from
from
Fu City.
So I was very
Of course,
surprised at the
birthplace
time.
could be faked, so
I asked
could
her
age.
why she came.
However,
She
Minister
said,
Xing had
"Mother,
seen Hua
I came to
Xiao
see you.
before,
You
so
are
he
sick."
judged that Hua Xiao
I didn't
was
tell
less than
anyone
20
that I
years
was
old.
sick.
Little Jiangli said,
I
"She
didn't
drugged
know
me
how
as
this
soon as
child
she
knew,
came."
so I asked her,
Xiaoheng
"Are you
frowned.
not afraid of the
You
dark?"
were drugged?
She said,
Are you
"No."
all right?
Eunuch Qin
Little
smiled
Jiangli
and
shook
said,
his head
"The
again.
princess is
It felt
sincere
good
to
to
be
you.
cared for.
For you, she
Little
doesn't even
Jiangli
care
patted
about
his
being
chest
afraid."
happily and said,
Little
"Those
Jiao
drugs
accidentally
useless
fell
to
down
me.
while sweeping
What do
the
you mean
snow.
it's useless?"
It flapped twice in
Xiaoheng
the
was
snow as
puzzled.
if it was wrong.
Little Jiangli
It flew
scratched
over
her
and squatted
ponytail.
down by Empress Dowager
It's
Zhuang's
because I'm in
hand.
good health and
It
am
seemed to be
especially
waiting for
resistant to
Empress
drugs.
Dowager Zhuang to
That's
touch
what my
its
brother
feathers.
said.
Empress
hold my
Dowager
liquor
Zhuang
well.
pushed little Jiao away
Xiaoheng,
with a cup with a look of
"You're only
disgust.
9 years old and
Little
you can
Jiao,
already
who was
drink?"
rejected,
Empress
Xiaoheng said,
Dowager Zhuang
"You're
said
still young.
lightly,
I
"Don't
also
drink in the
think so."
future." So I was really moved.
Okay.
I
Little
swore in my
Jiangli
heart
felt
that I
that
would
this
love this
suggestion
child for
wasn't
the rest of my
unacceptable.
life. She didn't
The
like
more
drinking
Eunuch Qin
anyway.
listened, the more
Xiaoheng
confused
said
he
again,
became.
"Tell me what
There was
happened
nothing
after you
wrong
were
with the
drugged."
Empress Dowager's
Little
words,
Jiangli
but
recalled,
the Empress Dowager's
"After I was
expression
drugged, I
didn't
was a
seem
little
right.
sleepy, so I
Did
pretended
Xiao
to be
Daring
asleep.
come over today and say something to the Empress Dowager? She drugged me with
Xiaoheng
knockout
sent Minister
pills, and that's
Xing
what
to
she
the
said
carriage
to
to
return to the
These
residence
words were
before
very
heading back to
strange.
Jishui
The
Alley.
normal explanation
The alley
would be
was
that I
filled
heard
with
her
the
say
sounds
that
of
she
little
had drugged
Jing
me.
Kong. But little
Are you that
Jiang Li's
excited?
words clearly said that she
Xiaoheng
knew it
shook
was a
his head and
knockout
stepped
pill.
over the
And
threshold.
then she got
When
confirmation
he entered
from the
the
other
room,
party.
he found that Gu
Xiaoheng
Changqing
asked,
and Gu Qingfeng
"You can
had come
recognize
over.
knockout pills?"
Gu Changqing
Little
came to buy
Jiang Li
hair
said
growth
proudly,
medicine.
"I've
And
been
Gu
a medicine
Qingfeng
boy
came
for
to
so
see his
long,
younger brother
of
and
course I
sister.
can recognize them."
Gu Changqing
I
and
even
Gu
recognized
Jiao
arsenic
arsenic
and
and
crane
top
top
red, leaving Gu Yen
Xiaoheng
alone
didn't
here.
know whether to laugh
Baby
or
Yen
cry.
expressed that he was very
continue.
angry, but he
Little
couldn't bear
Jiang
to
Li
be
said,
angry at Gu
"I heard
Jiao.
that person
So
say
Gu
that the 3-day
Changqing
deadline is
all
up.
of his little temper.
When is sister going to
Gu
make a move
Changqing
on
took
him?
Gu Yen to
Could
ride
it
a
be that
horse and
sister's
accompanied
heart
Gu Yen
softened
to
and
shoot
can't do
arrows.
it? Brother
Finally, he
Xiao, who
managed
is
to
the he
coax Gu
she's
Yen.
talking about?
Then came
Is
Gu
it you?
Xiaobao.
When Gu
Xiao.
Xiaobao was born,
Xiaoheng's
Gu
gaze turned
Changqing
cold.
wasn't in the capital.
It's not me.
After the
Is
war
there anything
broke out,
else?
he rushed
Little
to the
Jiang Li
frontier
said,
without stopping.
She said,
So
young
today
lord
was the
wants
first
me to
time
tell
he met
you
Gu
that there's a
Xiaobao.
change in the plan.
However, Gu
Within
Xiaobao
3
seemed to be
days,
very
we'll
afraid
lure
of
him
him.
out of the capital.
His little body trembled
Lure
in his
him
arms.
out of the capital
Gu
within 3
Qingfeng
days.
rarely saw his
The
big
simpler
brother
it
in a
was,
good
the
show.
more information
He
it
laughed
contained.
mockingly. Why did
Big
the
brother,
young
you
lord
can't
of
do
Immortal
it.
Music House
Xiaobao
suddenly
doesn't
give
like
up
you.
on killing Gu
Gu
Jiao?
Changqing said
Did the young
coldly,
lord of Immortal
if you can
Music
do it,
House
then
think
do
that
it.
Mo Qianxue couldn't
do it.
succeed?
Gu
Or did the
Qingfeng
other
took
party
Gu
think that
Xiaobao
Gu
without
Jiao
any
still had
pressure.
value?
As
Killing
expected,
Gu
Gu
Jiao and
Xiaobao
luring
stopped
Gu
trembling.
Jiao out of the
Gu
capital were
Changqing's
different in
face
terms of
darkened.
difficulty.
Ah,
But if you put the
I knew
whole
it.
thing into
Gu
perspective,
Qingfeng
you'd
laughed
find
loudly.
that the two were
The
essentially
next
the
second,
same.
he couldn't laugh
That was
anymore.
both had to gain
Because
Gu
Gu
Xiao's
Xiaobao suddenly
absolute
burrowed
trust.
into his arms
And if Mo
opened his
Qianxue
mouth to
could do
suck on
this,
his,
whether
Gu
she killed Gu
Qingfeng
Jiao
shuddered.
or lured Gu
I'm
Jiao
not
out
a
of the
nanny.
capital, it would be something she could do.
Inferring from this,
Chapter
it should be the
549.
latter.
Gu
The
Jiao's
novel
value.
was updated
What
at
did they
a
want to
faster
do
rate.
with Gu Jiao?
Millions of novels
Xiaoheng
were free
closed
to
his
read.
eyes.
Novels
Connecting
with
all
a
the
deeper
events
meaning
related
that
to
couldn't be
Immortal
found
Music
online
House
were
in his
all
mind.
available here.
Suddenly,
For the
a
entire
bold
night,
conjecture
whenever
emerged.
Gu Qingfeng
They wanted to
hugged Gu
capture Gu Jiao
Xiaobao
outside
Gu
the
Xiaobao
capital
would
and use Gu
snuggle into
Jiao
his
to lure
arms
him
and
out.
drink milk.
It was that
Gu
group of people.
Qingfeng, who had just
He could almost conclude that once he fell into the hands of that group what it meant to be the young lord of the Immortal Music House would immediately give the order to kill Gu Jiao. The Gu brothers had dinner after coming out of the imperial study home. Gu Jiao before they left, Gu Changqing taught little Jing Kong was playing on the swing in the front yard. Little Jing Kong was dismantling the birdcage tirelessly in the backyard made for him on the snowy ground nearby. He didn't even go to take a bath when Gu Changqing for some reason he liked to dismantle the house. Let him play for a while. There's no school tomorrow anyway. Little Jing Kong saw Gu Jiao at first glance. Said to Yuya, he stopped playing on the swing, then jumped down the hot water to Xiaoshan in Xiaoxuan's room. It was a snowy day and he was sweating profusely. The order of bathing at home was from the handkerchief and touched his neck. Gu Xiaobao had already taken a bath. Go ahead. Go in and change your clothes. Gu Jiao said. Went to take the hot water. Gu Jiao went to the kitchen to help Nanny Fong tidy up, but Nanny Fong didn't let her do it. I'm
He
not
held
so
Gu
old that I
Jiao's
can't
hand
move.
and jumped into the inner
I'm doing
hall.
this and that all
Empress
day long.
Dowager Zhuang
I'm
was
just
doing
secretly
nothing.
eating candied fruits.
This wasn't
in her
an
bedchamber.
exaggeration.
When she heard
Everyone
little
in the
Jing
family
Kong's
was
small
lazy.
voice, she
Even
quickly
Gu
hid the
Yan,
candied
who was the
fruits.
laziest,
Knew
great
to
aunt.
peel corn and
Gu
water
Jiao
the
entered the
vegetable
room and
fields.
greeted Empress
Most
Dowager
of the chores
Zhuang.
at home had been
Then,
shared, so
Empress
Nanny Fang
Dowager
really
Zhuang
wasn't tired at
seriously
all.
opened the
Gu
booklet on the
Jiao
desk
didn't
and
insist
pretended
on
to
going
read
to
it.
the kitchen.
Although
She
she no
went back
longer
to the
held
East
court,
Room to pack
some
up.
booklets would
She
still be
still had
sent
to
to
go
her.
to the medical
It was
center
just that
later,
recently
so she wanted
the number
to say
of
goodbye
booklets
to her
sent to her
family
had
before she
decreased.
left.
Presumably,
Everyone else
Grand
saw
Tutor
Xiao
Zhuang
Hang,
was
but he
slowly
was neither
becoming
in the study
estranged from
nor
her.
in the West Room.
Little Jing
Gu
Kong
Jiao
had
stayed
said,
in Rinqiu
"That's
Palace
strange. Where did he
before,
go?"
so his clothes
Xiao
were
Heng
kept
went
here.
next door.
Gu
In
Jiao
fact,
found a
Gu
set of
Changqing
clothes
was
for
there
him
as
to
well.
change into.
It was
When he was
impossible for Gu
changing, little Jing
Changqing to
Kong
not
said
be
to Gu
alarmed when
Jiao,
such a big
"Jiao
thing
Jiao,
happened
little
at
brother
Immortal
agreed.
Music House. When will you go
After
see
Gu
him?"
Qingfeng got on
Gu
the
Jiao
carriage to
said,
return to the
"Anytime
residence,
is fine."
he lied to Gu
Is he in Bisha
Qingfeng that
Hall
he was
now?
going to the military
Yes,
camp,
yes.
but in fact
After
he was
little
going
Jing
next
Kong
door.
finished
Lu
speaking,
Quan
he was
got
suddenly a
outside.
little stunned.
Don't let anyone hear
Jiao
you.
Jiao, how do
The
you know
old
that
chancellor
Chancellor
said
said
to
to
Lu
Lu Quan?
Quan.
Yes,
Gu
master.
Jiao curved her
Lu
lips
Quan
and
stood
pointed
guard
at
at
his
the door.
shiny forehead with
The
her
three of them
fingertips.
sat down in the study.
Because I have a spell
The
that
old
can see the
chancellor
thoughts
said,
in your head.
"Speak, what is
Little
it?"
Jing Kong
Gu
hugged his
Changqing
little
glanced
head.
at Xiao
I
Heng
didn't
and
want to
said,
play truant.
"Something happened at
No,
Immortal
no.
Music House."
Gu Jiao
Is there
couldn't
any
help but
news
laugh.
from the Ministry of
Gu
Justice?
Jiao rarely laughed, and the
Yes.
time when she laughed
Xiao
out
Heng
loud
was
was
even
even
more
rarer.
honest with Gu
Her
Changqing
funny
than
point
Qing
was always
Shanshu.
very strange.
Other than the
Empress
fact that
Dowager
Emo
Zhuang
Qingxue
didn't
mistook
laugh
him
when
for
she
someone
heard
else,
little Jing
he
Kong's
almost told
words.
Gu Changqing
Instead,
everything,
she couldn't help
including
but
the
laugh
young
when she
master
saw
of
Gu
Immortal
Jiao
Music
laughing.
House.
When Gu Jiao was done
He
laughing,
didn't say
little
that
Jing
Emo
Kong's face
Qingxue
was
was
also
the one who
completely
told him
red.
about young master.
I really didn't want to
Gu
play
Changqing
truant,
thought that
he
he
said
found out
guiltily.
through the means of
After
the Ministry
learning
of
that Gu
Justice.
Jiao wanted to
Gu
treat Huang
Changqing was
Fuxian's
silent.
legs,
He
Empress
really didn't
Dowager
expect
Zhuang
there to be
didn't
such a
object.
shocking thing.
She asked
I
Eunuch
thought it
Qing
was
to
just
go
a
to Bisha
rumor.
Hall.
What is the
After a
purpose of
while,
Immortal
Eunuch
Music
Qing came
House?
back and reported with a
Xiao
look
Heng
of
thought
embarrassment.
seriously and said,
Young Master
"The
Xian
ultimate purpose
didn't
is
want
not
to come.
clear." But
He
Xiao
said
Jiao
he
seems to
didn't
be
want to be
blocking the
treated.
path of young master
Empress
of Immortal
Dowager
Music
Zhuang
House.
said,
Immortal
said it
Music
himself?
House made a move on
Could
Jiao
it be
Jiao.
that Princess
Gu
Ningyan had
Changqing's
spoken on
face
his
suddenly
behalf?
became cold.
Eunuch Qing said,
Xiao Heng said,
yes, he said it
however,
himself.
Immortal Music
He was
House
very
made a
determined.
mistake this time.
Empress
The people
Dowager
they say
Zhuang
can't
sighed.
make a move on
Then
Jiao
let him
Jiao.
be.
For the
If
time
he didn't
being,
want to,
there
they
is
couldn't
no need to
kidnap
worry
him.
about Jiao Jiao.
It wasn't a minor
Gu
illness.
Changqing's eyes
They could
were
just
still
force
cold.
a bowl of medicine
Is there
down his
anything I
throat.
can help with?
If he didn't
Xiao Heng
cooperate,
said,
the doctor couldn't treat
investigate
him.
the background
They
of
couldn't
young
use the
master
Empress
of Immortal
Dowager's
Music
imperial
House.
edict to
All
pressure
of her
him.
past, all
That
of the
child
people
was
she knows,
obviously
all of
someone
the
who would
things she has
resist the
done.
edict.
The more
Serve
detailed,
the
the
meal.
better.
Empress
Also,
Dowager Zhuang
investigate
said
in
to
secret.
Eunuch Qing.
Don't let
Little
anyone
Jing
find
Kong
out.
was disappointed.
Gu
On the
Changqing
carriage
pondered
back,
for a
little
moment
Jing
and said,
Kong didn't say
"I
a
will tell
word.
His Majesty
He was
that
in
I
low
will leave the
spirits.
capital to
Gu
comfort
Jiao
the
didn't know
families
how
of the
to comfort
soldiers
him.
who died in the
She
line of
touched his
duty
little
in the Gu
mushroom
army."
head and whispered,
The old
"Do you
chancellor
want a
nodded
hug?"
approvingly.
Little Jing
This
Kong
was a good
turned
reason.
around and threw himself
After Gu
into Gu
Changqing
Jiao's
left,
arms.
the old chancellor said to Xiao Heng, "Is there
Gu
anything you
Jiao held
haven't
his
said?"
soft little body
The old
and stroked
chancellor
his
knew
little
Xiao
back.
Heng too well.
Why don't you want
Others
to treat
couldn't
your
see
legs?
through Xiao Heng's emotions, but he
Maybe
wouldn't
he
be
was
so
desperate
easily
about
fooled.
life.
He
After
couldn't
all,
find the
Xiao Heng's
motivation to
black-bellied
live.
skills were
He didn't
taught by
care
him.
whether he had legs
That
or not.
group of people might
He
be
didn't
coming.
care whether he was standing
That
or
group of
sitting.
people?
He even
The old
didn't care
chancellor
whether he was
twisted his
kneeling
white
or
brows
crawling.
and tried hard to
Little
think
Jing
about who
Kong
Xiao
was sad
Heng
and
called that
fell
group of
asleep in Gu
people.
Jiao's arms.
After a while, he
Gu
frowned.
Jiao took him back to
You mean
Bisui Alley.
the people of Yan
When she was
Kingdom?
about to get off the
Xiao
carriage
Heng
with
nodded
little Jing
slowly.
Kong, he
Xiao
didn't
Heng
block the
walked
path
out
of
of
the
the
young
courtyard
master
first
of
and reached
Immortal
out his
Music
hand.
House.
"Let me."
If he was the young
Okay.
master of
Gu
Immortal
Jiao
Music
handed
House,
the
he
sleeping
would
little
definitely
Jing
try
Kong
to
to
subdue
Xiao
him.
Heng.
If
When
he
he
couldn't
couldn't
subdue
subdue
him,
him,
then it
little
wouldn't be
Jing
too
Kong
late to
struggled
kill
him.
for a moment. The one
But
who
when he
wanted
fell
his
into
life
Xiao
must be
Heng's
someone
arms,
else.
he rested his
For
head
him
on
to
Xiao
sit in
Heng's
his
arm
calm
and continued to sleep. There were many people who were jealous of him, but there were too few who had the guts to touch him and the strength to enter the eyes of immortal music house. Gu Jiao was about to go to the clinic when Xiao Heng came out in the entire Zhao country. Didn't Grand Tutor Zhuang want to touch him? The two went to the east room. But Grand Tutor Zhuang didn't have the guts to challenge Empress Dowager Zhuang's bottom line. The brightest and lit another Grand Tutor Zhuang used a bit of power to suppress a brighter room. Those who weren't as strong as Grand Tutor Zhuang sat on the chair and looked at Xiao Heng, who was adjusting the wick seriously. Those who were favored by immortal music house had no enmity with Xiao Heng. After thinking about it, there was only one last possibility left. The old chancellor heaved a long sigh. Gu Jiao also noticed that there was a charcoal brazier in her room. Now I finally understand why it must have been lit early, as the room was very warm. The common people. She had been staying in the medical center for the past few days. The power of Shangwan wasn't something she would stay here tonight as contend against. Did he specially light the charcoal brazier just because she wanted to talk to him in this room? The old chancellor said earnestly. Princess Xinyang isn't in the capital wasn't afraid of the cold, so you have to be more careful. Couldn't help but smile. Xiao Heng said. For the time being, adjusting the wick and turned around to touch me in the capital. He was caught off guard. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made such her hands on her to lure him out of the city. Xiao Heng, there was a problem that the old chancellor couldn't figure out. Gu Jiao of Shangwan wants to kill you? What do you want to
dare
talk to me about
too openly?
Xiao Heng automatically ignored her burning gaze and said seriously,
the royal family
it's
of Zhao
about Mo
country?
Qianxue. The old
Gu Jiao
chancellor
nodded.
carefully analyzed
How
the
do you know
course
about
of
Mo
events and
Qianxue?
found that those people
She
were
didn't
becoming
remember
more and more
introducing
careful.
Mo Qianxue
At
to him.
first, when they
Xiao Heng
assassinated
said
Xiao
lightly,
Heng's mother,
how can I
they
not
dared
care
to
about a
sneak into
patient who is
Marquis
staying in my
Xianping's
wife's
residence.
room?
Gu
More than
Jiao
10
blinked
years
and
later,
rested her
when they
cheeks on her
assassinated
hands.
Xiao Heng, are
They
you
only
jealous?
dared to borrow
No.
Prince Ning's hand.
Xiao Heng flatly
As for now,
denied.
they didn't even dare
Sleeping
to
with
act
you every
rashly
day.
in the capital.
Gu Jiao smiled
There must
and
be
stood
some
up.
reason behind this.
She leaned across
the
the
old
table
chancellor
and put
put
her
her face in
thoughtfully.
front of him.
I always
At
feel
this
that your
distance,
mother
she
isn't
could
a
see
female
his thick
slave.
and long eyelashes
Xiao Heng
trembling
didn't have this
slightly.
knot in his heart.
She could also
whose
hear his
blood
nervous
flowed in his
breathing
body.
because of her sudden
To Jiao Jiao
proximity.
and his family, he
Xiao
was
Heng
Xiao
was
Heng.
very thick-skinned
He didn't
in the
care
yamen,
about his own
but in front of people
situation and
close
said,
to him,
"It's
especially
not
Gu
important."
Jiao, he was easily
What's
shy.
important now is to
He
solve the
lowered
big
his eyes
problem
to
of
avoid her
music
gaze,
house.
but he couldn't
The
avoid
old
her
chancellor
seductive
hesitated
breath.
for a moment
She didn't
and
do
asked,
anything, but
"Did you
she
tell
could still
Zhuang
seduce
Juice
him.
about Immortal Music House?"
Gu Jiao kissed
What's
him on
her
the
attitude?
cheek.
Is
Xiao
she
Heng's
partial
body
to Jiao
stiffened,
Jiao or
and he
partial to that
instinctively looked
person?
at Gu Jiao.
The next
He
day,
met
at
her
the first
burning
glimmer
gaze.
of dawn,
His
Ning
heart
woke
skipped
up
a
early.
beat as if it had been
She
struck
first
by
went to
something.
Huang Fuxian's room.
You look so good
Huang
when you're
Fuxian
jealous.
was still sleeping.
After saying
She
that,
looked at
she
the
sat
injuries
back
on
down
his
with a
cheek and the
slight
back
smile.
of his hand and took
Xiao
out the
Heng's
golden
cheeks
sore
were
medicine
burning,
from the
and
drawer
the
to
places
apply
she had
some on
kissed
him.
felt like they
The
were on
golden
fire.
sore medicine
They
seemed
were
to be
husband
different
and
from
wife
the
in
bottle
name
she
and had
gave,
done more
but she
intimate
didn't
things
care
than
too
this.
much about it.
However, for some
After
reason,
that,
she
this
went to Rinshek
unexpected
Palace
kiss
to
still
pay
teased him
respects
to
to
the
the
point
point
where
where
he almost
Dowager
lost
Zhuang and
control.
accompanied her for
He
breakfast.
almost forgot what he was
Empress
talking
Dowager
about.
Zhuang didn't
Xiao
need to
Heng took a
attend morning
deep breath
court
and
now,
forcibly
so
got
she
rid
had a
of the
lot of free
distracting
time.
thoughts in his
While
mind.
Empress Dowager
He
Zhuang
calmed
was
himself
washing
down
up,
and said,
Princess
Mo
Ning
Qianxue
quietly
is a
waited
member
in
of
Empress
Immortal
Dowager
Music
Zhuang's
House.
bedroom.
Yes,
After
I
a
know.
while,
Gu Jiao
someone from the
nodded.
imperial household
Xiao Heng
department
wasn't
came and
surprised.
handed a tray
If it was
covered
a
with
normal
silk cloth
patient,
to
she wouldn't
Eunuch
have
Qin.
brought her back to her
Eunuch Qin
courtyard.
then sent the
It
tray
was
to
very
Empress
likely
Dowager
that she
Zhuang's
already knew
bedroom.
Mo Qianxue.
What is this?
Princess Ning asked softly.
Xiao Heng continued.
It's something
Her
sent by the
injuries were
imperial
intentional.
household department.
Her goal was to get
Eunuch
close
Qin
to you
said,
and gain your trust.
Let me see. Gu Jiao
Princess
rubbed her
Ning
chin.
took away the silk
Oh,
cloth
no wonder.
covering it.
And Mo Qianxue's injury wasn't
She
that
saw
big
that
of
on
a
the
flaw.
tray was an
It
imperial
was indeed the
purple
kind
gold
of injury
token
that could have
engraved
killed her.
with the two words
The strange
protector
thing
of
was
the
that
country.
Mo Qianxue
Next
had
to the
collapsed
token
on
was
her
a way
purple
back from
gold
Immortal
Phoenix
Music
crown.
House.
It wasn't that she
the
didn't
token
suspect
and Phoenix
anything,
crown
but
of
she
the
didn't
protector
feel any
princess?
malice from Mo
Princess
Qianxue,
Ning was
so
shocked
she didn't take
speechless
it by
to
this
heart.
exquisite
Gu
and
Jiao
fearless
said
object.
thoughtfully,
Not
if
everyone
everyone
could
could
have
have
the
the
title
title
of
of
protector
protector
of the
she should have
country.
had many
It could be
opportunities
said
to
that
do
no
so.
princess in
But
this
she
dynasty
didn't.
could bear this
How
title.
did you two meet?
And now, Princess
met on the
Ning was
street?
going to be crowned
She
with the
refused
title
to
of
admit that
protector
she had
princess.
visited a brothel.
How could this not
Xiao
make
Heng
Ning happy?
forget it?
The calmness
Even a
she
fool
had
would
tempered
be able
able
to
to
guess
guess
that
that
this
this
last
last
completely
completely
celestial
disappeared at
music
this
abode
moment.
before.
She
Probably
excitedly
when she
reached
was
out,
investigating
picked up the
Grand
Phoenix crown
Concubine
and put it on her head.
Women weren't allowed
Then
to
she
enter
grabbed the
Immortal
token
Music
on the
House.
tray and turned to
Was
look at
this girl
herself in the
dressed in
bronze
men's
mirror.
clothes?
However,
Then
before she
Qianxue,
could see her
Xiao
majestic
Heng suddenly
appearance,
felt that he was
a figure
being
wearing
cheated
a
on.
royal blue
Gu
Phoenix
Jiao's
robe walked
instinct was
over
to
with a
protect her.
majestic aura. She
The
blinked
owner
and
of
said
the
sincerely,
figure took off the
Husband,
Phoenix
you're
crown
so
on her
handsome.
head.
You're the
Everything
most
happened
handsome.
so fast that
Very
Princess
good.
Ning
She
didn't
was
have
guilty.
time to react.
Xiao Heng made a
She
mental
sat in the
note.
chair, her
He
body
decided
and hair
that he would
violently
deal with her
pulled.
later.
The originally
Right now, he
exquisite
had to
bun
deal
was
with the young
scattered.
master of
There was
Immortal
no
Music
pity in
House.
Empress Dowager
After the
Zhuang's
15th
eyes.
day of the first
Empress
lunar
Dowager
month,
Zhuang
it
looked
snowed
down at
again
her
in the
condescendingly.
capital. The
A
emperor
powerful
went to
aura
court,
bursting
and
out.
the matter of
This
awarding
is something that
meritorious
Aijiao
officials
prepares
was
a
the
hot
Jiao
topic.
who gave
Almost
you the
no one
courage to
objected
touch
to
it.
the awarding of Tang
Princess
Yueshan
Ning
and
looked
Gu
at Empress
Changqing.
Dowager Zhuang
However,
in
the
disbelief.
awarding of Princess
She
Ning
didn't know
was
whether
met
to
with
be
many
surprised
different
by
opinions.
Empress Dowager
The
Zhuang's
officials in
appearance
court
or
were
her
divided
words.
into two factions.
Clearly yesterday,
One
how
faction
come
was
today,
led by Su
this
Sifu,
attitude
who
really
wanted
caught
to
her off
reward
guard.
Princess
Ning
Ning with the
looked at
title of
Empress
protector
Dowager
of the
Zhuang
state.
in
shock and
The
hurt.
other faction was
Mother,
led by the Minister of
Empress
War,
Dowager
who
Zhuang
objected to
snatched
awarding
the protector
Princess
of the country
Ning
token
with the
from
title
her
of
hand and
Protector
said
of
with
the
a cold
State.
face,
The Minister
"Don't
of
call
War,
Aija
Su
mother.
Yuan,
You
was the
don't
father
deserve
of
it."
Su Kanji. Su Sifu's argument for awarding Princess Ning was
Chapter
that Princess
550.
Ning had made
Ning
great
wasn't the only
contributions
one
in the
who was
frontier
stunned by this
fortress.
sudden change.
Su Yuan's
Even
objection
eunuch
was
Qin,
that
who
Princess
had just
Ning
cut a
was
plate
the
of
widow
fresh
of the
fruits,
previous
was
dynasty,
stunned.
and she had a
What
son
was
with
going
the
on?
royal family of the
Why did
previous
mother and
dynasty.
daughter suddenly
She
turn
didn't
against
know the
each
right
other?
person and
To
led
be
the wolf
exact,
into the house.
it was the Empress
She also
Dowager who
gave
turned
birth to
against
the child
Princess
of the
Ning.
previous dynasty.
The Empress Dowager
She was
had
not
watched
qualified
Princess
to be
Ning grow
conferred
up,
the title
and
of
she was no
protector of the
different from
state.
her own daughter.
The Emperor's
Princess
subordinates
Ning
suppressed
looked
the
at
memorial
Empress Dowager
presented by
Zhuang
the
as
old
if she had been
chancellor.
struck by
The
lightning.
memorial said that someone might
Confusion,
make an issue
surprise,
of Huang
fear,
Fuxian's
and many
identity
other
and asked the
emotions
emperor
flashed
not
through
to
her
fall
eyes.
out with the officials
Just
in
as her
court.
emotions
The people
gradually
had
gathered
always
and
sympathy
sympathized
seemed
with
to be about
Princess
to come
Ning,
out of her mind.
not Huang
Her
Fuxian.
tears fell first.
If the emperor fell out
Imperial
with the
mother,
officials
this
because
son
of
doesn't
Huang
know what
Fuxian,
wrong this son
the
has
people's
done to
hearts
make
that he had
imperial
worked
mother
so
so
hard to
angry.
accumulate would
Empress
be in vain.
Dowager Zhuang looked at her coldly.
You don't know?
The emperor had no
Do you really
choice
not
but to
know, or
withdraw
are you
from
pretending
court.
not to know?
But he loved Ningen.
Princess
The more
Ningen's
people
eyes
objected,
flickered
the
slightly.
more he felt sorry
Empress
for
Dowager
Ningen.
Zhuang was
Why did
unable
everyone
to
in the
restrain
world
her
bully
anger.
his Ningen?
Let me ask
What did
you,
his Ningen
did
do
you
wrong?
secretly pay
Wasn't it
respects
the
to your
fault of
mother?
the previous dynasty?
Princess Ningen opened
His
her
Ningen
mouth,
was also a
and the
victim.
flickering light in
Why
her
couldn't
eyes
she be
slowly settled
compensated?
down. On the way
She
back
slowly
to Pure
relaxed
Flower's
her body,
palace,
then
the
stood up
emperor
and took a
almost
step
had the
back.
impulse to insist
Kneeling
on
in front
confronting
of
Empress
Empress
Dowager
Dowager
Zhuang,
Zhuang,
civil
she
and
lowered
military
her head and
officials
said,
opposed it.
"Please forgive
But
me,
when he
mother."
thought of Huang
Empress
Fuxian's
Dowager
child, he
Zhuang
endured
clenched
it.
her fingers
The
and
night
looked at her
before the
with
deadline of
disappointment.
3 days,
So
Hua
you
Xiao
admit
came
it?
to the medical
Princess
center again.
Ning admitted in a
Emo
low voice,
Chenxue could already
"I did
walk
go
a
to the
little."
nunnery and
She
I
sat
did
by the window
remember
and looked
mother
at
there."
Hua Xiao with
Eunuch
disgust.
Qin sighed inwardly.
"Can you not always come
He knew
here?
about this as well.
You will expose
It
me."
was the night Princess
Hua
Ning
Xiao waved the
returned
round
to the
fan and
palace.
said with a smile,
She secretly
"I just
went
came
to
to
the nunnery
remind
where
elder
old
sister
concubine
that
Jing
tomorrow
used
is
to
really
live
the
and
deadline.
stayed there for an hour
Has
before
elder
coming
sister
out.
thought about how
No
to
matter
lure her
what,
out of the city?"
concubine Jing was
Emo
Princess Ning
Chenxue
An's
said
birth
indifferently,
mother. It
"If
was
I don't
reasonable
lure
for
her out,
Princess
what will
Ning An
happen?"
to remember her.
Hua Xiao
Didn't
said
the
with a
Empress
smile,
Dowager know
"Then
about
elder
it early
sister
on?
will die."
Didn't she say
Emo
anything?
Chenxue said
Why
coldly,
did she suddenly
"Can
bring
you
up
kill
old
me?"
scores today?
Hua Xiao's
Empress
lips
Dowager
curved.
Zhuang's
"I
body
can't
seemed
kill
to
you,
tremble
but there will
slightly
always
from
be
her
someone who
suppressed
can."
anger. Elder
If I
sister
hadn't
should
heard
know the
someone mention it
consequences
last
of
night,
betraying the
I
young
wouldn't have
master.
known that you were constantly thinking
Chenxue
about
turned her
concubine
face.
Jing while calling
Do you
her
still
mother.
have poison?
Do you really not
Hua
know how much
Xiao
I
asked
hate
with
her?
a smile.
What
Ning
kind
and
of
kowtowed
poison
and
is
placed
elder
his hands
sister
on the
talking
cold
about?
ground.
His
Emo
forehead
Chenxue
pressed
said
against the back of his hands,
like the kind of
"This
cartilage
son knows
powder."
his mistake.
Hua Xiao
Mother,
covered
please
her
calm
face with the
down.
round fan and
Eunuch
smiled.
Qin was even more confused.
7 days drunk.
Did the Empress
Yes, I brought
Dowager
it.
know the night
I was
Princess
afraid
Ning
that elder
and went
sister
to the
would not
nunnery?
ask me for
How
it.
could he tell Princess
7
Ning
days
and that
drunk,
he had
as
just
the
heard
name
about
said.
it?
One pill
Empress
could make one
Dowager
drunk
Zhuang
for
for
7 days and
cold.
7 nights. Emo Chenxue paused
Since you
and
want to
asked,
recognize
"She
that
is a good
poisonous
drinker.
woman as your mother,
Will it be ineffective?"
then don't recognize me
Hua
as your
Xiao
mother."
handed the bottle
After
to Emo
saying that,
Chenxue,
she flicked her
then
sleeves
patted
and
the bottle
left.
with the round
Eunuch
fan and
Qin
said,
didn't dare to
"No,
stop
it will
her.
be my poison."
It wasn't until she
Elder
was far
sister,
away
don't
that
worry.
Eunuch Qin stepped
I am
into
the
the
best drinker in
bedchamber.
the capital, but
He
I will
placed
be
the
drunk
fruit platter
after
on
one
the table
pill
and helped
just in
Princess
case
Ning
there are
enough with
3
his
pills
other
in
hand.
here.
Princess
Elder sister
Ning
take your
looked at
time.
Eunuch Qin,
At
her
night,
eyes full of
Gu Jiao
hesitation
came
and
over
guilt.
and checked Emo
Eunuch
Chenxue's
Qin,
physical condition
alas.
as usual.
Eunuch Qin
"You are
sighed
healing
again.
well."
Gu
So many
Jiao
things
said.
have happened.
Emo
Can't
Chenxue
the
nodded
princess
absent-mindedly,
concubine
poured a
Jing
cup
hurt
of
the
flower
Empress
tea and
Dowager?
handed it to Gu Jiao.
She caused the Empress
"Drink some
Dowager to
water.
fall out with
Look,
his
your lips
majesty
are
and
dry."
took away the only princess
Really?
the Empress
Gu
Dowager
Jiao
loved.
touched her lips,
You are
took the
concubine
teacup,
Jing's
and drank
own
all the
flesh
water
and
in the
blood.
cup.
I can
Emo
understand that
Chenxue
you
looked
can't
at her
hate her,
nervously.
but to remember her
Gu
and pay
Jiao did
respects
not
to her.
respond at first.
Aren't you throwing
When she
the
was
Empress
packing the
Dowager's
small
heart
medicine
into a
box,
millstone?
she fell down with a thud.
Princess Ning
At
blamed
dawn,
herself.
a carriage sped
Eunuch
out of the city.
Qin, I know I was
The coachman
wrong.
was from
Eunuch
Xianla
Qin
House.
said. Emo
"Forget it.
Chenxue was sitting
The
in
Empress
the carriage.
Dowager was angry
No
because
one
she
in the
loved you
clinic
too
noticed
much.
that she left.
If it were someone
When they
else
found
paying
out, they
respects
would
to
not be able to
concubine
catch
Jing,
up with her.
the Empress Dowager
Hurry up.
probably wouldn't
Emo
care.
Chenxue
You know
urged
the
the
Empress
coachman.
Dowager's
But
temperament.
miss, where are we going?
People she doesn't
The
care
coachman
about can
asked.
never hurt her
I
heart.
don't know. Princess Ning said, "What should I do
Hua
to make
Xiao
mother
did not
forgive
tell
me?"
her where to take Gu
Eunuch Qin
Jiao,
paused.
only that they
The
were
Empress
going out of the
Dowager is
city.
angry now.
She was already
You
out
should
of the
avoid
city.
her for now.
Did the young
Once
master's
she's calmed
people
down,
find her?
you can find a way
There
to
is a
ask
post
for her
house in
forgiveness.
front.
The coachman
Princess
said.
Ning and lowered
Emo
her eyes.
Chenxue said,
It
"Don't
seems that's
worry
the
about
only
it,
way
just
now.
go straight.
I can't be filial in
Yes.
front of mother."
The coachman waved
I'll have
his
to
whip,
trouble you to
and the
take care
carriage
of her
went
for
away
me.
on the cold road.
Eunuch Qin smiled.
Just as they were about to
I will.
reach the relay
Don't
station,
worry, princess.
a group of experts
Princess
dressed in
Ning
gray
said
suddenly
softly,
rushed out from
"Then
the
I'll
side
leave
path on
first.
their horses.
I'll see you
They
out."
lined up in a
There's
row
no
on the
need.
official road,
Eunuch Qin should
instantly
go
blocking
serve
Emo
mother.
Chenxue's path.
Yes.
The coachman
Eunuch Qin
hurriedly
agreed.
stopped the carriage.
Watching Princess
Miss,
Ning An's receding
there is nothing
figure,
for you to do
Eunuch
here.
Qin suddenly
Go
said,
quickly.
"Princess,
Emo
is
Chenxue
there something
ordered,
else, Eunuch
go to the
Qin?"
post house in
Princess
front.
Ning An looked back
This,
at Eunuch
go
Qin.
quickly. Eunuch Qin
Yes.
said sincerely.
The coachman got
Empress
out of the
Dowager
carriage in
deliberately
confusion.
used Miss Gu to
He
anger
always
you.
felt that the aura of
Princess,
that
please
group of
don't take
people
it
was
to
too
heart.
scary.
When
When he
Princess
walked
Ning
past
was
them,
stunned.
he did not even
Is
dare
that
to
so?
raise his head.
I thought.
Fortunately,
Imperial
that
Mother
group of
really
people did
prepared
not
those
stop
things
him.
for Dr. Gu.
He quickened his pace
Eunuch
and rushed
Qin
into the
smiled
post
and
house.
said, "I
Emo
served the
Chenxue
Empress
waited
Dowager
until he had
How
gone
can
in
I not
before
know
she
who
parted
those
the
things are
curtains
made for?"
slightly.
Princess
For you.
Ning
The
revealed
leading
a
man man in gray
smile.
said,
It was
young
as if
master
spring
asked
had
us to
returned
pick
to
you
the
up.
earth.
Did you bring the person?
Thank you.
Eunuch
Qinshue
Qinshue
lifted
lifted
the
the
curtain
slightly,
Take care,
revealing
princess.
the unconscious
Princess
person
Ning
inside.
left Rinshou Palace.
I brought him. Eunuch Qin
He said,
smiled disappeared.
"Give her to us."
How would I know
Wait,
who those things are for?
Qinshue pulled out a
But he
dagger
understood
and
that he
pressed it
shouldn't
against
draw
Wu
any
Jiao's neck.
hatred for Jiao.
He frowned.
Eunuch Qin
What are
went
you
to
doing?
the study.
Empress
Xue
Dowager
said,
Zhuang was
I
sitting
think I might
calmly on a
not be
chair.
able to keep my life.
In front of her was
to
the
prevent you
protector's
from
token
killing the
and
donkey
purple
after
and
it has
gold
outlived
phoenix
its
crown.
usefulness. I
Empress
need to go to a
Dowager.
safe place first. The leading
Eunuch
man in
Qin
gray
honestly
narrowed his eyes
recounted
his
dangerously.
conversation with Princess
Qinshue
Ning and
said
without missing a
coldly,
word. The young master
This old
needs her
servant
life.
doesn't know if it's
If
right
she
or
dies
not.
now, you will not
He had
be able
served
to
the
answer
Empress
to the young
Dowager
master
for so many years.
As for me,
The
it is
Empress
my own
Dowager
business
didn't
that I
inform him
escaped.
of everything
The
in
young
advance.
master will hunt me down
As
in
a
the
capable
future.
confidant,
It will not
he
be your
couldn't
fault.
drag his master
The
down
leading
under
man
any
in gray tightened
circumstances.
his grip on the
What
reins.
should be said, what shouldn't
where
be
are you
said,
going?
what should be dealt
Emo
with. He
Qinshue
handled
said
it clearly.
Feng County.
In particular,
It is
he did
30
an
miles
excellent
from
job
here.
of erasing
An
Wu
hour should be
Jiao's
enough.
hatred.
The
There was a
leading man in
tacit
gray gestured
understanding
to his
between Empress
subordinates.
Dowager Zhuang
They
and
surrounded
Eunuch
the
Qin.
carriage. She
One
knew
of
that
them
if she
jumped off
stabbed
the
the
horse
sword
and
became
became
Emo Chen
pull it
back
back
and put it back into the
They rushed to
scabbard.
Feng County
Eunuch
at top
Qin was
speed.
puzzled.
Halfway
But
there,
Empress
Emo
Dowager
Chen
why did you do
shouted,
this? Wait.
Empress Dowager Zhuang said
She is
lightly,
going to vomit.
when it's time for
She
you
is
to know,
poisoned by
I
the
will tell
7
you.
days of
Eunuch
intoxication.
Qin replied,
It will be troublesome
Yes.
if she chokes.
As the saying went,
Those
don't
who
guess the
practiced
emperor's
martial
intentions.
arts naturally
But
understood
the cruel
that
thing was
vomiting
that
while
if you couldn't guess
unconscious
the
was very
emperor's
dangerous.
intentions,
You
they
might
had
not
not
be
be
able
able
to
to
survive
survive
in
the
the
carriage.
palace.
The
Eunuch
leading
Qin
man in
thought
gray
about it
rode on the
carefully.
horse and said to
Empress
his coachman,
Dowager Zhuang
see
didn't
what
tell
is
him.
going on.
Was it because she
coachman
didn't
turned
trust him
around
enough,
and lifted the
or was
curtain.
it because she
A
didn't want
silver
to talk
needle
about
glittering
it?
with cold
He thought
light
it was
flew
the
out
latter.
with a whoosh.
It was too
The
painful.
distance was too close
Every time
and
it
the
was
speed
mentioned,
was too fast.
it was like
He
1,000
wanted to
arrows
dodge it, but
piercing
it was
through the
already
heart.
too late. Empress Dowager Zhuang could wrap herself up in
He
cold
screamed
armor,
and fell from the
but
carriage.
the heart under the armor
It's a
was no
trap.
different from a
The
normal
leading
person's
man in
heart.
gray drew his
Could be
saber.
hurt and hurt.
Another row
But
of
the
silver
Empress
needles
Dowager
shot
had
out.
too many
The
burdens on her
coachman blocked
shoulders.
them with their sabers.
She couldn't wallow in
Emo
her
Chen
pain and could only cut off the reins on the carriage and rode away
Empress
on a
Dowager
fine
Zhuang
horse.
said,
The
"Keep
leading
an eye
man
on
in
her
gray
and
was
find
about
out what
to
she
order
took
his
from the
men to
nunnery
stop
that
her when the
night."
carriage suddenly
Eunuch Qin
burst
was
into
shocked.
flames.
What?
Princess Ning took
The
something
leading
from
man
the
in
nunnery
gray flew up.
Didn't she go
split
to
the
pay
carriage with
respects
his
to
saber
concubine
and
Jing?
carried the
Could it
unconscious
be
hostage to
that
the
her
snow
act
not
of
far
paying
away?
respects to the
He
dead was
faintly
fake
felt
and
that
taking
something was
wrong?
real.
He pulled
Then it
down
would
the veil
explain
on the
why she
face
went
of
to
the
the
hostage,
nunnery where
but it was
concubine
not the
Jing
hostage,
lived,
but Hua
despite
Xiao.
knowing that Empress
Yes,
Dowager
Chen
Zhuang
Shui
hated
knocked Hua
concubine
Xiao
Jing.
out and made her
Of
drink
course,
the 7
the
days of
information revealed
intoxication
by
the
the
night she
sentence
came to
wasn't
find
as
her.
simple as
The
Princess
reason why
Ning
she
going
also
to the
made
nunnery
Gu
to
Jiao
take
drunk
something.
was so that she could
It
leave.
also revealed
She
why
betrayed
Princess
the young
Ning
master,
took it and why the
she could
Empress
not escape
Dowager
the
wanted
fate
to
of death.
investigate.
But she did
If it
not
was
want
an
to die in
ordinary
front
relic,
of her.
the Empress
Emo
Dowager
Chen Shui
didn't
raised
need
her
to
speed to the
investigate.
extreme.
If it wasn't an
However,
ordinary
she
relic,
did not
then
escape
it was a
far
big deal.
before an arrow hit
Eunuch
her
Qin
horse.
was someone who
The
had
horse
followed
screamed
Empress
and fell
Dowager
forward.
Zhuang through the wind
She
and
also
waves.
fell into the snow.
After
She
experiencing
was in
so
severe
many
pain
storms,
all over,
his
including
mental
her
endurance
chest.
had naturally
She
become
turned
stronger.
sideways and spat
What
out a
could
mouthful
startle
of
him?
blood.
Right?
Emo Chen
But at this
Shui.
moment, he
The
couldn't
leading
help but
man in
want to
gray
curse.
got off the
I've
horse and
lived
came
long
to her
enough
with
to
a
see
saber
it.
in his hand.
On the other side,
Emo Chen
little
Shui
Jing
raised
Kong
her hand
entered
to
the
use the
palace
silver
again.
needle. He
But he
came by
kicked her
himself again this
acupoint.
time.
She
He sat
instantly
and
froze
Lu
in the
Quan's
snow.
carriage.
The
He
leading
came
man
to
in
find
gray
Huang
squatted
Fuxian,
down
grabbed Emo Chen Shui's clothes,
because of the
and pulled
conflict
her in
with
front
Huang
of him.
Fuxian.
His
He was so
granddad didn't
angry
allow
that he
him
had
to
nowhere
nowhere
to
to
vent
vent
the
the
anger
anger
in
in his chest, so he could only go
His
there
gaze
secretly.
fell on Emo Chen
Huang
Shui's
Fuxian
slender
sat
white
by the
neck,
window
and a
daze.
trace of wickedness
Lena
appeared
was
in his
tidying up
eyes.
his clothes in
Immortal
his room.
Music House's
Lena
number
looked at
one
him strangely
courtesan.
and thought,
It is said that
ever
no
since the
man
young
has
master
taken
was
her
injured
virginity.
that day,
Why
he
don't
liked
you
to
submit
stare
to
to
us
his window
brothers
in a
today
daze and let you have
such
a
a
good
cold
time
day?
before you die?
Isn't he afraid of
Emo
freezing?
Chen Shui could not
He
speak
was
and could
obviously
not
a person
move.
who was afraid of
She
the
could
cold.
only stare at him
Young
fiercely.
master.
The leading
Lien
man
asked
asked
him,
tore Emo
"Do you
Chen
want me
Shui's
to close
clothes,
the window a
and a
little?"
large area of
No
snow
need.
white skin was
Huang
exposed to
Fuxian
the
said
cold air.
indifferently.
The leading
"Then I'll
man
pour
in
you a
gray
cup of hot
originally
tea."
just wanted to
Lien
humiliate
put down
and
the
intimidate
half-folded
her.
clothes and
He did
poured a
not
cup
really
of
want
hot
to do
broth
anything
into
to
her,
ginger
but this
tea.
body
Then
was
she
too
turned and walked
seductive.
toward Huang
Perhaps
Fuxian.
even a eunuch would
At
be
this
able
moment,
to act like
a
a real
small
man
round
if he
head
saw her.
suddenly popped out
The
of the
leading
window.
man in gray
Huang
tore off Emo
Fuxian's
Chen
eyes
Shui's
trembled.
skirt.
He
Tears
reached
of
out his hand
humiliation
and
and
pressed the
despair
little
fell
round
from
head
the
down.
corners of her eyes in
Lien,
big drops.
"What's wrong,
She
young
trembled,
master?"
desperate, but
Huang
could not help
Fuxian
but
said
think.
calmly,
"I'm
"Fortunately,
hungry.
it was me.
Hurry up and get me
Fortunately,
something
it
to
was
eat."
me."
The
Lien
moment
looked at
Emo
the
Chen
cup in
Shui
her hand,
closed her eyes,
then this
an
tea,
eagle's cry
Huang
suddenly
Fuxian
came
said
from above her
impatiently,
head.
"I don't want to
Immediately
drink it."
after,
A
pour it
cold
out.
and threatening red
Huang
tasseled
Fuxian was
spear
always
pierced
so
through the air.
temperamental.
With the
Lien
force of
didn't
thunder,
find it
it shot
strange
from
and
the
didn't
side of the
suspect
leading
anything.
man in gray.
She put down the
piercing
ginger
through his
tea
head
and
from
walked
his
out of the
temple.
room.
After making sure that she was far away, Huang Fuxian took back his hand that was pressing
Chapter
down on a certain
556.
someone's head. The
The
man in
small
the gray
mushroom
robe
head
who
really
had his
grew
head
out like
pierced
a
fell
mushroom.
sideways into the snow.
Little brother. killer. His brain and blood splattering all over the ground. To kill cute. This scene was too terrifying. Looked away. Being shot in the head by an arrow was enough to make one tremble in fear. Picked up little Not to mention a long and heavy red tasseled spear. And said regretfully, all the gray-robed men felt as if their heads had been pierced as well. Who took the blame for no reason. Cold and their bodies froze. They had killed countless people, but they had never seen such a method of murder. It was too cruel and too horrifying. Was a little high, but little Jin Kong was a smart kid. One have to possess to be able to shoot such a spear. Stepped on it. Who was it? He supported himself with both hands and stepped on the windowsill with one of his short legs. The snow-covered official road was suddenly filled with tension and fear. Looked at Little Mushroom. Another man in the gray robe took over from the previous man and began to give orders. Turned around on the windowsill. Draw your swords. He aimed his little but at Huang Fuxian and slid down the windowsill. Everyone was pulled back to reality by his voice. He would get hurt, and they all drew the scimitars, so he had no choice but to do so. At the same time, Huang Fuxian looked at the horse hooves that almost to be able to break through mountains. It took him a lot of effort to suppress the urge to poke him out of the windowsill. Everyone looked towards Little Jin Kong, turned around, a young man in green riding a vigorous horse galloping towards them. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the ordinary people would find Huang Fuxian annoying and unreasonable when they came. The moment the horse's hooves landed on the ground, Kong didn't feel that way at all. The young man reached out his hand. On the contrary, Little Jin Kong felt that he was very amiable. After all,
with a flick of his
Guyen
fingers,
always gave
he took
people a
off his
hard time
cloak
at
and
home.
used it to cover
However,
Emo Chenchua's
Guyen
body.
wasn't as vicious as
Emo
Huang
Chenchua
Fuxian.
lay in the cold
Guyen
snow,
was spoiled
watching
and
the
had a
young
small
man
temper,
galloping towards
but
her.
Huang Fuxian
He was
had
not
always
wearing
been
a
living in
mask,
the dark.
and his eyebrows were
His
cold.
heart was very obscure.
The eye-catching birthmark
He was
on the left
motionless
side
and
of his
lifeless
face
for
for
the
the whole
whole
afternoon, but had a hint
Sometimes
of
he was no
coldness and
different from
evil.
a corpse.
The young man
No one
was
liked
full
him.
of killing intent,
Or more accurately,
but he covered
no one
her
was
body
not
with a
afraid of
cloak.
him.
Children
Gujiao's
would cry
horse
out
did
loud
not
when they
stop.
saw him.
She pulled
As
out
for
her
his
red
father and
tasseled
mother,
spear,
as
and
long as he
immediately
showed his
attacked
legs,
the remaining
he would
5
always
people.
see an
This group
unexpected
of people was
expression
not
on their
weak.
faces. Together
That was
they were
really
as strong as
an
Skywolf.
expression that made him want to
However,
laugh
Gujiao
ferociously.
was not the Gujiao
Little
from
brother,
2 months
are
ago.
you waiting for me?
Her strength had
Little
recovered
Jing
a little.
Kong pointed at
Even
the
if she
place where he
fought
was
Sky
sitting.
Wolf again,
It
she
was
would
very
be
close to the
invincible.
window, and he could see the movement in the
and the 2
courtyard
sides
at a
began to
glance.
fight fiercely.
What are you waiting for?
One of the
Can you
gray-robed
eat or
men
drink?
suddenly thought of something
Huang
and pointed
Fuxian
at
asked
Gujiao.
angrily.
Her.
I have food.
She is the
Here you
hostage
go.
we want.
Little Jing
Gujiao
Kong took out a
clenched her
small
red
paper
tasseled
bag
spear
from his
and said
purse
coldly,
and opened it to
"Come
reveal
and
a
catch
few
me if you
shiny
have the
candied
ability."
fruits.
The 5
These
of
are
them
candied
attacked
fruits
Gujiao
made
with
by
all
my
their
granduncle.
What was
They're really,
surprisingly
really delicious.
that Gujiao's power was
Huang
not as
Fuxian,
described in the
did
letter.
this child not understand human language?
Logically
Huang Fuxian
speaking,
hated
the
eating
strength
such
of the
sweet
5
and
of them
greasy
should be
things.
enough to control
He
him.
also hated
But to
beautiful
be on the
children.
safe side,
Of
they
course,
added
he
one
hated
more
ugly
master.
people even more.
However, they were
In short,
completely
he didn't
unable
like
to gain
anyone.
an advantage over
Little
her.
brother, here you go.
Gujiao hated
Little
trouble,
Jing
and
Kong
she also
stuffed a
hated
paper bag
fancy
of
attacks.
candied fruits into
Shadows
his
were
hands.
bloodthirsty.
The child had
Her
just
killer
played in the
move was her
snow.
most powerful
His
move.
fingertips were
The
cold, but
gray-robed
his palms were
masters fell
sweaty
one
and
after
soft.
another. It was a
With
wonderful
Gujiao's
feeling.
last stab,
The last gray-robed
Little
master
Jing
fell
Kong
into a pool of
retracted his
blood.
little hand
However,
after
she
giving
did
him
not
the
kill
candied
this
fruit.
one. She
He
left
leaned
him
on the
alive.
armrest of his
Gujiao
wheelchair and
stabbed
looked at
her
him.
red-tasseled
Little
spear
brother,
into the snow
have you
and bent
recovered
down
from
to
your
wrap
injury?
Emo Chenchua in her
Yes.
cloak. Huang
Her
Fuxian
arms went
replied
around Emo
indifferently.
Chenchua's back
Let me
and
have a
knees,
look.
and she picked
Little
up her
Jing
cold
Kong
and
was a
stiff
strict
body.
kid.
At this
Seeing was
moment, the
believing.
Ministry of
Why are
Justice's
you so
carriage
troublesome?
arrived.
Huang
Huang
Fuxian
lifted the
muttered
curtain and
impatiently.
glanced at
He
Gujiao
wouldn't
and Emo
take the
Chenchua.
initiative to show his
He
injury
glanced
to
at the
others.
scene and understood
However,
what had happened.
when little Jing Kong
He hurriedly
stretched
got
out
off
his
the carriage
little
and
hand
called
to
the
grab his
coachman
hand
to the
again,
side.
he didn't
Gujiao
resist.
carried Emo
He felt
Chenchua
the
into
soft
the
touch of a
carriage.
cat's paw
Xiao
again.
Hing asked through
Little
the curtain,
Jing Kong looked
"Are you all
carefully.
right?"
After a
Gujiao
while, he
looked at
nodded
Emo
seriously.
Chenchua. Yes,
Emo
you're recovering
Chenchua's
well.
face was pale
The
as she
scab
shook
will
her
fall
head,
off in a few
indicating
days.
to Gujiao
Don't
that she
scratch
was
it.
fine.
Huang
Gujiao
Fuxian
replied,
snorted coldly.
"I'm fine.
I don't need you
Your
to
face
tell me
is covered
that.
in blood.
Little brother,
It's
your
not my
hands are so
blood."
beautiful.
Xiao Heng's
Little
expression
Jing Kong
relaxed.
grabbed his clean
Emo
and slender
Chenchua's
hands
body
and
was
didn't
shivering.
hide the admiration
The
in his
cloak was
eyes.
clearly not enough
Huang
to keep her
Fuxian's
warm.
hands were indeed
Gujiao
beautiful.
took off her winter
The joints
coat
were
and gave it to
distinct,
Emo
sensual,
and fair.
There was no
They
charcoal
were as
in the
delicate as
carriage.
jade carvings.
It was as cold as
This
ice.
was the first time
Suddenly
someone
there
praised
was a
his
knock
good
on the
looks,
door.
even though
Then
it was
a
only
slender
his hands.
hand handed in
He
an
was
official's
handicapped.
robe and winter coat.
Everyone who saw
It was
his legs
Xiao
would have a
Heng's.
look of disbelief.
There was only one
He knew
carriage
that
from
his
the
legs
Ministry
were
of
ugly when
Justice.
he was young.
Xiao Heng
Gradually,
could not get on
he
the
felt that his
carriage
whole
with Emo
body was
Chenchua
ugly.
in her current
He was
state.
an extremely
This
ugly
meant that he
person.
had to ride back.
He wasn't qualified
In a world
to be
of
a
ice and
disgrace.
snow,
How could
you're
a
really
civil
beautiful.
official like him
Little
withstand
Jing
it?
Kong held
Moreover,
Huang
he was
Fuxian's
going to
hand
enter
with
the
his
city
two chubby
later.
hands and looked
How
at
could
it over
he,
and
the
over
secretary
again.
of the
It
Ministry
was
of
said that
Justice,
children didn't
walk
know how to
around in
lie.
his underwear?
In fact, it wasn't
Gujiao
true.
did not reject
Children
all of
would
them,
even
but also
believe
did
their own
not
lies.
accept all of them.
However, no
She only
child
took
would
the
tell
winter
such an
coat and let
unnecessary
Xiao Heng
lie
put
to
on
a
the
handicapped
official's robe.
person like him.
Gujiao
He
got off
wouldn't
the
be able to
carriage
trick
and took
him
the
into
red
giving him
tasseled
food
spear
or
back to
toys.
the carriage.
Little Jing
She
Kong
said to
played
Xiao
with his
Heng,
hand.
"Oh right,
He
I
watched
left
as
one
little
alive.
Jing Kong
See
played
if
with
you
his
can
hand.
get anything out of
At
him."
this moment,
Lien
that one
came back.
Xiao Heng
Lien
pointed
was
at
shocked
the
to see the
expert
little guy
guy
who was lying
out of
alone
nowhere
on the
in the
side.
room.
That
Huang
expert was
Fuxian
pretending
wanted
to
to
be
stop her,
dead,
but it was too late.
Unfortunately, he could
Princess
not fool
Ning
Xiao
and was
Heng's
nearby.
eyes. She was
Hey, you
alerted
guys
by
go back
Lien's
first.
cry.
Leave the rest to
What
me.
happened?
Princess Ning
Gujiao got on
stood
the
at the
carriage.
door and asked.
The coachman
Lien
received Xiao
pointed
Heng's
into the
orders
room.
and sat on the outside
The child.
seat. He turned the
Princess Ning carriage around and
stepped
headed
into
back
the room
to the
and took a
capital.
closer look.
In the carriage,
She
Mo
recognized
Chenxue
little
leaned
Jing
against
Kong.
the wall.
Huang
She
Fuxian
gradually
subconsciously
regained her
withdrew
body's
his hand that
temperature
little
and
Jing
consciousness.
Kong was playing with.
She looked at
His
Gu
face
Jiao,
returned
who
to
seemed
its
to be
usual
resting with her
indifference.
eyes closed. However, no
She
one knew a
whispered,
son better
"Are
than
you
his
asleep?"
mother. The moment Princess Ning entered the room, she saw a different Huang
Gu
Fuxian.
Jiao opened her eyes
Princess
and looked
Ning
at her calmly.
smiled and walked
"How do you
over.
feel? Are you
Mo
Jing Kong?
Chenxue lowered
Do you
her
know
eyes
me?"
and whispered,
"Yes,
"It's like
you
a
are."
nightmare." Little
Gu
Jing
Jiao
Kong
reached
had
out
been
to
to
her.
Rinshou Palace
Mo
before.
Chenxue understood
Of
what
course,
she
he
meant.
had seen Princess
She slowly
Ning
raised her
and knew
hand
that
and
she was
handed her
Huang
wrist to Gu
Fuxian's mother.
Jiao. Gu Jiao
He
felt
rolled
her
his
pulse.
eyes and greeted her
From the
politely.
pulse,
She could see
Princess
that she had
Ning
suffered a
and-
little internal injury and her vitality
Princess
was
Ning
greatly damaged.
smiled gently
"Are
and
you
raised
hurt?"
her hand to touch
Gu
his cheek.
Jiao asked. Huang
"No."
Fuxian said.
Mo Chenxue
"Mother,"
said.
Princess
That person
Ning
did
An's
not
hand that
manage
was
to
about
reach
to
the
touch
last
little
step.
Jing Kong paused.
"Why are you here?"
She turned to look
Mo
at him and
Chenxue
smiled.
asked.
"Xiao
"What's
Zhou
wrong?"
brought me here."
Huang Fuxian
Otherwise,
said coldly,
she would not have
"I'm
been
tired.
able to find her
I
way.
want to rest.
Mo Chenxue
Princess
opened her
Ning
mouth and smiled
I mean,
helplessly
weren't
and
you
said to
drugged
him,
by me?
"That's your
How
fault.
can you still wake
Why
up?
didn't you tell me
Is
that
your
you have a new
alcohol
friend?
tolerance better than
Your friend
Hua
just
Xiao's?
arrived." You can
Hua
play with
Xiao
him
was
for
the
a while.
best drinker in the
There's no
immortal
need
music
to hurry
house.
to rest.
So far, no
I'm
one
tired.
could drink more than
Huang
her.
Fuxian's
7
eyelashes
days of
fluttered after he
intoxication
said
was
that.
her unique knockout
He quickly
drug that
added,
could even knock her
"He's
out.
not my friend."
Emo
His
Chinshue
bird
realized
flew to my
something and
courtyard.
stared at her with
He just
her
came in to look
almond-shaped
for his
eyes.
bird.
You didn't drink
Little
it, did
Jiu,
you?
who was teasing Huang
Yes.
Fuxian on
Gu
his
Jiao
pillow,
admitted
was
generously.
speechless.
That
Princess
night, Xiao
Ning
Heng
and
told her
smiled
about the
faintly.
immortal music house and
Since you're
mentioned
already
Emo
here,
Chinchue's
there's no harm
purpose
in
and the
making
young
friends.
master's order.
Jing Kong
When
is
Emo
Dr. Gu's
Chinchua
younger
handed
brother.
her the glass of
The
water,
Empress Dowager
she
loves
drank
him
it on
very
the
much.
surface but did not
It's not
swallow
wrong
it.
for you to be
She
friends.
wanted to see what
As
Emo
she spoke,
Chinchua would
she
do
bent
next.
down slightly and
Emo
looked at little
Chinchua
Jing
first
Kong
put her on the
gently.
bed and then dragged
Jing
out
Kong,
a person from
are you
under the
willing
bed.
to be friends with
It was
Brother
Hua
Xiao?
Xiao. Little
Emo
Jing
Chinchua
Kong
changed
nodded.
Hua Xiao
Princess
into her
Ning
clothes
and
and
reached
put on a
out to
veil.
rub his little head.
At this point,
Little
Gu
Jing
Jiao
Kong
could
stepped
almost
back
guess what
and held
Emo
his head with
Chinchua
his
would
2
do.
little hands.
The reason why she
He
did not
patted
immediately
immediately
stop
Emo
Emo
said,
Chinchua
I
was
can't
that
let
Emo
other women
Chinchua's
touch my
drug was
head.
really too strong.
Only Jiao Jiao can
Even if
touch
she
it.
did not swallow it,
Princess
she still
Ning
absorbed
and
some of
chuckled.
it after holding it in
I
her
won't
mouth for
touch
a
it.
long time.
She turned
She
to look
slept
outside
for an
the
hour.
door.
Fortunately,
Emo
go get the
Chinchua did
chestnut
not walk
cake
from
too
my room.
fast.
Yes.
Otherwise, when she
Lien
arrived, the
returned and
tragedy
left.
would have already
Not
happened.
long after, she
Killing
came
the
back
man
with
would
a
not
plate
help.
of exquisite
Emo
chestnut
Chinchua
cake.
did not ask
Princess
Gu Jiao
Ning
when she
and
began
took
to
it and
suspect
personally
her.
took a piece
She
to
was
little
too
Jing
embarrassed
Kong.
to ask, and there was no
This is
need
the
to
chestnut
ask.
cake I made
She
myself.
approached her for
It
another
tastes
purpose.
different from the ones in
Now
the
that the
palace.
matter was
Jing
exposed,
Kong
she
tried.
still came to save
Little
her.
Jing Kong
Next time,
hesitated.
take me with you.
But Jiao
Gu
Jiao
Jiao
said that I can't eat
don't
other
do
people's
stupid
food.
things alone.
Princess
Emo
Ning and
Chinchua
smiled.
stared at her.
I'm not other
After
people.
a long while,
I'm your
she lowered her
granddad's
head
daughter.
and answered in a
We're
low
family.
voice.
Yes.
Little Jing Kong
Gu
thought
Jiao
about
took
it
Emo
seriously.
Chinchua back to the medical
Then
center.
you and I are family
On the
too.
other side,
Princess
Xiao
Ning
and the bailiffs of the
nodded.
Ministry of
Of
Justice
course you're
brought the
family.
survivor
It should
back
be
to the
edible
Ministry
if
of
it's
Justice,
family's food,
together
right?
with Hua Xiao,
Little Jing
who
Kong
fainted
swallowed
nearby.
his saliva
Hua
and took the
Xiao was
cake that
drugged with
Princess
7
Ning
days of
and handed to him.
intoxication and would not wake up for
Unexpectedly,
7
before
days
he
and
could
7
put it
nights.
into his mouth,
Xiao
Huang
Heng
Fuxian
temporarily
slapped the
put her
back
in
of
a
his
separate
hand.
cell. He felt
The
the
man
pain
in
on
the
the
gray
back
robe
of his
was
hand
taken
and
to the
loosened his
torture
grip,
room.
dropping
There was
the
a
cake.
poison sac in
Huang
his mouth,
Fuxian said
which was
coldly,
found by
"Who
Xiao
allowed
Heng
you
and
to eat
taken
our
out.
food?
I'm not giving it to you."
After
Princess
that,
Ning
he
said,
tried to commit suicide by biting his tongue several
seemed to be
times.
very angry.
Xiao Heng
In a
simply
fit of
gave him a
pique,
little
he
bone
knocked over
softening
the plate
powder.
in Princess Ning
Xiao Heng
An's
was the
hand
head
and
of
all
the
the
Ministry
cakes
of
fell to
Justice,
the ground.
so
Princess
interrogating
Ning
prisoners
An's
was
face
not
darkened.
within his authority.
However,
Huang
when he
Fuxian
personally
roared at
applied to
Princess
Minister
Ning
Xing
and,
to be
"You can't
interrogated
let
by
other
him,
people eat my
Minister
food.
Xing readily
I hate it
agreed.
when you're nice to
The
others."
man in the gray robe
Little
sat
Jing
weakly on
Kong
the
looked
iron
at Huang
chair in the
Fuxian
center
with
of the
hurt
torture
and said
room.
sullenly,
Behind him was
"I
a
won't
scaffold
steal
for
mother
holding
from
the
you."
prisoner, and on the walls on
I
both
have
sides
Jiao
were
Jiao.
hung all kinds
Huang
of torture
Fuxian didn't
instruments
seem to
used
hear
for
his
torture.
explanation at
The
all.
torture room was
He
dim
said
and
with
there
a
was no
disgusted
candlelight.
face, "Go away.
There was only a stove
I don't
half
want
the
to
height
see
of a
you.
person on the
In the
right side of
future,
the door.
if your bird
On the
dares to
stove
fly
was a
into my
red-hot
yard,
iron.
I'll kill
Xiao
it
Heng
and make a
sat
pot of
opposite
eagle
the
soup."
man in the gray robe.
Little Jiao,
The stove was only a few steps away from
suddenly
him.
felt that it
The
wasn't
light of the
delicious
fire
anymore.
reflected on the right
Little
side
Jing
of his
Kong
handsome
hung his
face,
head and pulled
making
on
half of
Little
his
Jiao's
wing
wing
as
as
he
he
left
left
half
pitifully.
of the fire.
Little Jiao,
For no
who was
reason,
sitting on
there
the
was a
ground
sense
and
of
being
gloominess
dragged
and
around like a
coldness.
mop, was
"You leave
speechless.
first."
Princess
Xiao
Ning
Heng
said to
and
the
looked
two
at Huang
bailiffs in the
Fuxian
torture
without
room,
blinking.
"Yes, Lord
The
Xiao."
atmosphere in the room
The
suddenly
bailiffs were
became
under
strange.
Minister Xing's
The
orders.
inner felt that a
They
storm
listened
was
to
about
Xiao
to
Heng's
come.
orders. However,
Xiao
Princess
Heng
Ning
changed his
and
image
only
of
took
a
a
good
few
official.
deep breaths in the end. His
She
expression was
slowly
cold
exhaled
and even carried
turned
a
around
trace
and
of
walked out.
ruthlessness. "You go out
He
too."
looked at the man
Huang
in the gray
Fuxian
robe
said,
and said,
"Who
"Lianer,
ordered you?"
who had just stepped
The man
over
in
the
the gray
threshold,
robe was someone who had
resentfully
seen many
retracted her
storms
foot.
and could be considered
Huang
calm.
Fuxian was the only one
He
left
lay
in the
weakly
big
on the
room.
chair, his head
He
tilted,
looked at the quiet
and his body
courtyard as
unable
if
to
no one
move.
had ever been there.
When he heard Xiao
It was
Heng's
as if he
words,
was the
laughed
only one in the
coldly.
vast world
"When
from
your
the beginning
Yamen
to the end.
investigates a case,
This was good.
don't you start
This
by
was the
asking
best.
the identity
You
of the
didn't need
prisoner.
friends.
Won't
You
you
didn't
ask
need
who I
pity.
am?"
He didn't need
Xiao
happiness.
Heng looked at him indifferently.
They approached him with
Your
pity
name
and
is
sympathy,
Baikuin from
but in
Fu
the end,
City.
they all
You were
abandoned
25
him
years
with fear
old
and
this year.
disgust. Your
He was
parents
already
passed
tired
away
of it.
3 years ago.
Little brother.
You have no brothers
That
or
little
sisters and
mushroom
no
actually
family.
grew out from
When
under
you
the
were young,
windowsill
you
again.
studied at Mr.
Huang
Lu's private
Fuxian
school
was so
in Fu
shocked that
City
he
for 2
staggered
years.
and rolled out of the
Because
wheelchair.
of your naughty nature, you were expelled from the school. Later, your parents sent you to a blacksmith shop as an apprentice.
Novels with inner
After 2
content
years
that
of
can't be
studying,
found on the
you were
internet
expelled by the
available
blacksmith
here.
shop owner
Huang
for stealing.
Fuxian fell to the
You
ground
moved
in a
from
very
place to place
embarrassing
and
way.
finally caught the
When
eye of
little
a
Jin
martial
Kong
arts teacher.
slid down from the
Your talent
windowsill
was
to
now
help him,
bad. He was
in just a
rejected
few years,
mercilessly.
you were able to
He
practice
supported
martial
himself
arts.
with both hands
When you
and
were
sat
22
back in the
years
wheelchair
old,
with
your parents
difficulty.
passed away
His
one after
cheeks were
another.
red, not
After
knowing
you
if it
buried
was
them, you
because of
left Fu
anger
City.
or embarrassment.
Since then there
There
has
was
been
a
no
strange
news of you.
feeling in his heart.
The man
like
in
a
the gray
surging
robe
tide.
looked at Xiao Heng
He
with a
didn't know
face
what was
full of
wrong
shock.
with him.
Little
Xiao
Jin
Heng
Kong
walked
put his
step by
hands
step
behind
behind
his
his back,
that
tilted his
excessively
head and
handsome
looked at him
face had a
cutely.
pair of sinister
Little
eyes.
brother, are you
How is
shy?
it? Am I
I'm
right?
not. Huang
No,
Fuxian's
no,
face was
I'm
red
not
and he said
Baikuin.
angrily. The man
Little
in the gray
Jin Kong
robe shook
said,
his head with
"Oh."
all his might.
Huang Fuxian
However,
thought,
the
what's
effect
with
of
that
the tone
bone
of
softening
disbelief
powder made him
Huang
unable to
Fuxian
move at
said
all.
coldly, "What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you
Xiao
to
Heng
leave?"
bent down slightly
No,
and looked
didn't
at him
the little
closer.
guy leave already?
He said
Why
indifferently,
did he come back
"Is
after
it
saying
important
such
that you
hurtful
are
words?
Baikuin?"
Little
The
clear
man in the
sky
gray
said
robe was
honestly,
shocked again.
I did leave,
Xiao
but I
Heng took
remembered
out a
that there is
confession
something
letter
I
from
forgot
the
to tell
wide
you.
sleeve of his
Little
official's
Jing
robe.
Kong was a child
He also
with a lot
took out
of
a
plans.
box of cinnabar
He would
ink.
definitely do
The
what he
man in
planned.
the gray robe
Otherwise,
suddenly had
sure
an
you
ominous
wouldn't have been
premonition.
troubled every day
You,
because
what do you
Guyen
want to
didn't
do?
follow his lunch
Xiao
plan.
Heng flicked the confession
What's the
letter.
matter? His slender fingers opened the box of ink and then grabbed the man in the gray robe's hand.
Pointed at his stump
The
under
man
the
in the
blanket
gray
again.
robe tried to
Huang
struggle,
Fuxian's
but he
pupils
had been
shrank.
drugged with the bone
His leg was
softening
his
powder.
temple. How
No
could
one
he have
could
any
touch it,
strength?
no one could look
His
at it,
eyes
and
were
no
as
one
big
could
as
mention
copper
it.
bells.
Huang Fuxian's
roared,
aura became
"You
cold.
are an official of the
Little
Imperial
Jing Kong
Court.
finished his words
If you do
without
this,
being
you will be
affected.
beheaded."
Jiao Jiao has a
Heng
way to
said,
help you stand up
"Oh, is
again.
that so?"
Huang
The man in
Fuxian's
the gray
eyes
robe
moved
said,
slightly. You are
"There
crazy.
was a very short moment
when
when his
your
heart
official.
suddenly tightened.
I want to see
but it
the
was
Minister
only for
of
a moment.
Justice.
You
Soon,
can't beat
his
me
heart
into a
returned to the
confession.
state of still water.
Xiao Heng said,
He had heard
"I
such
didn't
words
beat
too
you
many times.
I don't confess.
There were countless witch doctors,
I
and
didn't
even
confess.
legendary doctors
It wasn't
in the
me.
frontier fortress who could cure him.
The man in
It
the
was
gray
laughable
robe was
that the
so
young
flustered
masters
that he
spoke
spoke
incoherently.
In the end, without
Xiao Heng
exception,
ignored
he
his
was just
struggle and
coaxing him.
complaints.
In the
He
end,
was not
he came
the kind
to
of
terms
person
with the
who was
fact that
cold
his
on the
legs were
outside
not
but
twigs.
soft on the inside.
If they were broken
His
in the
heart
winter,
was
they would
black.
grow back in the
However,
spring.
there was
He
no
would
need
never
for
have
him
a
to
pair of
disguise
legs again
himself
in
in
this
a place where
lifetime,
Gu Jiao
let
couldn't
alone
see.
the opportunity to
Xiao
stand
Heng
up.
expressionlessly
Little
grabbed
Jing
his
Kong
hand.
said seriously.
He first pressed
Jiao
the ink,
Jiao said that
then
as long
pressed
as
a
you
bright
work hard,
red handprint
you will
on the
definitely
confession
be able
letter.
to stand up
The
again.
torture chamber was a
hard
place
work.
where important
Huang
criminals were
Fuxian
tortured.
smiled coldly.
Ordinary
Even if
criminals
he
would
could
not be
stand
sent
up,
here,
it must be in a
and those
dream.
who were sent here
The
would
funny
basically
thing
have
was
a
that he
layer
had
of
been
their skin
disabled
peeled
for so
off.
long that he
In
had
order
even
to
forgotten
isolate the
feeling of
screams of the
standing up.
criminals,
He
the
could
door
not
of
even
the
dream
torture
of that
chamber
kind
was
of
made to be
realistic
extremely
feeling.
soundproof.
The Yamen runners
Huang
in the
Fuxian
corridor
did not
hear
seriously
the commotion
consider whether the
inside.
Jiao Jiao mentioned
About
by
an
Little
hour
Jing
later,
Kong was
Xiao
a
Heng
swindler
came
or
out of the
not.
torture chamber
Perhaps
with
he
a
was
tired
just trying to
face.
deceive a child.
His forehead and neck were
He said
covered in
indifferently,
sticky sweat.
"Don't waste
His
your time,
chest
little
rose and
brat.
fell slightly.
I can't
and his
stand
breathing
up."
was short.
Little Jing Kong
He
said
pretended to be
confidently,
calm,
"If
but
Jiao
there seemed
Jiao
to be a
says you
trace
can
of
do it, then you
reluctance in
can."
his eyes.
Next time,
When the
I will
Yamen
bring
runners
Jiao
saw
Jiao to
this,
see you.
they hurriedly went
After
to
saying
inform
that,
Minister
he
Shing.
jumped over
Minister
the window
Shing hurriedly
hurriedly
rushed
skipped
away.
over.
Little
Jing
Jing
what
Kong
happened to
returned
you?
to Rinshou
Xiao
Palace.
Heng looked at
Eunuch
Minister
Qing
Shing
went
with
to
a
do some
complicated
errands and Empress
expression.
Dowager
"I'm
Zhuang was
fine."
alone in the bedroom.
However, the criminal
Little Jing Kong
committed
walked in
suicide out of
energetically
fear
and
of
looked at
punishment.
Empress Dowager
Minister
Zhuang.
Shing was stunned.
He put his hands
He
on
was
his
somewhat
hips and
surprised
said,
that the other
"Great
party
hand.
would commit
You stole
suicide
food
out of
again.
fear of punishment.
I'm going to tell Jiao
Then
Jiao."
did he confess?
Empress Dowager
Minister Shing
Zhuang almost
asked.
choked to death
Xiao
with a
Heng
mouthful
presented
of
the
candied
document
fruit.
in his hand
Little
as if
Jing
relieved of
Kong
a heavy
came over
burden.
and confiscated
Fortunately,
her candied
I did
fruit.
not fail my mission.
Empress Dowager
By
Zhuang
Kun
grabbed the
confessed.
candied fruit
This
box
is by
tightly.
Kun's confession
I
letter.
saved these candied
Minister
fruits
Shing
these days.
hurriedly took the confession
Little Jing
letter
Kong
and
said
carefully read it
seriously,
from top to
Jiao
bottom,
Jiao
from
said
right
that
to
candied
left.
fruits can't be saved. You can't eat what you didn't
The
eat
more he
before
read,
either.
the more
Anyway, you
dignified
can
his
only eat
expression
5
became.
candied fruits a day.
This person was
Great
indeed
Aunt has
related
already
to Immortal
eaten 5
Music
candied
House.
fruits. At the end
Empress
of the confession
Dowager
letter,
Zhuang
the
insisted
young
on
master
defending
of
her
Immortal
candied
Music
fruits.
House was mentioned.
Was it easy for
It
her
was
to
written
save
in
so
black
much?
and white.
Give it to
Immortal
me.
Music House's
Empress
young
Dowager
master,
Zhuang said
Zhao Country's
majestically.
princess,
No.
calls the present
Little
emperor
Jing
elder
Kong
brother.
said without showing
Minister
any
Shing
weakness.
felt as if he was
The
struck
old
by
woman and
lightning.
the young man each grabbed the 2 ends of the box and stared at each other. It seemed that an invisible contest had started
Chapter
in the bedroom.
557.
Empress Dowager,
Minister Shing
His
had
Majesty has
absolute
sent
trust
some
in
snacks
Xiao
over.
over.
Firstly,
At the door,
Xiao
a little
Lulang was
palace
just a
maid
weak scholar.
reported. He
Empress
couldn't kill a
Dowager
vicious
Zhuang
criminal
looked
to
at Little
Little
Jing
Jing
Kong fiercely.
Secondly, Xiao
go.
Lulang had always
Little
given
Jing
people the
Kong
impression
also
that he
looked at
stood
Great
aloof
Aunt
from
fiercely.
worldly affairs and
No.
was honest and
Empress
upright.
Dowager Zhuang
Anyone
took a deep
could fake
breath
a crime,
and slowly
but
let
Xiao
go.
Lulang wouldn't.
Okay, I will give it to
Minister
you.
Shing
I
wasn't
will
worried
give it
that
to you.
Xiao Lulang would fake
Little
a
Jing
crime.
Kong raised his
Instead, he
eyebrows
was
and
worried
showed
that
a
Xiao
victorious
Lulang
smile.
would feel guilty if
Go
he
and
saw
see
a
what
living
snacks
person
are
die
there.
in front of him.
Empress Dowager
That would
Zhuang
leave a
said to
shadow in
Little
his
Jing
heart
Kong.
and prevent him from
Okay.
solving the case.
Little Jing Kong
Minister
put the
Shing
box on
didn't
the table
remember
and
that
ran
Xiao
to the
Heng
door
used
to
take
take
the
the
snacks.
snacks. He had
Empress
even Dowager Zhuang looked at little Nine, why would he be afraid of a dead with his wings on the crabapple tree? The main reason was that Xiao Heng looked like he had suffered a blow. Little Nine, if I had used a heavier dose, he wouldn't have been able to recover his strength so quickly for no reason, commit suicide out of fear of punishment. After the 15th day to get more information out of the Zhao nation. That's right. The imperial court that person only told him about the upcoming imperial court, but didn't say which princess it was. Preparations. This was where Xiao Heng was smart. Sometimes through the memorials little bit of the cabinet, as well as the various voices he had his spies gather. Minister Xing patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. There were many people who've already done very well. Princess Ning, and if it were someone else, they might not have been able to get any clues. I'm just trying to reason with him. Xiao Heng was halfway through his sentence when a hint of hesitation flashed across his face. Minister Xing said to the two bailiffs, "You two go in and clean up. Luleng, come with me." Yes. Xiao Heng followed Minister Xing to his duty room. Do you have something to say? Minister Xing asked. Xiao Heng said, Bai Kuan didn't commit suicide out of fear of punishment. He didn't dare to say who the mastermind was, so he bit his tongue and committed suicide. Minister Xing looked strangely at the document that had just been placed on the table. Then this confession, Xiao Heng nodded. The confession is true. I used some acupuncture on him, but that's all he dared to say. He was very secretive about that person's name and refused to say it no matter what. This was more reasonable. Minister Xing was puzzled just now. Why would an assassin commit suicide for fear of punishment? If he had such awareness, would he still be an assassin? Minister Xing said thoughtfully, "It seems like that person's methods are impressive. That's why the assassin didn't dare to say her name. But who could it be? Since she called Jin Shang imperial brother, she must be Jin Shang's younger sister." The previous emperor had many children and 7 princesses, but only 4 were younger than the emperor. They were Princess Ningyan, Princess Xinyang, Princess Diqing, and Princess Huiqing. Among them, Princess Diqing died of illness 2 years ago. Princess Huiqing's birth mother was the previous emperor's cousin and was given the title of Ling Jiaoyi. Ling Jiaoyi was favored in her early years, but after giving birth to Princess Huiqing, she was a fool. Later, both mother and daughter lost favor. So, was this young master of Xian Le House a fool for Princess Huiqing, Princess Xinyang, or Princess Ningyan? I'll go to the imperial palace. In addition, Bai Kuan committed suicide for fear of punishment. Yes, torture easily made people think of torture. In order to not bring unnecessary trouble to Xiaoheng, Minister Xing decided to punish Bai Kuan in the name of committing suicide for fear of punishment. As for whether he could convince others, it was up to Minister Xing's ability. Minister Xing reminded, "His Majesty may summon you. You only need to remember that you didn't use torture. You used reason and emotion to persuade him to confess." Yes. Xiaoheng said, "Darren, there's one more thing I forgot to say." Minister Xing asked, "What is it?" Xiaoheng said seriously, "Hua Xiao is in cahoots with them. She is also an important witness. I think she should know something." Regarding what happened before returning to the Ministry of Justice, Xiaoheng also wrote a letter explaining the details. In the letter, he said that Mo Qianxue was still alive and approached Gu Jiao as a patient. However, he omitted the fact that the two knew each other. He only said that Gu Jiao didn't know that she was a courtesan of Xian Le House and thought that she was just an ordinary patient. As a benevolent doctor, she picked her up halfway and brought her back to the medical center for treatment. During this time, the assassins of Xian Le House came to assassinate Mo Qianxue once. In fact, they wanted to confuse her and let Mo Qianxue take the opportunity to kill Gu Jiao. However, Gu Jiao, who didn't know the truth, risked her life to protect Mo Qianxue and even got injured. Mo Qianxue was moved by Gu Jiao's actions and gave up the idea of assassinating Gu Jiao. 3 days ago, Hua Xiao of Xian Le House found Mo Qianxue and urged her to lure Gu Jiao out of the capital. Mo Qianxue knew that Gu Jiao would be in danger this time, so she couldn't do it. Therefore, Mo Qianxue thought of a way. She drugged Gu Jiao and Hua Xiao and let Hua Xiao disguise herself as Gu Jiao and abscond in the name of sending Gu Jiao out of the capital. Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng had their eyes on her and chased her out of the city. After that, they killed the masters and captured Hua Xiao and took them back to the Ministry of Justice. Minister Xing knew about Gu Jiao. She was the miraculous doctor of the medical center and Xiaoheng's wife. The mastermind behind the scenes seemed to have a grudge against Gu Jiao or had a conflict of interest with Gu Jiao. Princess Huiqing could be ruled out. Putting aside the fact that she was a fool, she didn't live in the capital and had never seen Gu Jiao. She had no interest with Gu Jiao. Then only Princess Xinyang and Princess Ningyan, who had returned to the capital in the past year, were left. "Sir, there's something I don't know if I should say." "Luleng, go ahead." The prince consort was killed by the Gu siblings. Minister Xing was stunned in the duty room for a long time. This was a serious matter that involved the royal family. Minister Xing had to report to His Majesty first. Xiaoheng knew that Minister Xing would go to His Majesty. With concubine Jing's example, Xiaoheng wouldn't leave the decision to His Majesty alone. He wanted the whole world to know and all the officials to know. It was best if His Majesty wanted to find out who was the mastermind behind the scenes. If he didn't, then let the whole world force him to do it. Minister Xing's carriage ran into Grand Secretary Yuan's carriage halfway. His official rank was lower than Grand Secretary Yuan's, so he naturally had to get off the carriage and salute him. He didn't expect the old chancellor to be in Grand Secretary Yuan's carriage. In terms of official rank, Minister Xing was 1.5 ranks higher than the chancellor of the Imperial College. However, everyone knew that the old chancellor was an important official of 2 dynasties and His Majesty's trusted aide. He was someone who could compete with Grand Secretary Yuan in seniority. Both sides greeted each other politely. Grand Secretary Yuan gave him a look and asked, Minister Xing, you look like you're in a hurry. Did something happen? This. It wasn't convenient for Minister Xing to divulge the details of the case, so he only said, "It's the case of Immortal Music House. There's a bit of progress, so this humble official is planning to report to His Majesty." The old chancellor asked with a puzzled expression, "What kind of progress needs to alarm His Majesty? Could this case be related to His Majesty?" Minister Xing smiled in embarrassment. This humble official can't say too much. I hope Grand Secretary Yuan and Chancellor Hua can forgive me. It's fine. Grand Secretary Yuan nodded in a reasonable manner and raised his hand to indicate for him to return to his carriage. Minister Xing cupped his hands in salute. Then this humble official will take his leave. The moment he turned around, the old chancellor suddenly cried out in pain and fell out of Grand Secretary Yuan's carriage. His fall was too technical, perfectly avoiding the coachman's hand to catch him. Minister Xing's expression changed and he hurriedly reached out to catch him. Although he did catch him, his sleeves were also torn, and 2 documents fell out in a voluminous manner. "Let me pick them up, let me pick them up." The old chancellor didn't wait for himself to stabilize his body and bent down to pick up a confession letter as well as the case file Xiaoheng wrote. He pretended to look at the documents in his hands carelessly. How could this be? Minister Xing hurriedly took the documents and folded them before stuffing them back into his other sleeve. He said with a flustered expression, "Farewell." The old chancellor returned to Grand Secretary Yuan's carriage. Grand Secretary Yuan looked at him with a solemn expression. The old chancellor looked as if he was struck by lightning as he said in a daze, "Old Yuan, guess what I saw?" Grand Secretary Yuan frowned. "Am I that familiar with you? Why did you call Old Yuan?" Even though Grand Secretary Yuan and the old chancellor had both served the imperial court for many years, their relationship wasn't that close. The only relationship was that the two of them were friends with Elder Feng at the same time. It was just that Elder Feng and the old chancellor were closer. The reason why the old chancellor was in Grand Secretary Yuan's carriage today was because Grand Secretary Yuan had met the old chancellor whose carriage had broken down. The old chancellor had asked him shamelessly if he could give him a ride. Could this Grand Secretary Yuan refuse? Even if he was unwilling, he had to let him get on the carriage. This was what happened after that. The old chancellor said with a terrified expression, "I saw the confession letter from the Ministry of Justice. It said that the young master of Immortal Music House was actually the princess of Zhao country's imperial family, His Majesty's younger sister." Was the confession letter what you were holding there? Grand Secretary Yuan exposed him in a second. Old Chancellor, Grand Secretary Yuan, also you purposely fell down and tore Lord Xing's sleeve. Do you think I'm blind? Old Chancellor, the Master of Tea Arts had finally met his match. Old Chancellor, anyway I saw it. I also told you that when news about this case appeared in the capital, I will say that it came from your Yuan family. The highest realm of a Master of Tea Arts was flipping the teacup and spilling the tea. Then there was no need to pretend anymore. The corner of Grand Secretary Yuan's mouth twitched. Can you still be a little more shameless? The old chancellor stretched his legs and lazily leaned against the wall of the carriage. I can't. Grand Secretary Yuan, how did the late emperor accept such a shameless thing? Chapter 558. Minister Xing entered the palace to see the emperor. The emperor was reviewing memorials in the imperial study. Hearing eunuch Wei's report, he let someone bring him in. This humble subject kowtows in salute to your majesty. Minister Xing respectfully saluted. The emperor sat behind the desk and put down a memorial that he had reviewed. He picked up another one and asked, "Why did Minister Xing suddenly enter the palace?" Minister Xing hesitated and said, "This subject has something to report." The emperor opened the memorial. What matter can't wait until the morning court? Minister Xing thought, it can wait until the morning court, but I'm afraid you won't be happy if I say it in front of the civil and military officials. Speaking of which, I met the old chancellor and Grand Secretary Yuan on the way. The old chancellor shouldn't have seen the contents of the document clearly, right? He only glanced at it. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have seen it clearly. Even if he saw it clearly as an old subject, he wouldn't publicize it. Thinking of this, Minister Xing secretly felt relieved. Minister Xing cupped his hands and said respectfully, "It's a case. This humble subject can't decide whether to say it in the court or not." The emperor asked, "What case?" Minister Xing answered truthfully, "The case of Immortal Music House." Immortal Music House? The emperor frowned. The most famous brothel in the capital. Your Majesty also knows about it? Minister Xing was surprised. No wonder he was so surprised. Immortal Music House's reputation seemed great, but in the end, it was just a brothel. The imperial city had a clear hierarchy. Crossing the hierarchy barrier was harder than ascending to heaven. As long as the emperor wasn't interested in visiting a brothel, he wouldn't pay attention to it. I've only heard of it. The emperor didn't care much. Does a brothel case need to be mentioned in the court? Minister Xing said with a complicated expression. This case involves a lot of people and is related to the imperial family. The emperor said indifferently, which prince went to the brothel and had an accident? It's fine if it's a prince, but I'm afraid you won't be so embarrassed. Minister Xing understood that if he stuck out his head, he would still be stabbed. He had to say it even if he didn't want to. The courtesan of Immortal Music House died on the 7th day of the new year. The emperor had an impression of the 7th day of the new year. That was the day the army returned, and it was also the day he saw Ningyan again. Why did something happen on such a good day? The emperor frowned. At first, Minister Xing thought it was just a civilian murder case. There was no need to alarm the emperor, so he didn't mention it in court. Minister Xing continued, but after this humble subject investigated, I unexpectedly discovered that the courtesan of Xianle House was actually not dead. She had faked her death and found a substitute to escape. Her real purpose was to get close to Dr. Gu of the medical hall. The emperor did not have much interest in the affairs of a courtesan in a brothel. When he heard this, his expression changed. Which clinic is Dr. Gu from? The clinic next to the girls' school is called Miracle Hands Hall. Minister Xing was not clear about the relationship between the emperor and Gu Jiao. In order to attract the emperor's attention, he added, Dr. Gu is Xiao Liulang's wife. Xiao Lulang was the new top scorer personally appointed by the emperor. The emperor should have some care for him. In fact, Gu Jiao was also the daughter of Marquis Ding and Fu. It was just that Gu Jiao herself had never admitted it. The emperor's eyes carried a bit of coldness. Why would a courtesan from a brothel approach a doctor from a medical hall? Minister of Justice, assassination. Assassination. Little godly doctor? The emperor's expression became doubtful and dignified. You just said that Xianle House's case was related to the imperial family. Could it be that the imperial family ordered the courtesan to harm Dr. Gu? Minister Xing did not directly answer. Instead, he took out the confession and case file from the wide sleeve that he had sewn on the way. The emperor took the confession and case file. He recognized that it was Xiao Liulang's handwriting. Xiao Lulang held the position of Minister of Justice. In Gu Jiao's words, he was Minister Xing's secretary and spokesperson. If he did well, he could become the Secretary General of the Ministry of Justice. It was normal for him to write the case file and confession. Of course, not all confessions were written by officials of the Ministry of Justice. A portion of the confessions were personally written by criminals. The confession clearly stated that Bai Kuan was illiterate. Therefore, Minister of Justice Xiao Lulang wrote it on his behalf. After the emperor finished reading it, he slapped the confession on the table. Preposterous. Who interrogated the criminal? Minister Xing, in order to avoid new problems, simply said to the emperor, it was this official who personally interrogated him. Xiao Lulang temporarily wrote on the side. The position of Minister of Justice's official was usually filled by the Yamen's litigation master. However, if the litigation master was not in the Yamen, Shi Yi could be appointed by the Minister of Justice. Xiao Lulang came from Hanlin Academy. It was not to the extent that he did not even have the qualifications to be an official. If it was someone else who was trying the case, the emperor was afraid that he would re-examine the case. However, Minister Xing and Xiao Lulang were officials that the emperor had personally promoted. The emperor still trusted the two of them. The emperor did not know much about Xiao Liulang's ability to solve cases. If it was only Xiao Lulang trying the case alone, the emperor was afraid that he might have been deceived. However, Minister Xing was a veteran at solving cases. He would not be fooled by a thief. Could it be that it was really done by a princess of the imperial family? But wasn't this very absurd? She called the present emperor older brother. In other words, the young master behind the scenes of Immortal Music House was his younger sister. He only had 3 younger sisters, Ningyan, Xanyang, and Huaiqing. Of these 3, no matter which one, it did not seem like they were suspicious. There was no need to mention Ningyan. She was such a kind and pure person. How could she associate herself with the power of a brothel and do something that would harm the little godly doctor? Huaiqing was a fool. She did not have this ability. Could not be Xanyang. Xianyang was indeed a powerful character. Among so many princesses, she did not have the protection of her mother, nor did she have the special favor of her father, but she had never suffered at the hands of anyone. She had also received the great marriage that her father had prepared for her before he passed away. She was indeed a woman with skill. But she had no reason to frame the little godly doctor. Minister Xing ventured to ask, "Does your majesty have any clues?" The emperor unhappily said, "What clues do I have? Are you sure you have not been deceived by the murderer?" Although the emperor trusted Minister Xing's ability, he would rather suspect that Minister Xing's judgment was wrong if he had to suspect his own sister. Now that things had progressed to this point, Minister Xing had a guess in his heart. It was just that there was no conclusive evidence at the moment. Xiao Lulang could tell him that the prince consort was killed by the Gu siblings. This was the internal investigation of the case by the Ministry of Justice, providing effective clues to speculate on the motive of the real murderer behind the scenes. But he could not say this to the emperor. Just as Minister Xing was thinking about how to speak to the emperor, Eunuch Wei's voice came from outside the imperial study. "Princess Ningyan, why are you here?" "I stewed some ginseng soup for my royal brother." "Is he inside?" "Ah." He was inside, but she did not know if it was convenient. "Ningyan, come in," the emperor said. Eunuch Wei smiled and stepped aside. "Princess, please." Princess Ningyan carried the food box in one hand and slightly lifted her skirt with the other as she stepped into the imperial study. Minister Xing turned and bowed to Princess Ningyan. "This is..." Princess Ningyan looked at Minister Xing in astonishment. The emperor introduced, "This is the minister of the Ministry of Justice. His surname is Xing, so it is Lord Xing." Princess Ningyan nodded. "Sorry for the lack of manners." Minister Xing bowed with his hands clasped in front. "I do not dare." Princess Ningyan said embarrassedly, "It seems that I have come at a bad time. If I had known that my royal brother was discussing official business with the ministers, I would have come later." The emperor said, "It does not matter. It is just a groundless case. Since you are here, you can take a look." As the emperor spoke, he handed the confession and the file to Princess Ningyan. Princess Ningyan placed the food box on the table and took the file to read. While she was reading the document, Minister Xing was secretly looking at her. The more Princess Ningyan read, the more surprised she became. In the end, she frowned. It was actually someone from the imperial family who tried to kill Dr. Gu? But why? Minister Xing's heart flashed with a trace of doubt. Princess Ningyan did not look guilty at all. Could it be that they had guessed wrong? Logically speaking, it was not enough to just have a motive. They also needed the time and evidence of the crime, commonly known as witnesses and material evidence. The emperor snorted, "You also think it is absurd, don't you?" Ningyan suddenly lowered her eyes and smiled bitterly. "His Majesty only has 3 younger sisters, and among the 3 of them, only I have interacted with Dr. Gu the most. The prince consort died at the hands of her and Gu Shizhi, so it seems that I am the most suspicious." The emperor's face darkened. "Nonsense. How could you do that? In my opinion, it is obvious that someone has bad intentions and wants to slander the imperial family." Princess Ningyan sighed, "But didn't the murderer confess?" The emperor coldly said, "The murderer is not necessarily lying. Or he didn't lie, but someone pretended to be a princess and approached him." Princess Ningyan slowly turned her head and looked at Minister Xing. "Does Minister Xing think that there are these 2 possibilities?" Minister Xing opened his mouth and weakly sucked in a breath of cold air. "Before the truth is out, all hypotheses are possible. By the way, there are 2 other witnesses mentioned above. One is the courtesan of Xianle House who faked her death, and the other is also a girl from Xianle House called..." Princess Ningyan didn't seem to remember the name. She looked at the document and said, "Ah, Hua Xiyao." As she spoke, her eyes fell on Minister Xing's face again. "Minister Xing, where are these 2 witnesses now? Can they testify in court?" Based on the one-sided statement of an assassin, it is somewhat arbitrary to conclude that Xianle House colluded with the imperial family. What do you think, Minister Xing? Princess Ningyan's eyes were very gentle, but for some reason Minister Xing's forehead was a little cold. He composed himself and said, "Princess Ningyan is very right, but these 2 witnesses can't testify in court now." "What?" Princess Ningyan asked softly. Minister Xing said, "Hua Xiao was drugged and will wake up in 6 or 7 days. The other girl called Emo Qianxue was seriously injured and is being treated in the medical hall. According to Minister Xiao, her condition is not good. Otherwise, according to the normal procedure, Emo Qianxue would be taken back to the Ministry of Justice for detention." Princess Ningyan sighed thoughtfully. One was drugged and the other was injured. What a coincidence. Minister Xing, they are important witnesses in this case. You must protect them well. Don't let them be killed, or the truth of this case will never see the light of day. Minister Xing subconsciously glanced at Princess Ningyan when he heard this. Princess Ningyan smiled at him frankly. Minister Xing lowered his eyes, frowned and saluted. Princess is right, I will definitely send more people to protect them. After leaving the palace, Minister Xing returned to the Ministry of Justice. Xiao Heng's room was behind Minister Xing's. Hearing the noise, Xiao Heng put down the pen in his hand and went to Minister Xing's room. Minister. Minister Xing fell into a chair tiredly and told Xiao Heng about the conversation in the imperial study. It really is flawless. Did we suspect the wrong person? Is the murderer actually Princess Huiqing or Princess Xinyang? Xiao Heng was not surprised by this development. If the other party didn't even have this kind of method, they wouldn't have gotten to where they were today. He was very glad that he didn't put his chips on the emperor. Xiao Heng said, "It's not Princess Xinyang." Minister Xing looked at him strangely. "How do you know?" "I often go to the medical hall." Xiao Heng said, "Princess Xinyang contracted a heart disease a few years ago, and only Dr. Gu can treat her illness. She hasn't recovered yet and is still taking the medicine Dr. Gu gave her. She won't kill Dr. Gu at this time." Minister Xing had heard that Princess Xinyang had suffered from a heart attack due to the loss of her beloved son. Back then, he had heard that she had listened to the imperial physician's advice and left the sad capital to recuperate at Fengdu Mountain. Princess Huiqing? Minister Xing shook his head decisively. Someone couldn't have used the name of an imperial princess, right? Xiao Heng suddenly said, "Actually, it's fine if she didn't warn you." Minister Xing didn't understand. "What do you mean?" Xiao Heng smiled faintly and said, "Minister, Princess Ningyan is right. You have to send more people to keep a close watch on the medical hall and the Ministry of Justice's prison. Don't let anyone have a chance to silence them." Chapter 559. In the Imperial Study. Princess Ningyan sat next to the Emperor with a gloomy expression. The Emperor patted the back of her hand and said, "Don't take it to heart. The truth of the case will come out one day." Princess Ningyan whispered, "I occasionally wonder if I shouldn't have come back. That year I was blind and didn't listen to my brother and mother's advice. I insisted on marrying to the frontier fortress. As a result, I entrusted it to the wrong person and caused hundreds of thousands of people to suffer from war. I also caused so many soldiers to lose their lives. When Your Majesty proposed to confer me the title of Princess Protector, I actually understood that I was not qualified." The Emperor looked at her. "Ningyan." Princess Ningyan met his gaze. "Imperial brother, let me finish." The Emperor nodded helplessly. "Okay, you say it." Princess Ningyan said with self-blame, "I was accepted by the royal family because of my brother's great kindness. Please don't mention the matter of conferring me." The Emperor said earnestly, "This is not your fault. With or without you, the remnants of the previous dynasty will stir up trouble in Zhao country. You are just a pitiful person who was used by them. Even if it wasn't you, it would be someone else. Don't blame yourself anymore. Your words have reminded us. Could it be that we have doted on you too much, causing some people to be jealous? That's why they were dissatisfied and caused so much trouble?" Princess Ningyan didn't say anything. The Emperor comforted her. "I have my own ideas about this matter. I will not let you be wronged. Just pretend that you didn't hear anything today. I will find out the truth." Princess Ningyan's eyes were a little red. When the Emperor saw her like this, he couldn't help but think of when she was young. Ningyan was a lively and active child. She wouldn't cry like a normal little girl. When she was wronged, she would find a place where no one was around and sit there quietly, trying her best to hold back her tears. Every time he found Ningyan and made her happy. Thinking of the past, the Emperor felt even more sorry for Ningyan. He didn't know how many times she hid in a corner and secretly felt sad when she was alone in the frontier fortress. Did anyone find her? Did anyone feel sorry for her? The Emperor called Eunuch Wei. "Go to the Ministry of Justice and tell Minister Xing to keep his mouth shut and not reveal any information about this case for the time being." "Yes." Eunuch Wei accepted the order and left. However, it was too late. On the way to the Ministry of Justice, Eunuch Wei heard people discussing this matter. "Two little brothers, what were you talking about just now?" Eunuch Wei lifted the curtain of the carriage and called out to the two young men by the roadside in a good-natured manner. Since it was a secret, his identity could not be easily revealed. He was wearing the clothes of an ordinary master. The two of them thought that he was a rich old man from the capital, so they told him about the news they heard in the tea house. I heard that Immortal Music House colluded with the royal family and killed the soldiers who returned from the frontier fortress. Is there such a thing? Old Chancellor was well aware that the speed of rumor spreading was completely dependent on how ridiculous the rumor was. It didn't matter if it was exaggerated or not, as long as it was widely spread, it was fine. Who did you kill? Young Master Gu Jiejun. Gu Changqing. Cough cough. Eunuch Wei almost choked himself to death. How was it related to Gu Changqing? Wasn't it said that the person who was assassinated was Miss Gu? Moreover, it was an attempted assassination. Is there a mistake? Young Master Gu went to visit the families of the soldiers. They were killed on the way out of the city. That place was not far from Feng County. Someone came out from the nearby relay station and saw that the snow was full of corpses and bloodstains. It was obviously Miss Gu who fought with the assassins from Immortal Music House. The people who died were all from Immortal Music House. Who made this up? Too tragic, too tragic. Young Master Gu was bravely killing the enemy at the frontier fortress, but when he returned, he was plotted against by the royal family. They were afraid that young Master Gu's meritorious service would overshadow the master, so they wanted to get rid of him after he had outlived his usefulness. He didn't die in the hands of the enemy, but died in the hands of his own people. This is really chilling. It seems that he didn't die and escaped. Then young Master Gu will have to hide from now on? This was the first version that Eunuch Wei heard. There was also a second one. The contents of the first two stories were similar. They were all about how Gu Changqing was attacked when he left the city and how Immortal Music House colluded with the imperial family. However, it wasn't the imperial family that killed the donkey after it had outlived its usefulness. Instead, it was the imperial family's princess who fancied Gu Changqing and wanted to recruit him as her prince consort. Gu Changqing didn't agree and angered the princess. Thus, he suffered from the other party's crazy revenge. What kind of nonsense is this? Eunuch Wei felt a headache coming on. The third story was the one that gave Eunuch Wei the most headache. The victim was still Gu Changqing and not Gu Jiao. I heard that it was the remnants of the previous dynasty. Weren't the remnants of the previous dynasty all exterminated? It seems that some of them escaped the net and infiltrated the capital. They colluded with Immortal Music House to take revenge on young Master Gu and the Gu Jiejun. It's a pity that young Master Gu is seriously injured and his life is uncertain. And I also heard that the imperial family has a spy. The remnants of the previous dynasty is hiding in the imperial palace. Hey, I've heard of something here. When the prince consort was killed by young Master Gu, Princess Ning'an pleaded with young Master Gu to let the prince consort fend for himself in the snowy mountains. However, young Master Gu ignored Princess Ning'an's opposition and took the prince consort's life on the spot. Could it be? Eunuch Wei helplessly looked at the sky. It's over, it's all over now. Once the news was spread out, it wouldn't be easy to take it back. Moreover, there was a good saying, it's better to let it out than to block it. The more the emperor forbade the people from talking about this matter, the more heated the discussion became. If the emperor was a tyrant, then it would be fine. If he killed hundreds of people, then no one would dare to talk nonsense. But he wasn't. This led to the matter continuing to ferment. By the evening of the second day, almost the entire capital had heard that Immortal Music House colluded with the imperial family to assassinate Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing wasn't in the capital right now. Even if the emperor wanted to call him out to clarify the truth, he couldn't. The emperor could choose to have Gu Jiao stand out and say that the person who was assassinated was her. But that would mean that the case of Immortal Music House's assassination was confirmed. Moreover, was there a big difference between assassinating Gu Jiao and assassinating Gu Changqing? The only difference was the speed at which it spread. As the young master of the Gu family army and the heir of Marquis Ding, and Gu Changqing's reputation was even greater in the capital. Gu Jiao was too low-key. Her name wasn't enough to attract attention. But the essence of the matter was the same. Moreover, this matter wasn't a matter of whether the victim was Gu Jiao or Gu Changqing. Rather, it was a matter of which member of the imperial family was the mastermind behind the scenes. Princess, the tea spilled out. Inside the warm room of Baixia Hall, Liena reminded. Princess Ning'an looked at the tea spilled all over the table. She put down the teapot that had been filled for an unknown amount of time and said, "Wipe it off." Yes. Liena brought over a cloth and wiped away the water stains on the table. Princess, you have been restless these past 2 days. Did something happen? No, it's nothing. Princess Ning'an said. Bai Xia Hall was well protected by the emperor. She hadn't heard any random rumors. Lian only thought that her master was upset because of Huang Fuxian. She comforted, "Don't worry about Gongzi. He's just throwing a tantrum. When he grows up and becomes more sensible, he'll know how to be filial to you." Princess Ning'an said, "Lian, if one day you are taken away, will you betray me?" Lian solemnly said, "Of course not." Lian's life was saved by Princess. Without Princess there would be no Lian. Lian will not betray Princess. "That's right. My life is mine. How could I betray me?" Princess Ning'an recovered her usual vigor. She smiled and said, "Go to the small kitchen and see how the soup for Imperial Mother is coming along." Lian went to the small kitchen. When she returned, she had a food box in her hands. "I've packed it for you." Princess Ning'an took the food box and went to Renshou Palace. She never thought that Xiaoheng would also be there. Princess Ning'an looked at Xiaoheng in Empress Dowager Zhuang's study. Empress Dowager Zhuang said, "He's the Lulang that Ija mentioned to you. Ning'an hasn't seen Lulang yet, right?" Princess Ning'an was stunned and smiled slightly. "Ah yes, I haven't seen him." Xiaoheng stood up and saluted. Princess Ning'an nodded in return. Empress Dowager Zhuang sighed to Princess Ning'an, "Didn't I tell you not to cook?" Princess Ning'an smiled and put the food box on the table. "This is the soup made by Xia Hall's chef." Empress Dowager Zhuang motioned for Eunuch Qin to take over. "This servant will do it." Eunuch Qin opened the food box from Princess Ning'an's hands and took out the soup inside. Princess Ning'an smiled, "Then I'll leave first. I'll come to pay respects to Imperial Mother tomorrow." Princess Ning'an left the study and heard Empress Dowager Zhuang say to Xiaoheng, "Continue." Xiaoheng said, "No, that's all the rumors I heard from the people." Empress Dowager Zhuang said, "To quell the rumors, the only way is to let the witness speak." "Did the witness wake up?" Xiaoheng, "She woke up." Empress Dowager Zhuang, "Wasn't she drunk for 7 days? Why did she wake up so soon?" Xiaoheng, "Jiao has a hangover medicine in her hand. She woke up in the morning but she could only speak in the afternoon." Empress Dowager Zhuang, "Did she confess the mastermind behind the scenes?" Xiaoheng shook his head, "Not yet," she refused to say. "Did you use torture?" "Yes, all the punishments that can be used have been used. Her mouth is very tight." Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted, "If the hard method doesn't work, then use the soft method. If the soft method doesn't work, then use rape. I don't believe that Xianle House is full of tough bones. You go and bribe someone, let her poison Hua Xiao in the name of visiting Hua Xiao. Say that it's a snack given to her by the young master. Hua Xiao won't not understand." "Princess, your handkerchief." In the courtyard, a little palace maid looked at the lost and thought Princess Ning'an. Princess Ning'an looked down at the torn handkerchief in her hand and smiled warmly. It was scratched by the branches. "I'm thinking about what to do." Chapter 560. After Princess Ning'an left the courtyard, Xiaoheng completely pushed open the window that had a small crack that couldn't be seen if one didn't look carefully. He watched her disappear at the entrance of the palace and said softly, "Thank you, great aunt." After leaving Renshou Palace, Princess Ning'an didn't immediately return to Bixia Hall. Instead, she went to the imperial study. "Ning'an, you're here. Come and sit." The emperor put down the memorials in his hand. After many days of absence, a lot of work had piled up. Plus, the reward for Ning'an and the murder case of Xianle House made him a bit overwhelmed. Princess Ning'an came to the emperor's side. Eunuch Wei brought a small stool and placed it next to the emperor. Ning'an sat down gracefully and looked at the emperor with a gentle gaze. "Am I disturbing you, imperial brother?" The emperor smiled and said, "No, take a seat. I said that you can come whenever you want. You will never disturb me." Princess Ning'an recalled. "I remember when I was young you often said the same thing. You're a prince and have a lot of homework. Every time I went to find you, you were studying." The emperor sighed. "I'm not favored by my father. If I don't work hard to leave an impression on him, he'll probably forget that I'm his son." Princess Ning'an turned to look at him with reverence. "But in the end, it was you who stabilized the throne. That's all thanks to my mother." Speaking of Empress Dowager Zhuang, the emperor felt a bit more emotional. "You probably don't know what happened to me and my mother in the years you weren't here." Although the emperor hated concubine Jing, he still cared about Ning'an and didn't tell Ning'an all about how she had instigated him and Empress Dowager Zhuang. But now that it was brought forward, he couldn't help but say it. "We were drugged and were at odds with Imperial Mother. We did too many things that let Imperial Mother down. Now that we think about it, Imperial Mother was the one who personally made us the Emperor, yet we treated her like this. She must be very sad. Princess Ningyan said softly, now that the misunderstanding has been cleared, you don't have to blame yourself for the past. The Emperor said in shame, I've always blamed my mother for controlling the court. If not for that, the country would have long fallen into the hands of concubine Jing and the remnants of the previous dynasty. Princess Ningyan lowered her head. The Emperor said sincerely, Ningyan, that woman is not fit to be your mother. You can only have Imperial Mother in your heart. Imperial Mother is the one who truly loves and protects you. Princess Ningyan smiled. Ningyan knows. Ningyan will be filial to Imperial Mother. Ningyan will also be filial to Imperial Brother. The Emperor smiled in relief. Princess Ningyan's eyes flickered as she said, by the way, brother, I just saw Lord Xiao in my mother's palace. The Emperor thought for a moment. Lulang? There were not many men who could enter Empress Dowager Zhuang's bedroom. The only one surnamed Xiao was Xiao Lulang. Princess Ningyan nodded. Yes, Imperial Mother calls him Lulang. Lord Xiao seemed to be here for the Ministry of Justice's case, but I didn't hear what he said. The Emperor remembered something and said, there was indeed such a thing. He just came to the Imperial study and said that the suspect in Xianle House had woken up. Did she really wake up? Princess Ningyan asked. The Emperor looked at Princess Ningyan strangely. This matter concerns the reputation of the Imperial family, so I'm particularly concerned. Did I overstep? The Emperor smiled. How could that be? That's good. Princess Ningyan smiled in relief. I saw in the file that she was drugged with a drug called 7 days of intoxication. It is said that she will be in a coma for 7 days. The Emperor smiled at the mention of this. With the little magic doctor here, this is not difficult. Princess Ningyan looked at the memorial on the table and asked in a relaxed tone, did she confess? The Emperor said, they are still interrogating her. Princess Ningyan touched the tip of her nose with a handkerchief. Imperial Brother, do you want to send someone to take a look? The Emperor thought for a moment. Okay. The Emperor sent Eunuch He this time. Eunuch He didn't expose himself in front of old concubine Jing, but the Emperor didn't hide anything in front of Princess Ningyan. Besides the hardships Princess Ningyan suffered in the frontier fortress, it increased his trust and affection for her. Eunuch He came back quickly. Princess Ningyan was still in the imperial study. He reported, Your Majesty, the suspect named Hua Xiao did wake up. Minister Xing personally interrogated her, but she refused to say anything. She didn't eat or drink. It seemed that she was going to go on a hunger strike. Does Xianle House know that she is awake? It was Princess Ningyan who asked. She seemed to be particularly concerned about this case. But considering that she was also the Emperor's sister and one of the suspects behind the case, her concern was reasonable. If Princess Xinyang were here, she would be more concerned about the progress of the case. As Eunuch He thought so, he answered her question respectfully, I know. Ever since the case of Immortal Music House became the talk of the town, it's hard to conceal the actions of the Ministry of Justice. There are always people trying to find out something from the Ministry of Justice. Xianle House is no exception. A maid of Xianle House came to visit the suspect with some snacks. Princess Ningyan asked, what is her name? Eunuch He looked at Princess Ningyan in confusion and then looked at the Emperor. The Emperor was happy to spoil Princess Ningyan, so Eunuch He couldn't not give face to the princess. Eunuch He said, I think her name is Ling-er? Or Ling-er. That's probably her name. Ling-er was Hua Xiao's personal maid. Princess Ningyan asked again, what did they talk about? Eunuch He said, I don't know. The maid begged to speak with Hua Xiao alone, and Minister Xing agreed. There was a solitary cell at the end of the prison of the Ministry of Justice. It was different from a normal cell. It was more like a solitary secret room. Not only was there an extra iron door, but it was also guarded by 2 strong yamen runners. There were burning braziers hanging on the walls on both sides of the corridor. The flickering flames shone on the expressionless faces of the yamen runners, making them look more dignified and cold. The door of the cell was locked. Everything seemed to be calm, but no one knew that the suspects had already caused a ruckus in the cell. Hua Xiao was tied to a chair, and her hands and feet were bound by ropes. Xiaohing didn't lie. Hua Xiao did wake up, and Linger's maid came to Xianle House. She gave Hua Xiao a bowl of last meal. Hua Xiao sneered, do you think that by casually bribing a maid to pretend to be the young lord to poison me, I will suspect the young lord? Naive. Xiaohing didn't comment. He looked at her and said, "You believe in your young lord, but I don't know if your young lord has the same confidence in you?" Hua Xiao laughed until her body trembled slightly. "Xiao Darren, Xiao Zhuangya, I don't know how to call you. Do you really think the young lord will be fooled? You underestimate the young lord too much. You are too arrogant. From the moment you used Bai Kuan's identity to write the confession, the young lord already knew that you were setting a trap for her. Because the young lord doesn't have a person named Bai Kuan. You can only fool the people of the capital, but as long as I don't say the identity of the young lord, you can't convict the young lord." Xiao Heng's expression didn't change in the slightest because of her words. "Bai Kuan is fake, but you, Hua Xiao, are real." Hua Xiao's smile disappeared and she said coldly, "So what? I won't confess. I won't betray the young lord." Xiao Heng asked, "Does it matter if you confess or not? If there can be a Bai Kuan in this world, there can be a second one." Hua Xiao frowned. "What do you mean?" Xiao Heng stopped, flicked his wide sleeves, pressed the mechanism at hand, and the stone door slowly opened. He took out a confession letter from his arms. "Come, this is Hua Xiao's confession letter." Hua Xiao's face changed. "You?" Xiao Heng said, "Personally written." Hua Xiao trembled with anger. "You are trying to frame me again. Can't you be a little more creative, Xiao Darren? Is this all you have left?" "It doesn't matter if the method is old or not, as long as it is practical." Xiao Heng handed the confession letter to the Yamen runner beside him. "Send it to the imperial palace to His Majesty and say that Hua Xiao confessed." Hua Xiao scolded, "Despicable. If you have the ability, kill me. Otherwise, once His Majesty interrogates me, I will say that the confession letter was written by you. Then let's make a bet, you won't live until the moment His Majesty interrogates you." Xiao Heng raised his eyebrows and looked at her. His eyes gradually became cold. "The murderer is not me." The Yamen runner was Xing Shangshu's confidant. After receiving Xiao Heng's instructions, he immediately went to the imperial palace. The Yamen runner didn't have a token to enter the imperial palace. After reporting to the emperor, he could only be let in. The Yamen runner cupped his hands and said, "Please go and report to His Majesty, I am here to deliver the confession letter." The prisoner of Immortal Music House confessed. This case was very big. Xiao Heng and Xing Shangshu had entered the imperial palace several times. Even a fool could see that His Majesty attached great importance to the case. The imperial guards guarding the city didn't dare to neglect and hurriedly sent someone to the imperial study to pass the message. The little eunuch in the imperial study also reported to Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Wei bowed and entered the imperial study reporting, "Your Majesty, the prisoner of Immortal Music House confessed." The emperor was very excited. "Really?" Eunuch Wei said, "Yes, the people of the Ministry of Justice sent the confession letter. It is at the gate of the imperial palace. They said that it was written by Hua Xiao." Princess Ningyan, "It can't be fake, right?" Eunuch Wei said, "It can't be fake. When Hua Xiao faked her death in Immortal Music House, as a suspect, she went to the Ministry of Justice to make a statement. Her handwriting is there." Princess Ningyan squeezed her handkerchief tightly. The emperor was very excited. "What are you doing? Quickly announce it." Eunuch Wei was also very excited. He smiled and said, "Yes. This slave will go personally." Princess Ningyan's eyes moved slightly. She put down the half-drunk tea and said to the emperor, "Since Imperial Brother has something important to do, I will leave first." The emperor patted her hand and said dotingly, "You don't have to leave. Let's listen to the case together." Princess Ningyan's eyelashes trembled slightly. "This isn't very good." The emperor said, "What's not good about it? You are Zhen's sister, the princess of Zhao country. Since this case is related to the princess of Zhao country, you have the right to listen. If Xinyang was here, even if Zhen chased her away, she wouldn't leave. Xinyang was a person whose means and ambition were written on her face. If she wanted to interfere in the imperial court, she would interfere in the imperial court. Fortunately, her ambition didn't lie here. After interfering in the imperial court several times, she felt that it was meaningless, so she went home to take care of her son. There was a bit of distance from the imperial study to the gate of the imperial palace. Eunuch Wei's footsteps were not fast. If he took a small path, he would definitely be able to rob the confession letter before Eunuch Wei. Princess Ningyan used her handkerchief to wipe the thin sweat on her forehead. She looked at the gradually darkening sky and said, "At this time, Xian'er should be looking for me. He's not a 3-year-old child. Does he still need to look for his mother at night?" The emperor didn't like that little remnant of the previous dynasty. But for Princess Ning'an's sake, he didn't make his dislike of Huang Fuxian too obvious. Zhen will go with you to see Xian'er in a moment. Sit in Zhen's imperial carriage. It'll be quick. On such a cold day, how could he be at ease letting Ning'an walk back alone? Princess Ning'an began to frequently switch her hands to drink from the quilt. Are you this thirsty? A little. After drinking 3 full cups, Princess Ning'an said to the emperor, Your Majesty, I want to. Before he could finish his sentence, Eunuch Wei brought him in with a face full of joy. Your Majesty. She's here. The emperor said seriously, Come in. Eunuch Wei led the bailiff into the room. The bailiff presented the confession letter with both hands. Eunuch Wei reached out to take it. I'll do it. Princess Ning'an stood up and walked around the desk to take the letter from the bailiff. The capital in the first month was still cold. There were 2 braziers burning in the imperial study, one of which was not far from the emperor. As Princess Ning'an walked towards the emperor with the confession letter in hand, she suddenly tripped. Her beautiful face paled as she let out a cry and fell forward. The confession letter in her hand also flew out and flew right into the brazier. Between the confession letter and Princess Ning'an, the emperor would of course choose to protect Ning'an. How could he bear to let Ning'an fall and injure herself? The emperor stood up and caught Ning'an with his strong right arm. The moment Ning'an was caught, she let out a long sigh of relief. She leaned into the emperor's arms and panted slightly. She said guiltily, I'm sorry, brother. I lost the confession letter. The emperor raised his eyebrows and smiled at her. Look. Ning'an turned her head and was instantly struck by lightning. She saw the emperor's left hand accurately grab the confession letter. Emperor, fortunately I often play cards with Imperial Mother. I can grab cards with my left hand. Chapter 561. Ning'an, are you okay? Why is your face so pale? Did you bump into something? The emperor looked at Princess Ning'an, who seemed to be nervous in his arms, and asked. Princess Ning'an whispered, I'm fine. It was a close call. Fortunately, brother caught me in time. Otherwise, I would have been hurt. The emperor looked at the chair behind him and said with fear, Yes, your head almost hit the chair. The consequences would have been unimaginable. Princess Ning'an vaguely hummed. The emperor helped her sit down on the stool. The confession had been in the emperor's hands, so it was impossible to let it have a second accident. After the emperor sat back in the chair, he glanced at Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Wei had served the emperor for many years. If he couldn't understand this look, he would have been a chief steward for many years. He hurriedly called 2 little eunuchs to carry the brazier away to ensure that even if the emperor fell 8 or 10 times, the confession would not fall into the brazier. The emperor couldn't wait to open the confession letter. This confession letter had a total of 10 pages, which was 9 pages more than Bai Kuan's confession letter. It recorded in detail Hua Xiao's birth, her first few years of wandering, and how she came to a mortal music house. Hua Xiao was originally a young lady of an official's family. Her grandfather was the governor of South City. Because of a corruption case, he was sent to Zhao prison. Her grandfather was beheaded, and the rest of the family was sentenced to exile. Hua Xiao was only 2 years old. She was not deeply moved by the changes in her family. Every day she could not eat enough and wear warm clothes. From time to time she saw her family being beaten. It took a long time for her to understand what happened to her family. At that time she was already 7 years old. She was a clever and beautiful little girl. She was bought by a brothel's madam. She planned to educate her for a few years and become the brothel's money tree. However, Hua Xiao's life in the brothel was not smooth. She was often bullied by older children. One cold night she ran away. How long could a 7-year-old girl walk? In the middle of the night, she fainted in a dirty alley. When she came, she was lying in a carriage going somewhere. The carriage was very well decorated. It was clean and spacious, and it exuded a fragrance that was different from ordinary cosmetics. It was in this carriage that Hua Xiao met the most important person in her life. Her real name was not Hua Xiao, and her surname had been forcibly erased when she was sold to the brothel. She was called Lan in the brothel, and she hated this name. The gentle woman in front of her was given a new name. The woman looked at the setting sun outside the window and said to her, You will be called Hua Xiao. The obedient little girl nodded in a daze. The emperor was a little moved to tears. It was clearly a confession letter, so why did it have to be so touching? Was Hua Xiao really the daughter of the Guan family? That's right. Was she really sold to a brothel? That was not the case. As for Hua Xiao's background, Mo Chinxue only said, It seems that her grandfather used to be an official somewhere. Later he committed a crime and was confiscated. The latter part was all made up by the old chancellor. He was not afraid that the emperor would send people to investigate. Anyway, there were so many officials who were confiscated that a bundle of sacks couldn't hold them all. Hua Xiao came to the Immortal Music House 2 years earlier than Imo Qianxue. This was obvious to all, so there was no need to make it up. Of course, this was not the main point. The main point was the woman who adopted Hua Xiao. She trained Hua Xiao into a woman with both talent and beauty and excellent martial arts. She sent her to the Immortal Music House in the capital and became her second confidant. The first confidant was Imo Qianxue. Imo Qianxue came to the woman's side later than Hua Xiao, and Imo Qianxue had been secretly trained by the woman. However, they had never met before entering the Immortal Music House. In the confession letter, Hua Xiao's analysis was that the woman was worried that they would grow up together and develop feelings for each other. They were not allowed to rely on and have feelings for people other than their master. This was actually the personal analysis of the old chancellor. This part was true. When the emperor saw this, a strong disgust rose from the bottom of his heart. Who was so perverted and vicious? He looked dignified as he finished reading the confession letter. The confession letter not only explained Hua Xiao's personal experience, but also explained the secret deployment of Immortal Music House in the capital these years. For example, Immortal Music House once came to make trouble in the name of the Empress Dowager. The emperor was even angrier. She actually used his mother? Very good, the behind-the-scenes owner of Immortal Music House was really bold. The second half of the confession letter focused on the case against Gu Jiao, which was similar to what Bai Kun said. Imo Qianxue faked her death and got close to Gu Jiao. Hua Xiao conveyed the young master's orders several times, asking Imo Qianxue to take action against Gu Jiao. The last time she went to find Imo Qianxue, she was knocked out and drugged by Imo Qianxue. When she woke up, she was in the prison of the Ministry of Justice. The confession letter also explained that Hua Xiao didn't intend to betray the young master, but the young master sent someone to poison her. She really fed her loyalty to the dogs. Since the young master did it, then don't blame her for doing it 15 times. In fact, you also know the young master. She is indeed the princess of the imperial family, and she does call your majesty brother. Her name is... The 9th page ended here. There was only one name on the 10th page. When the emperor saw the name, he suddenly gasped and looked at Ning Yan in horror. Bishahal. Huang Fuxian was in a daze in front of the window again. Lianer helplessly walked into the room with the dry clothes, put them on the bed and came to Huang Fuxian's side. A cold wind blew and Lianer shivered. Lianer sighed, "Young master, why are you sitting here in the cold wind again? Let me push you over to the fire to warm you up? I thought only the frontier was cold, but I didn't expect the capital to be so cold." As she spoke, she pushed Huang Fuxian's wheelchair to the fire basin. Huang Fuxian didn't object because he was frozen and couldn't speak. Lianer turned back and closed the window. Huang Fuxian sat by the fire basin to warm himself, while Lianer folded the clothes one by one and put them back in the wardrobe. She looked at the neat clothes in the wardrobe, then looked at her own clothes that were not folded properly. She cleared her throat and said, "Why did you fold them so well? Don't you have to wear them?" The rules in the palace were strict. Those who could be assigned to serve in Iridescent Cloud's hall were the most outstanding palace maids. Lianer had not received such strict training in the princess's residence at the frontier fortress, so the palace maids did not take her seriously. However, she was Princess Ning An's confidant, so the palace maids didn't dare to say anything to her face. They could only fold the clothes she had folded again after she left. Really? Lianer's self-esteem was hurt again. She put her ugly clothes on top of a pile of clothes that were so neat that it was unreal and went out sullenly. Not long after she went out, Huang Fuxian, who had recovered his body temperature and was no longer stiff, pushed his wheelchair to the window and propped it up with a pole. The window was not short and he didn't have legs so he couldn't stand, so this action was actually very difficult for him. When he reached the pole he almost fell off the wheelchair. Fortunately it was a close call. He felt the biting cold wind and looked at the empty courtyard. His hands and feet were frozen stiff again. The sky was dark. He looked down and curled his lips in self-mockery. "Little brother." Little Mushroom appeared with his voice again. Huang Fuxian's eyelashes fluttered quickly, and his stiff body became even stiffer, but his expression didn't change at all. Little Jing Kong was small, so the windowsill was too high for him. Even if he used a stone as a cushion to climb up, it was still difficult for him. However, little Jing Kong was surprised to find that the stone had grown taller today. He climbed up the stone first, then easily flipped over the windowsill. Little brother. After he slid down, he turned around and looked at Huang Fuxian cutely. There was snow on his sleeves and pants, but there was no snow on his head or shoulders. Did you fall? Huang Fuxian asked coldly. Yes. Little Jing Kong nodded honestly. I only fell twice. What did he mean by only fell twice? 2 falls were not enough? Little Jing Kong hadn't fallen for a long time, but his instincts were still there. He hugged his little head in time so it didn't hurt. Huang Fuxian glanced at him indifferently, then reached out his hands expressionlessly. He supported the wheelchair with one hand and reached for the pole with the other. He had done this many times before, but now he was embarrassed in front of little Jing Kong. He successfully fell off the wheelchair. Little brother, are you okay? Little Jing Kong squatted down to help him up. Go away. Huang Fuxian said angrily. Little Jing Kong looked at him, thought seriously and said, You don't have to be embarrassed, I often fall too. You're a kid. It's natural for you to fall. You won't fall anymore when you grow up. But I'm a cripple. I'll fall my whole life. I'll be a good-for-nothing for the rest of my life. Huang Fuxian refused little Jing Kong's help. He used his hands, which were full of veins, to drag his injured body back to the wheelchair with difficulty. His leg started to hurt again. It was the place where his leg was amputated. Every once in a while his bone would pop out. Every time this happened he had to endure the pain and grind his bone. Every time he had to grind his bone he had to go to hell. He almost couldn't save himself several times. He didn't want to experience the pain of grinding his bone again, or he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to survive this time. But it was strange, wasn't it? Didn't he want to die long ago? What was he afraid of now? Little brother, what's wrong? Is it painful? Little Jing Kong looked at Huang Fuxian, who didn't look right, and asked with concern. No, Huang Fuxian said indifferently, grabbing a blanket to cover his injured leg. Little Jing Kong wasn't a person who liked to stare at other people's injured parts. In fact, no one taught him this on purpose. He just observed how Jiao Jiao did it and did it accordingly. His gaze quickly turned to Huang Fuxian's face. Little brother, why is your face swollen? It was swollen last time, but it wasn't this serious. It seemed that he had been exposed to too much cold wind for the past 2 days, and the swollen part was frostbitten. Huang Fuxian looked at him calmly. Are you curious? Yes. Little Jing Kong nodded. Huang Fuxian curled his lips slightly and said playfully, My mother hit me. Little Jing Kong put his hands behind his back and leaned forward. He looked confused. Why did your mother hit you? Huang Fuxian sneered, Because I'm disabled. Little Jing Kong clenched his fists and said seriously, She can't hit him. Bad brother-in-law is a cripple and Jiao Jiao didn't hit him. Huang Fuxian was speechless. Why is he a bad brother-in-law? Huang Fuxian asked. He's a bad brother-in-law? Little Jing Kong curled his lips and said. How bad? Huang Fuxian's eyes had a trace of true coldness. Very, very bad. Little Jing Kong said. Huang Fuxian knew very well how bad an adult could be to a child. Do you want me to help you teach him a lesson? He asked. That's not necessary. Little Jing Kong coughed softly. I can teach him a lesson myself. Little Mushroom's face was red and his eyes were flickering. Obviously he didn't really hate that bad brother-in-law. Huang Fuxian's mood became worse. He couldn't explain why. Little Nine fluttered his wings and flew to Huang Fuxian's pillow. After tearing down so many things, he found that his favorite was Huang Fuxian's pillow. Little Nine, don't tear down the house, Little Jing Kong said helplessly. Little Nine didn't listen and kept tearing down the pillow. Soon the cotton in Huang Fuxian's pillow was pecked out. Little Jing Kong sighed like an old man. It's all because of Little 8 of Brother Yan's bad influence. Huang Fuxian asked, Who's Brother Yan? Little Jing Kong said, He's my brother at home. Huang Fuxian frowned. You have other brothers? Little Jing Kong stretched out 2 little fingers. Yes, I have 2. Brother Yan and Brother Shaoshan. Huang Fuxian asked with a dark face, Do you like them? Little Jing Kong nodded without hesitation. Yes, I like them. Huang Fuxian's face became even darker. You have so many brothers, why do you still come to me? To take you out to play. Huang Fuxian turned his face away coldly. Little Jing Kong stretched out his chubby little hand and grabbed his fingers. The soft touch reminded him of a kitten's paw pad. Little brother, I'll take you to my house. Little Jing Kong had just finished speaking when a little eunuch's hurried footsteps and panicked screams came from outside the door. Oh no! Something happened to Princess Ningyin. Chapter 562. Little brother, something happened to your mother. Little Jing Kong looked at Huang Fuxian worriedly. Don't be sad. I'm not sad, Huang Fuxian said calmly. Little Jing Kong scratched his head in confusion. How could he not be sad? If something happened to Jiao Jiao, he would be very, very sad. Huang Fuxian slowly withdrew his hand from the little guy's grasp. Maybe they heard wrong. Nothing happened to my mother. You should go back first. Little Jing Kong, oh. This time, something did happen to Princess Ning. The incident happened in the imperial study. Once the news spread, the entire harem was alarmed. Empress Xiao, noble consort Zhuang, consort Shu, and the others all went to the imperial study, only to find that it was surrounded by imperial guards. No one could enter. I can't enter either? Empress Xiao asked coldly. The commander of the imperial guards was surnamed Fu. He cupped his fists in salute and said, "We're searching for assassins inside. For the safety of the empress and the other imperial concubines, please wait here for a moment." How is His Majesty? Consort Shu asked anxiously. Commander Fu said, His Majesty retreated from the back door and returned to Pure Flower's palace. Noble consort Zhuang rolled her eyes. Why didn't you say so earlier? Did they come here to catch assassins? Empress Xiao and the others hurried to Pure Flower's palace, which was also surrounded by imperial guards. Fortunately, there were no assassins here, so no one stopped Empress Xiao. Noble consort Zhuang and consort Shu saw that she was going, so they also followed. Empress Xiao's position was stable. Her son was the crown prince, and her brother, Marquis Xianping, was fighting in the South Island. Noble consort Zhuang lost favor for a while because of Prince Ning, but she was backed by the Empress Dowager and the Zhuang family. As long as the Empress Dowager didn't punish her and the Zhuang family didn't dislike her, she would always have a place in the harem. Consort Shu was the same. Her two nephews had just made great contributions at the frontier fortress, so she also rose in status. Who would dare to block her path? The fourth concubine to enter Pure Flower's palace was Consort Yu, Rui Wang's birth mother. Last year, Consort Rui Wang gave birth to Xiao Junju in the 10th month of the previous year, which could be considered a meritorious service for the imperial family. The other concubines were not so lucky. All of the palace servants in Pure Flower's palace knelt on the ground with their heads bowed. The entire palace hall was filled with a cold and solemn atmosphere. For some reason, Empress Xiao had an ominous feeling in her heart. When she passed through the Chuehua gate, she suddenly stopped and looked at a little maid kneeling on the ground. She asked, "Did your majesty come back alone?" The palace maid said nervously, "Empress, Princess Ningyan came back with her." Empress Xiao frowned. Ever since Qin Chuyu was bullied by Huang Fuxian again and again, Empress Xiao didn't like Princess Ningyan. It was just that the emperor would come to comfort her from time to time, so she did not find fault with Ningyan. But in the end he was still unhappy. The emperor and Princess Ningyan came to the bedchamber in the imperial carriage. The palace maids and eunuchs didn't know the emperor's condition. They only heard that Princess Ningyan was injured and covered in blood. Empress Xiao didn't ask any more questions and quickly walked towards the bedchamber. At the entrance of the bedchamber, the palace maids and eunuchs were kneeling on the ground and wiping the mottled bloodstains. Empress Xiao's heart tightened. As she stepped in, a strong smell of blood mixed with the smell of golden sore ointment assailed her nostrils. Empress Xiao's scalp went numb. "Your Majesty." Noble consort Zhuang passed by her and ran straight towards the dragon bed. Consort Shu and consort Yu glanced at Empress Xiao and restrained themselves. No matter how worried they were about His Majesty's health, they didn't have the courage to run ahead of Empress Xiao like noble consort Zhuang. Princess Ningyan was sitting on a chair beside the bed. Her forehead was injured, her face was covered in blood, and her right arm was injured. An imperial physician was treating her injuries. Two other imperial physicians were gathered in front of the dragon bed to check on the emperor's injuries. Eunuch Wei was anxiously wiping his tears beside the dragon bed. "Your Majesty, this concubine has come to see you." Noble consort Zhuang couldn't wait to come to the bed, only to find that the emperor's forehead was wrapped in thick gauze. His face was pale and he seemed to have fallen into a coma. Noble consort Zhuang's beautiful face turned pale as she asked, "What's wrong with His Majesty?" After imperial physician Liang finished examining the emperor's right arm, he began to examine his left arm. Hearing this, he bowed to noble consort Zhuang and said, "His Majesty's head is injured. As for other injuries we are carefully diagnosing." Empress Xiao stopped in the middle of the bedchamber and said with dignity, "Noble consort, come here. Don't disturb the imperial physicians who are treating His Majesty." I don't want to. I want to protect His Majesty. Someone come. At Empress Xiao's command, Eunuch Su, along with two powerful eunuchs, stepped forward and grabbed the shouting noble consort Zhuang. Empress Xiao's gaze swept over noble consort Zhuang, consort Shu, and consort Yu. All of you wait outside. Eunuch Su came in front of the three imperial concubines and said, 3 imperial concubines, please. Noble consort Zhuang didn't want to go out, but she also knew that the situation was better than her. After Prince Ning's accident, her imperial mother no longer spoiled her. She had no capital to challenge Empress Xiao. Noble consort Zhuang angrily left the bedchamber. Since she had gone out, consort Shu and consort Yu also couldn't stay in the same place and had to leave together. Princess Ningyan came to greet Empress Xiao. Empress Xiao looked at her injury and asked, "What did the imperial physician say?" Princess Ningyan looked haggard. "It's just a superficial injury. It's not a big deal." Empress Xiao asked, "What happened in the imperial study? I heard that an assassin came." Princess Ningyan lowered her head and choked with sobs. "Yes, an assassin tried to assassinate imperial brother. I couldn't stop it and let imperial brother get injured." Empress Xiao sternly said, "You go back to Bixia Hall to recuperate. I will deal with the assassin." Princess Ningyan reluctantly looked back at the unconscious emperor. She also glanced at Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Wei quickly lowered his eyes. Princess Ningyan turned her face and bowed to Empress Xiao. "Yes." After she left, Empress Xiao called Eunuch Wei over and asked with a dignified look, "What's the matter with the assassin? Why would an assassin sneak into the imperial study? Doesn't His Majesty have an imperial expert around him?" Eunuch Wei looked embarrassed. "There is, but," Empress Xiao frowned. "But what?" Eunuch Wei said with a pained heart, "It just happened too quickly. No one expected this to happen. If Princess Ningyan had not stepped forward bravely and blocked the blade for His Majesty, I'm afraid His Majesty would have been dead by now." Seeing that the first move failed, the assassin grabbed the inkstone on the table and smashed it on His Majesty's head. Empress Xiao's eyes were cold. "Who is the assassin?" Eunuch Wei lowered his eyes and said, "A Yamen runner from the Ministry of Justice." After interrogating Eunuch Wei, Empress Xiao finally figured out the ins and outs of the emperor's assassination. It turned out that His Majesty had recently been investigating a case related to the royal family. Today, the prisoner in the prison of the Ministry of Justice pleaded guilty. The Yamen runner named Sun Ping came to deliver the prisoner's confession to His Majesty. Minister Xing was the emperor's trusted aide. Naturally, the emperor would not suspect the person he sent. Sun Ping took advantage of the fact that the emperor was flipping through the confession letter to suddenly pull out the soft knife hidden in his belt and stab towards the emperor. Eunuch Wei was at the door. He was far away and didn't see what Sun Ping was doing. Princess Ningyan reacted first. She rushed over and blocked the knife. Her right arm was seriously injured. When she fell down, she accidentally hit her forehead on the stool. When Eunuch Wei found something wrong and called someone to protect His Majesty, it was too late. Sun Ping was too close to His Majesty. His Majesty was hit by the inkstone Sun Ping grabbed. When Sun Ping wanted to hit Princess Ningyan a second time, Princess Ningyan rushed over, pulled out the remaining knife in her right arm and stabbed Sun Ping's heart. At that time, there were only His Majesty, Princess Ningyan and Eunuch Wei in the imperial study. There was no fourth witness. Empress Xiao asked the guards at the city gate and confirmed that Sun Ping did enter the palace in the name of delivering the confession. Of course, Empress Xiao also sent Eunuch Su to the Ministry of Justice. The news he received was consistent with what Eunuch Wei said. Sun Ping was here to deliver the confession. However, the Ministry of Justice didn't expect Sun Ping to assassinate His Majesty. Sun Ping and Sun Jian were cousins. One was in his early 20s and the other was 23. The two of them worked under Minister Xing. Their positions weren't high, but they were always around Minister Xing. Minister Xing thought highly of them. When they heard that Sun Ping had done such a rebellious thing, everyone's first reaction was disbelief. If it was Sun Jian who did it, they would think twice. Sun Jian was more cunning than Sun Ping. Occasionally he would bully others. However, Sun Ping had always been honest. "Eunuch Su, where is Sun Ping?" Minister Xing asked. "He's already dead," Eunuch Su said coldly. Minister Xing sucked in a breath of cold air. Eunuch Su asked in an arrogant tone, "Who let Sun Ping enter the palace?" Xiaoheng took a step forward. Minister Xing pulled him back and said to Eunuch Su, "It was me." Eunuch Su raised his chin and harumphed coldly. Then Minister Xing, "Please follow me into the palace." Also, this matter concerns His Majesty. This assassination case will be handed over to the Supreme Court and the censorate will handle it. Minister Xing said politely, Eunuch Su, please wait for a moment. Allow me to tidy my attire so as to avoid being disrespectful in front of the palace. Amen, Eunuch Su replied indifferently. Then he led the palace servants out of Minister Xing's room. Minister Xing lowered his voice and said to Xiaoheng, I don't believe that Sun Ping would assassinate His Majesty. Lulang, investigate the truth. Xiaoheng nodded solemnly. As soon as Minister Xing left, Xiaoheng wrote a letter to Empress Xiao. The letter stated that Sun Ping was sent by him and the confession was obtained by him. It had nothing to do with Minister Xing. There was something else going on with Sun Ping. However, he hesitated and didn't send the letter out in the end. Minister Xing was brought to a side hall of Pure Flowers Palace. Empress Xiao sat on the main seat and looked coldly at Minister Xing, who was kneeling on the ground. She said, Minister Xing, do you have anything to say now? Were you the one who sent Sun Ping? Minister Xing said, Empress, Sun Ping was indeed sent by this humble subject. However, this humble subject doesn't believe that he would assassinate His Majesty. Empress Xiao said, Do you not believe me, or do you want to distance yourself from this matter? Minister Xing said, Sun Ping was this humble subject's bailiff. He died for no reason. This humble subject should do his best to investigate the truth and seek justice for him. Why would this humble subject be in a hurry to distance myself from this matter? Empress Xiao narrowed her eyes. So you're saying that this empress is wrongly accusing you? Minister Xing said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, This humble subject doesn't dare. Empress Xiao said indifferently, This empress also wants to believe you, but the evidence is conclusive. Minister Xing looked up at her. May I ask what the empress is referring to as evidence? Empress Xiao said seriously, Witnesses and material evidence. We have both. Eunuch Su walked over with a tray. On the tray was a piece of brocade cloth. On the brocade cloth, there was a bloody soft knife and a blood-stained ink slab. These are Sun Ping's murder weapons. Eunuch Su told the empress the whole story of the emperor's assassination. Princess Ning, and then Eunuch Wei said the same thing. Princess Ning, Anne's biggest backer, was the emperor. Everyone in the imperial court was debating whether to confer her the title of Princess Royal or not. The emperor wanted her to be conferred the title. The emperor's death was a great loss to her. Therefore, from this perspective, she had no motive to commit the crime. As for Eunuch Wei, he had been serving the emperor for a long time. Who would doubt his loyalty? At this point, Minister Xing realized how weak his inference was in front of these two powerful witnesses. Empress Xiao asked, What else do you have to say? Minister Xing said, This humble subject has nothing to say. Empress Xiao said coldly, Guards, escort Minister Xing to the Supreme Court. Minister Xing knelt on the ground with his back straight. He slowly took off his official hat and carefully handed it to the palace guards who came to detain him. Empress Xiao called the officials of the Supreme Court over and took them to the crime scene to collect evidence. The palace guards who had been interrogated before were also interrogated one by one. Empress Xiao was busy until late at night. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore and fell asleep on the back of the chair in the side chamber. It was late at night. The candlelight in the bedchamber flickered. Eunuch Wei knelt on the foot of the dragon bed, silently wiping his tears. A ghost-like beautiful figure quietly entered the room. The gorgeous train of her dress swept across the smooth floor. Eunuch Wei was crying when he suddenly saw a huge shadow on the dragon bed. He was so scared that he shivered. When he was about to turn around, a white hand gently pressed on his shoulder. Eunuch Wei's whole body tensed up. Eunuch Wei, are you cold? The person behind him asked gently. Eunuch Wei swallowed and suppressed the fear in his heart. He whispered, Princess, I'm not cold. If you're not cold, then why are you shivering? She asked. Eunuch Wei forced himself to stop shivering. Is my royal brother awake? She lifted the bright yellow curtain and hung it with a hook. Then she sat down on the edge of the bed. Eunuch Wei looked at her uneasily and said, Not yet. She raised her hand and gently touched the emperor's cheek. My royal brother has suffered a lot. Eunuch Wei lowered his head and didn't say anything. Eunuch Wei, who do you think caused my royal brother to be like this? Sun Ping. Sun Ping? She was stunned and then laughed. She laughed so hard that she leaned forward and back. The sinister laughter echoed in the bedchamber. Eunuch Wei shuddered. He quietly turned his head to look at the palace guards kneeling in the bedchamber and found that they all fell asleep on the ground without exception. Eunuch Wei shuddered even more. She laughed enough and wiped the tears with her fingertips. Eunuch Wei, isn't it me? Didn't I kill myself to prove my innocence, but my royal brother didn't believe me, so I accidentally harmed my royal brother? Eunuch Wei didn't know how to respond. If he said the wrong thing, he was afraid that she would go crazy. If he said the right thing, he was afraid that she would go crazy. She said, Eunuch Wei, you really are a person. I let you work for me and you really betrayed my royal brother. Are all of you rootless people so cowardly? At the end of her sentence, she gritted her teeth and kicked Eunuch Wei to the ground. Eunuch Wei wasn't as old as Eunuch Qin, but he wasn't young either. This fall almost broke all the bones in his body. Was this still the princess he knew? She was clearly a violent madwoman. Whoever was with her really had 8 lifetimes of bad luck. She gave a mocking laugh. Royal brother, open your eyes and look. This is the eunuch you trust. Their bodies are broken and their hearts are broken. They have no loyalty to speak of. Royal brother, I originally didn't plan on making a move against you so quickly, but why don't you believe me? Haven't you always trusted me the most? Is it because I didn't drug you that you are not as loyal to me as you are to Mufei? But I gave it to you now. Princess Ningyan said as she took out a small porcelain bottle from her chest. Eunuch Wei's expression suddenly changed. He wanted to stop her, but she could even beat the dragon shadow guard. If he rushed over, wouldn't he be sending himself to death? He didn't realize before that this princess hid so deeply. Princess Ningyan saw Eunuch Wei struggle. She didn't care about the suspicion and disgust of an ant. She only found it funny. She laughed a few more times before turning to look at the emperor on the dragon bed. Don't worry, it's not a drug to control your mind. You've taken too much of that drug. If you take more, you'll become a fool. How could I bear to? I still hope that imperial brother will be able to witness everything I do with a clear mind. Princess Ningyan pried open the emperor's mouth and poured the medicine in. Not long after, the emperor's eyelids began to tremble slightly. This was a sign that his consciousness was recovering. But although his consciousness had recovered, his body was even more unable to move. He would know everything that Ningyan had done. In a state of incomparable clarity, he would bear all the betrayal that Ningyan had brought him. His heart felt like it was being cut by a knife, his lungs burned like fire, but there was nothing he could do. Chapter 563. Little Jing Kong sat in Lu Quan's carriage and returned to Baishui Alley at night. The secret guard on the roof of the carriage who was responsible for protecting him also flew into the house. Jiao Jiao, Jiao Jiao. The first thing little Jing Kong did when he entered the house was to shout Jiao Jiao, regardless of whether Gu Jiao was there or not. Fortunately, Gu Jiao was really at home today. She came to treat Master Zhao next door. In the evening, Master Zhao's eldest grandson suddenly ran to the clinic and said that Master Zhao fell and couldn't get up. Gu Jiao quickly put down her work and rushed back. Uncle Zhao's fall was an accident. His right wrist and right ankle were sprained, and the pain was unbearable, so he couldn't get up. When Gu Jiao checked Uncle Zhao's injuries, she also checked other things and found that Uncle Zhao had high blood pressure. It wasn't serious, so Master Zhao didn't feel much. But if he really felt unbearable discomfort, the situation would be very serious. After Gu Jiao treated Master Zhao's injuries, she prescribed some medicine to lower his blood pressure. When she returned to the east room, she heard little Jing Kong's voice. Gu Jiao put down the medicine box and walked out. Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong threw himself into Gu Jiao's arms. The 5-year-old boy could no longer hug Gu Jiao's thigh when he first came here. Now he could barely reach Gu Jiao's waist when he stood on his tiptoes. Gu Jiao would usually bend down and let little Jing Kong throw himself into her arms. When she did this action, she did not have the same motherly gentleness as Yao Shi. In truth, she was a little stiff and her expression was a little too calm, but in the instant that she wrapped her arms around little Jing Kong, the sense of security that came from being blocked behind her was something that no hug could compare to. Little Jing Kong breathed in Gu Jiao's scent with peace of mind. He closed his eyes and calmed down. Jiao Jiao. Gu Jiao rubbed his little head. You went to the palace? Gu Jiao had heard about it from Yao Shi. Okay. Little Jing Kong nodded. I'm going to visit Great Aunt and my brother. Gu Jiao took his little hand and walked to the backyard. How are Grand Aunt and little brother? Little Jing Kong said happily. Good, it's all good. No, that's not right. Little brother isn't very well. What's wrong? Gu Jiao asked. Little Jing Kong sighed. Something seems to have happened to his mother. I don't know what happened. I'm worried about him. Something happened to Princess Ningyan? Gu Jiao paused. Then I'll ask around for you. Okay. The two came to the well and Gu Jiao fetched a bucket of water for him to wash his hands. Fortunately, little Jing Kong was a child who could withstand the cold and was not delicate at all. If it were Qin Chuyu, he would have been screaming from the cold. Gu Jiao felt that the well water in winter was really warm, and she could take a bath directly. But her family didn't let her. After washing his hands, little Jing Kong went to practice the set of boxing that Gu Changqing taught him. He practiced it every day at least once, at most 3 or 4 times without stopping. Gu Jiao felt that once a day was enough to strengthen his body. There was no need to work so hard. Little Jing Kong didn't just want to strengthen his body. He wanted to protect Jiao Jiao and his chickens. There was no harm in practicing more boxing, so Gu Jiao let him be. At night, Gu Jiao learned that the emperor was assassinated and was in a coma. In the study of the old chancellor next door, Gu Jiao, Xiao Heng, and the old chancellor sat on a cushion beside a short table. I knew she would do it, but I didn't expect her to be so ruthless. The old chancellor sighed. They publicized the case of Immortal Music House, forcing the emperor to investigate the case and give the people an explanation. Then they got Hua Xiao's confession. Their original intention was to force her to do it. After all, a person would only reveal their flaws when she did it. The old chancellor said thoughtfully, I thought she would use the trick of injuring herself to make the emperor soften. Or she would destroy the confession before the emperor saw it, and then send someone to assassinate Hua Xiao. But why did she stab the emperor? She smashed it. Xiao Heng corrected. It's all the same. The old chancellor cleared his throat. The emperor is so pitiful. Xiao Heng, your expression clearly doesn't show that. Gu Jiao was thirsty and went to drink tea. Xiao Heng took her cold tea without a trace and gave her the cup of hot tea that he hadn't touched. His eyes didn't fall on Gu Jiao, and his expression was very indifferent, as if it was just a casual movement. He said, the emperor should have seen the confession and chose not to believe her. He might even want to detain her, so she took the risk to attack the emperor. There are 2 doubts. First, why didn't the emperor believe her? Second, there was a dragon shadow guard beside the emperor. How did she get past the dragon shadow guard and attack the emperor? Empress Xiao hadn't seen the power of the dragon shadow guard, so she couldn't imagine how fast they were. No one could easily hurt the emperor under the eyes of the dragon shadow guard. Even if the emperor was hurt, it was impossible to escape unscathed. I'm very confused about the first point, Xiao Heng said. Gu Jiao nodded. So was she. The emperor doted on Princess Ning, and so much that it didn't seem right to suspect her based on a confession. Unless something else happened in the imperial study that shattered the emperor's familial filter for Princess Ning An. The old chancellor stroked his white beard and said, back then old concubine Jing fell from the horse too quickly. I always felt that there was something between her and the emperor that we overlooked. Xiao Heng said, as for the second doubt, I have a guess in my heart. The old chancellor looked at him. Say it. Xiao Heng analyzed. It's impossible for her to get past the dragon shadow guard and attack the emperor. She either lured the dragon shadow guard away or defeated the dragon shadow guard. She didn't know that Sun Ping would come to deliver the letter, so it's unlikely that the dragon shadow guard was lured away in advance. So she can defeat the dragon shadow guard? The old chancellor looked at Gu Jiao. Jiao Jiao, does she know martial arts? Gu Jiao took a sip of the hot tea that her husband handed over. Her stomach felt warm. She shook her head. I didn't notice. The old chancellor frowned. Could it be that she's an expert like old concubine Jing who used medicine to change her pulse and hid the fact that she knows martial arts? Gu Jiao said, if that's the case, her body will show signs of weakness. She doesn't have this kind of situation. Xiao Heng said, you don't have to know martial arts to deal with the dragon shadow guard. Everything in the world reinforces and restrains each other. The dragon shadow guard came from the Yen kingdom. I think that the Yen kingdom must have a way to deal with the dragon shadow guard. The few of them coincidentally thought of the power behind the collusion with Immortal Music House. Could it be that they were really afraid of a young lord of Immortal Music House? With Empress Dowager Zhuang's ability, was it difficult to issue an edict to depose the princess? The reason why she had to lower herself to play mind games was largely to test the power of the Yen kingdom hidden in the dark. Xiao Heng paused and said, Hua Xiao can't continue to stay in the Ministry of Justice. The emperor couldn't tell whether the confession letter was real or fake, but the young master of Immortal Music House could see the flaw at a glance. After all, what was written in the confession letter wasn't Hua Xiao's real experience at all. The narrative tone was also wrong. The only similarity was the handwriting. However, in the case that the first 2 points were fake, it wasn't difficult to guess that the handwriting was also fake. The young master of Immortal Music House understood that Hua Xiao hadn't betrayed her so far. However, things were different now. She had made such a big move, and the risk she had to take was much greater than before. Hua Xiao's existence was always a threat to her. Xiaoheng didn't care about Hua Xiao's life, but Hua Xiao was always one of the important witnesses to bring down the young master of Immortal Music House. After several people's discussion, Hua Xiao was secretly sent to the medical center that night and became neighbors with Mo Qianxue. Hua Xiao, Mo Qianxue, Gu Jiao planned to transfer Secret Guard A to watch Hua Xiao, but Mo Qianxue snorted and said, "No need to be so troublesome. I can keep an eye on her. Use more bone-softening powder." Hua Xiao. After settling Hua Xiao, they assessed the risk of the other related people. From the youngest to the oldest, it was Empress Xiao, the emperor, and Minister Xing. Empress Xiao was investigating this case. The less she knew, the safer she would be. As long as her direction was wrong, it was what Princess Ning wanted. Once she realized who the real murderer was, the situation would become dangerous. This was also why Xiaoheng decided not to tell her the inside story for the time being. The emperor was now in the hands of Princess Ning, and his personal safety was difficult to guarantee. But if he died at this time, Ning En's interest would stop here. Before squeezing the emperor's value, Ning En would not touch him. She just didn't know how long she could squeeze this value out of him. The first one to be executed might be Minister Xing. The next day, the Supreme Court began to investigate Sun Ping's assassination of the emperor. Minister Xing firmly claimed that Sun Ping was wronged and hoped that the Supreme Court could give Sun Ping justice. Minister Xing was, after all, a second-rank official. Unless His Majesty personally issued a decree to torture him, the Supreme Court really couldn't torture him. But it was not a good idea to waste time like this. Just when the Supreme Court could not find conclusive evidence for the case, a Yamen runner from the Ministry of Justice came to the Supreme Court and claimed that a suspect detained by the Ministry of Justice had evidence of the case. The Supreme Court hurriedly called the person to the interrogation room. Minister Xing was also there. Minister Xing never expected that the person who came would be Assistant Minister Li. Assistant Minister Li was set up because he was investigating the case of Xian Le House and took a life. There was not enough evidence to reverse the case for him, so he was temporarily detained in the Ministry of Justice. Minister Xing had a plan in mind. When Xian Le House was overthrown, he would release Assistant Minister Li. 2 lords. Assistant Minister Li saluted the two of them. The Minister of the Supreme Court said, "No need to be so polite. I heard that Assistant Minister Li has clues of the case." "That's right." Assistant Minister Li looked straight at the ground in front of him and said, "Actually, this official knows who the mastermind behind this is. Sun Ping is only a sharp blade. The real murderer is someone else." Assistant Minister Li suddenly paused. Minister Xing's heart surged with an ominous premonition. Assistant Minister Li steeled his heart and said, "Lord Xing, I'm sorry. I've let down your years of cultivation, but this official really can't hide it for you anymore." Minister Xing looked at him in disbelief. "Assistant Minister Li?" Assistant Minister Li did not look at him. He only took out a few letters and handed them to the Minister of the Supreme Court. "These are the evidence of Lord Xing and Sun Ping's private dealings. Sun Ping's cousin, Sun Jian, used to be a street thug. Once, Lord Xing met a few robbers on a trip. Sun Jian had a grudge against them, so he beat them up. Unexpectedly, this incident caught Lord Xing's eye. Lord Xing brought the 2 brothers into the Ministry of Justice to become Yamen runners. Sun Ping can be considered honest, but Sun Jian's bad habits did not change. Lord Xing had helped him pay off his gambling debts several times. These are all Sun Jian's promissory notes and letters of remorse. Not long ago, Lord Xing gave Sun Ping a large sum of silver and asked Sun Ping to do something important for him. This official accidentally overheard it outside the watchroom. Lord Xing told him that this matter was of great importance and that he must keep his mouth shut about Sun Jian. This official also heard Sun Ping say that if I don't come back, please take care of my cousin for me. Although my cousin likes to gamble, he has been changing and has been changing for a long time. The Minister of the Supreme Court asked, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Assistant Minister Li said bitterly, "We are the Ministry of Justice and often have to investigate some confidential cases. I thought that Sun Ping had been sent out to investigate a major case that could lead to his death. That is not something I should ask, so I didn't think too much about it." It was only this morning that I heard the Yamen runners outside the prison say that His Majesty was assassinated and that the murderer was Sun Ping that I thought of this matter. The most hurtful thing was never the enemy's sword or spear, but the cold arrows of one's comrades. Why did you do this? Lord, is what I said not true? It was true, but it was not the entire truth. Minister Xing had indeed asked Sun Ping to do something for him and gave him a few banknotes, but he was only taking care of the family of a Yamen runner who had passed away. That Yamen runner had been killed by the murderer while investigating a murder case. Minister Xing had always felt guilty, feeling that he had not protected his subordinate well. Who would have thought that something like this would happen before Sun Ping could give out the banknotes? As expected, when one was unlucky, even water would be stuck between one's teeth. The Minister of the Supreme Court looked at Minister Xing with a complicated expression and said to Assistant Minister Li, "So, the mastermind who ordered Sun Ping to assassinate His Majesty was Minister Xing?" Assistant Minister Li said, "The person who ordered Sun Ping was Minister Xing, but the mastermind behind the assassination of His Majesty was not him. Minister Xing was only acting on behalf of someone else." With these words, not only was Minister Xing stunned, even the Minister of the Supreme Court was stunned. The Minister of the Supreme Court said seriously, "Is there something else? Who is the mastermind behind the scenes?" Assistant Minister Li closed his eyes with a pained expression as if he had made a huge decision. He said, "It was the Empress Dowager." Minister Xing punched Assistant Minister Li to the ground. Assistant Minister Li handed over a portion of the letters that Empress Dowager Zhuang had written to Minister Xing. They were not personally written by Empress Dowager Zhuang, but this was easy to understand. Afraid of leaving something behind, how could such a clever person like the Empress Dowager have her own handwriting? She did not even know how to use the handwriting of the people around her. However, if each letter was burned with candlelight, Empress Dowager Zhuang's phoenix seal would appear on the paper. The contents of the letters confirmed that Minister Xing had been secretly plotting between the Emperor and Empress Dowager Zhuang over the years. The last letter was from 7 days ago. Empress Dowager Zhuang said that she had endured the Emperor for a long time. The Emperor had been at odds with her for many years and found that he could not win against her by force, so he began to use filial piety to confuse her. She thought that the Emperor had truly buried the hatchet with her and even gave away the power of court that she had controlled for many years for the Emperor. Who would have thought that the Emperor had been secretly plotting to get rid of her? The Emperor was heartless, so he could not blame her for being unjust. She wanted the Emperor's life. All of this was made up with a nose and eyes. If Minister Xing did not know that this was a trap set for him, he would have believed it himself. These letters were all written by Empress Dowager Zhuang and there was no reply from Minister Xing. This was understandable. Minister Xing's reply must be in Empress Dowager Zhuang's hands. If it could not be found in Empress Dowager Zhuang's hands, there was an explanation. With Empress Dowager Zhuang's shrewdness, she would not leave any evidence. She must have burned it after reading it. Then why should I keep the evidence? Am I not afraid that it will be exposed? Minister Xing questioned Assistant Minister Li. Assistant Minister Li covered his swollen face and replied calmly, "That is because you understand that being the Empress Dowager's puppet is like asking a tiger for its skin. If one day the Empress Dowager kills the donkey after it has outlived its usefulness, at least you still have a trump card to threaten the Empress Dowager in order to protect yourself." This reason was impeccable. Minister Xing should be angry, but his first reaction was to give a thumbs up in his heart. It was a perfect crime. Empress Dowager Zhuang was once the most powerful woman in Zhao country. Before the previous emperor passed away, he had appointed her as regent. It was the previous emperor who had rightfully handed over the power to her. So what if she held court behind the curtain? As long as she didn't rebel, no one could do anything to her. But now that the regicide had happened, everything was different. Empress Xiao was usually very afraid of Empress Dowager Zhuang. But even a rabbit would bite when cornered. Empress Dowager Zhuang had committed regicide. How could she continue to swallow her anger? At worst I'll die. If I die, my brother will avenge me when he comes back. Commander Fu of the Imperial Guards was a confidant of Marquis Xianping. Empress Xiao took the token left by Marquis Xianping to her and ordered Commander Fu to lead the troops to put Empress Dowager Zhuang under house arrest in Rinshou Palace. Empress Xiao had no right to punish Empress Dowager Zhuang. She could only wait for the emperor to wake up and then make a decision. Therefore, after putting Empress Dowager Zhuang under house arrest, Empress Xiao returned to Chengquan Palace to deal with official business. After the emperor was assassinated, Everyone in the imperial palace was in a state of panic. In the past, when it was time to eat, the gates of each palace would be bustling with activity. But today it was especially solemn. The palace servants came out of the imperial kitchen with food boxes. When they saw each other, they didn't greet each other with laughter. They silently saluted when they should and treated those who didn't need to. Inside Pure Flower's palace, a young eunuch also brought in the emperor's food. You can all withdraw. I'll do it, Eunuch Wei instructed the palace servants. Yes. Everyone left in a single file. Eunuch Wei looked around and confirmed that there was no third person in the bedchamber. Then he came to the side of the emperor's bed and softly called out, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. The emperor didn't respond. Your Majesty, this servant has offended you. Eunuch Wei took out a raw fish bladder. He had soaked this fish bladder with medicine to get rid of the fishy smell. He cut a small hole in the fish bladder and forced the emperor's mouth open. Then he used his finger to shove the fish bladder in. Just as he finished doing this, an indifferent voice came from behind him. Eunuch Wei, what are you doing? Eunuch Wei trembled and almost stabbed the fish bladder into the emperor's throat. He forced himself to calm down and turned around with a sigh of relief. You scared me to death. So it was the princess. I thought the empress had come. Princess Ning'an walked forward and looked at him suspiciously. Why are you feeling guilty when the empress is here? Eunuch Wei used the action of tidying the emperor's bedding to discreetly stuff the fish bladder into the emperor's pants. Eunuch Wei's eyes flashed and he said embarrassedly, This servant is now yours. It's inevitable that I feel a bit guilty when I see the empress. Princess Ning'an smiled coldly. That's true. If the empress finds out that you betrayed his majesty, this princess won't be able to keep your life. So you have to be careful. Don't let this princess not take your life, but the empress will. Eunuch Wei agreed fawningly, Yes, yes. How is his majesty? Princess Ning'an asked haughtily. Eunuch Wei thought to himself, You really have shed all pretenses. You don't even bother to pretend. Where is the affection between siblings? Even Princess Xingyang treats his majesty better than you. Eunuch Wei replied, He still seems to be unconscious. Princess Ning'an took out a bottle of medicine from her wide sleeve. This servant will do it. Eunuch Wei said politely. You. Princess Ning'an looked at him suspiciously. Eunuch Wei said, His majesty hasn't washed in 2 days and is a bit disheveled. The princess is precious. It's better for this servant to do it. You can watch from the side. If this servant doesn't feed him properly, you can remind this servant. Princess Ning'an looked at the slovenly emperor and pursed her lips. She handed the bottle to Eunuch Wei. Okay, you do it. Eunuch Wei took it and pulled out the cork. He carefully and nervously reached out to grab the emperor's chin. His hand couldn't help but tremble slightly. It was obvious that he was very nervous. However, this nervousness wouldn't arouse suspicion. After all, this was the first time someone had offended the emperor's body. Anyone would be afraid. Princess Ning'an stared unblinkingly at Eunuch Wei as he carefully poured the medicine into the emperor's mouth. She smiled faintly. You poured it better than me. Not a single drop spilled. Eunuch Wei smiled but didn't say anything. He looked scared and servile. Princess Ning'an was successfully pleased. She couldn't help but laugh. That's enough. Your head is firmly on your neck. Even if you spill it, I won't kill you. If Empress Xiao wants to kill you, I will protect you. Do you know why? Eunuch Wei naturally wouldn't say that it was because the princess was kind and benevolent. Wouldn't that be hitting the horse's hoof? Eunuch Wei smiled mockingly. It's because this servant is His Majesty's steward. There are some things that His Majesty needs this servant to convey. This servant is still somewhat useful to the princess. Princess Ning'an sneered. You're smart. Eunuch Wei said, That's right. Princess, shouldn't you avoid coming to Pure Flower's palace in the future? If the Empress finds out, Princess Ning'an said carelessly, if she finds out, just say that I'm here to visit Imperial Brother. Imperial Brother and I have a close sibling relationship. Why would the Empress suspect me? Eunuch Wei said sincerely, That's because you came openly. The Empress won't suspect you. If you keep coming here secretly and get caught by the Empress isn't stupid. Why did Princess Ning'an come here secretly? Wasn't it to drug the Emperor while avoiding everyone? There weren't many people at this time. When she thought of this, Princess Ning'an realized that the palace servants weren't here tonight. Jem? Where did they all go? She asked in confusion. I sent them away because I did something bad. Eunuch Wei broke out in a cold sweat, but his expression didn't change as he said, I calculated that the princess might come at this time, so I sent them away in advance. Princess Ning'an looked at Eunuch Wei and laughed. No wonder Imperial Brother thinks so highly of you. Eunuch Wei, you're truly meticulous. Eunuch Wei said with a sincere expression. It's this servant's duty to share the master's worries. If this servant wants to live, I naturally have to show the princess my abilities. Princess Ning'an smiled. Good. After this matter is done, whether or not you can live will depend on how much this princess likes you. Eunuch Wei said, this servant will be willing to sacrifice my life for the princess. Princess Ning'an coldly hooked the corners of her lips. Alright, you go guard outside. I have something to say to Imperial Brother. Remember, don't let anyone in. Yes. Alright. Princess, please give your orders. Where is my Imperial Brother's Imperial Jade Seal? Eunuch Wei froze. Princess Ning'an looked at him with a faint smile. Just now you said that you would sacrifice your life for me. Now you're not willing to give me the Imperial Jade Seal? Eunuch Wei braced himself and went to the small study in the bedchamber. He opened a secret compartment, took out the Imperial Jade Seal, and handed it to Princess Ning'an with both hands. Princess Ning'an smiled proudly. Go out. Eunuch Wei looked back at the unconscious His Majesty, then turned and left the bedchamber. Princess Ning'an took the Imperial Jade Seal and sat down next to the Emperor. Her other hand took out a bright yellow Imperial Edict from her wide sleeve. In Zhao country, the Emperor's Imperial Edict was mostly dictated by the Emperor. Hanlin officials wrote the edict with a little rhetoric. Finally, it was presented to the Emperor to be stamped. But there were also special cases. For example, the Emperor wrote his own edict or appointed someone to write the edict. Imperial Brother, you must want to know what happened today. Why don't I tell you? There's progress in the case of Sun Ping's assassination of Imperial Brother. You can't imagine who the mastermind behind Sun Ping is. It's Imperial Mother. I didn't expect it either. Imperial Mother loves you so much. How could she let someone kill you? But there are witnesses and evidence. Imperial Mother can't overturn the case this time. Who is investigating the case? It's the Minister of the Supreme Court and the Empress's sister-in-law. Imperial Brother knows the temper of the Empress sister-in-law. Hearing that Imperial Mother had done such a terrible thing, the Empress sister-in-law made a prompt decision and ordered the Imperial Guards to put Imperial Mother under house arrest in Rinshou Palace. The Empress sister-in-law also told me to ask Imperial Brother how to deal with Imperial Mother. What? Imperial Brother wants to kill Imperial Mother? That's not appropriate. Imperial Mother raised Imperial Brother for a while. How could Imperial Brother kill his mother? I forgot. Imperial Brother has already done it. Wasn't Imperial Mother killed by Imperial Brother? Thinking about it, Imperial Brother won't even bat an eyelid if he kills Imperial Mother, right? Princess Ning'an's smile made people shiver. It was as if she was possessed. But in the next moment, her smile disappeared. She said coldly, Imperial Mother was killed by you all. You have the face to ask me if I have any resentment? Imperial Brother, how about I kill your Imperial Mother and then ask you if you have any resentment? The unconscious Emperor's body suddenly began to tremble slightly. His hands and eyes under his eyelids seemed to be violently struggling and shaking. He was like a beast trying to break free of its shackles and cages, even if the price was his own flesh and blood. Princess Ning'an held him down with one hand. She said mockingly, killing her is too easy for her. It is better to let her become a nun and taste the pain my Imperial Mother suffered. Then let her watch as her son dies tragically in front of her. Let her watch as the country she protected falls bit by bit into the hands of others. Isn't this worse than death? The Emperor's entire body trembled violently. There was no pity in Princess Ning'an's eyes. She withdrew her hand from the Emperor and stood up. Taking the Imperial Edict, she left the bedchamber. She threw another bottle of medicine to Eunuch Wei. Give him another dose at night. Eunuch Wei looked at the Imperial Edict in her hand. His pupils contracted. He didn't dare ask more. He lowered his head and took it with both hands. Yes. Princess Ning'an raised her chin and said, His Majesty just woke up. This is the Imperial Edict he asked me to write for him. Empress Dowager Zhuang killed the Emperor and rebelled. She is disgraceful and will go to Taiping Temple to become a nun. She is not allowed to return to the palace without being summoned. Eunuch Wei, come with me to Rinshou Palace to issue the Imperial Edict now. Eunuch Wei's expression changed. Princess Ning'an looked at him coldly. Go or die. Eunuch Wei trembled as he took the Imperial Edict. He didn't believe that His Majesty would do anything to Empress Dowager Zhuang. The mother and son had already buried the hatchet. His Majesty would rather die than hurt the Empress Dowager. This was clearly, Princess Ningyan said coldly, "Don't challenge my patience. If you don't go, you can change to someone else." Eunuch Wei's chest rolled. "I can't die. I can't die. If I die and she changes to someone else to His Majesty's side, His Majesty will be even more doomed." Eunuch Wei's eyes were red. He said in a trembling voice, "Go. I will go to Rinshou Palace to issue the edict now." Eunuch Wei followed Princess Ningyan to Rinshou Palace. Empress Xiao ordered that no one could enter Rinshou Palace to visit Empress Dowager Zhuang. However, seeing the imperial edict was like seeing His Majesty. Therefore, Eunuch Wei and Princess Ningyan were not among those who were stopped. "The imperial edict has arrived," Eunuch Wei sang. There was no response from Rinshou Palace. Eunuch Wei sang again, "The imperial edict has arrived." Only the palace people came out. Princess Ningyan looked at the closed bedroom. "Mother, His Majesty has an imperial edict." Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't seem to want to pay attention to people. Since ancient times, no emperor had ever given an imperial edict to the Empress Dowager. This was the first time since the beginning of time. It was reasonable for Empress Dowager Zhuang to ignore it. Eunuch Wei shouted the imperial edict again. Princess Ningyan frowned. She walked forward and pushed open the red hollow door. She saw an empty bedroom. Where was Empress Dowager Zhuang? Chapter 564. Eunuch Wei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Princess Ningyan, who was frozen in place, was not so happy. Her eyes turned cold. "Eunuch Wei. I'm here." Eunuch Wei collected his emotions and immediately turned into a lackey. "Princess, what orders do you have?" Princess Ningyan ordered faintly, "Go and find my mother." "Yes." Eunuch Wei responded and searched Rinshou Palace 3 times with the imperial guards. The rest of the palace people were all there, except for Empress Dowager Zhuang and Eunuch Qin. "Go and ask those palace people." Princess Ningyan said. "I asked but they don't know." Eunuch Wei said. Princess Ningyan looked at him coldly. Eunuch Wei blocked the view of the imperial guards and whispered, "Princess, we can't use torture in Rinshou Palace. It's too conspicuous. Besides, it's the Empress's job to organize the harem. If she oversteps her authority, it'll be easy for others to use against her." Princess Ningyan took a deep breath and slowly suppressed her anger. "Go and call Commander Fu." "Yes." After Commander Fu came, Princess Ningyan asked him, "How did you guard Rinshou Palace?" "My mother suddenly disappeared." "Didn't you notice?" "I don't know if something happened to my mother and she was taken away by thieves." This. Commander Fu was at a loss. To be honest, he really didn't know. He saw Empress Dowager Zhuang taking a walk in the courtyard in the afternoon. How did she disappear after dinner? "When was the last time you saw my mother?" Princess Ningyan asked. Commander Fu said truthfully, "It was in the afternoon around 5 o'clock. The Empress Dowager was taking a walk in the courtyard and then she went back to her bedroom. I was only responsible for guarding and couldn't disturb her." In other words, the imperial guards could only surround Rinshou Palace and couldn't watch Empress Dowager Zhuang closely. But then again they were guarding so tightly. How did the Empress Dowager disappear? The moon was dark and the wind was strong. A figure swept onto the roof where the cold wind was whistling and nimbly jumped on the eaves and walls in the dark night. Not long after, the figure entered Jadewater Alley and landed in Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng's home. It was not early now, so Yao Shi and the children had all gone to bed. Only Gu Jiao, Xiao Heng and the old chancellor were still sitting in the central room. Hearing the commotion in the courtyard, Gu Jiao stood up. Xiao Heng walked over before her and opened the door. Gu Chengfeng carried a person on his back as he entered, looking travel-worn. Panting heavily, he said, "I'm so tired, so tired. It's too far from the palace." Xiao Heng looked in the direction of the courtyard and closed the door behind Gu Chengfeng. Gu Chengfeng carefully placed Empress Dowager Zhuang on the chair. "Be careful." The old chancellor stretched out his hand to support him. "Are you freezing?" Empress Dowager Zhuang ignored him. He took a closer look and his expression changed. Gu Chengfeng turned around and pulled at his collar while looking at the unconscious Empress Dowager Zhuang. Is the Empress Dowager asleep? Could it be that she was knocked out by him? Well, he was indeed a bit fast just now. Zhuang Jins, Zhuang Jins, Zhuang Jins. The old chancellor called a few times and his heart tightened. Could it be that something happened? Gu Jiao bent down and approached her grandaunt. "Grandaunt, we need one more." Empress Dowager Zhuang instantly woke up, opened her eyes and sat up. Where? Then she really went to play the Yi card. Everyone looked at her vigorous figure with her sleeves rolled up, ready to fight for 300 rounds, and the corners of their mouths twitched. Gu Qingfeng. Has she been looking forward to playing cards for a long time? Princess Ningyan took Eunuch Wei to Chengkuan Palace to report to her about the Imperial Edict and Renshou Palace. Empress Xiao put down the half-read account book in her hand and said to Princess Ningyan indifferently, "If there is such a thing in the future, you better inform me first." Princess Ningyan bowed. "Yes, sister-in-law." Eunuch Wei broke out in a cold sweat for Empress Xiao. Empress Xiao called Eunuch Su. "You go and tell Commander Fu that no matter if Empress Dowager left by herself or was kidnapped, he must find her, both in the palace and outside the palace." "Yes." Eunuch Su responded. Empress Xiao glanced at the two indifferently and said, "Princess Ningyan, you go back first." Eunuch Wei, stay. "Ningyan, please excuse me." Princess Ningyan bowed, took a few steps back and brushed past Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Wei looked straight ahead and maintained the posture of bowing. Princess Ningyan also didn't have the slightest change and left Chengkuan Palace. Empress Xiao looked at the imperial edict in her hand and looked at Eunuch Wei seriously. "I ask you, did His Majesty really wake up just now?" Eunuch Wei said, "Yes." Empress Xiao suspiciously said, "When His Majesty was issuing the imperial edict, you were always there?" Eunuch Wei nodded. "Yes, I served him with the brush and ink." After finishing the edict, His Majesty exhausted his vitality and fell asleep again. Empress Xiao frowned. She could be suspicious of anyone, but she could still trust Eunuch Wei. Empress Xiao sighed. "I understand. Keep the imperial edict well and take good care of His Majesty. The next time His Majesty wakes up, remember to send someone to inform me first." "I will remember." After leaving Chengkuan Palace, Eunuch Wei headed in the direction of Pure Flower's palace. He hadn't taken a few steps when he saw a beautiful figure under a large tree. He jumped in fright. "Princess." Princess Ningyan turned around with a smile that wasn't a smile. Eunuch Wei blinked and bowed. "Princess, the Empress just asked. There's no need to tell me. I don't think you have the guts to betray me in front of the Empress." Yes. Eunuch Wei smiled embarrassedly. "Then the Princess is waiting for me here? This?" Princess Ningyan tossed him a porcelain bottle. "Tomorrow's medicine. Give it to His Majesty at dinner time." Eunuch Wei's eyes flashed. "Ah yes, this servant will definitely do as instructed." Princess Ningyan chuckled. "If you can't," Eunuch Wei shook his head like a rattle drum. I don't dare. This servant's life is in the princess's hands. If the princess tells this servant to go east, this servant doesn't dare to go west." Princess Ningyan's lips hooked coldly. "It's good that you know. Alright, hurry and go serve Imperial Brother. This medicine isn't foolproof." "If he really wakes up," Eunuch Wei hurriedly said, "this servant won't let anyone discover that His Majesty is awake. This servant will immediately notify the princess." "It's good that you know." After saying this, Princess Ningyan calmly returned to Jade Cloud's hall. After confirming that she was far away, Eunuch Wei let out a long sigh of relief and quickly returned to Pure Flower's palace. "It's been so long. I wonder how the swim bladder in His Majesty's mouth is doing? Did he sprinkle the medicine? Did he swallow it?" Eunuch Wei arrived in front of the dragon bed and sent the palace servants away. He then pried open the emperor's mouth and slowly took out the swim bladder. The medicine inside was still there. Eunuch Wei's heart relaxed. "I have to quickly take care of it." Eunuch Wei took the swim bladder and walked out. He vaguely felt like he had forgotten something, but he couldn't remember what it was. The immobile emperor, our underpants. There's something in our underpants. There was no wall in the world that didn't have a crack. The news of Empress Dowager Zhuang colluding with Minister Xing to murder the emperor quickly spread through the capital. The civil and military officials and the citizens of the capital never expected that the mastermind behind the scenes would be Empress Dowager Zhuang. But if one carefully thought back to the years when Empress Dowager Zhuang controlled the court and suppressed the emperor, it wasn't hard to accept the fact that she was the mastermind. The people began to voice a crusade against Empress Dowager Zhuang, but the Zhuang family actually remained silent at such a critical moment. Grand Tutor Zhuang also claimed that he was sick and didn't attend court. This caused Empress Dowager Zhuang's reputation and situation to worsen. "Grandfather!" Royal Prince and angrily rushed to Grand Tutor Zhuang's courtyard. The guards at the door couldn't stop him even if they wanted to. Grand Tutor Zhuang was practicing calligraphy in the study. When he heard his grandson's voice, he didn't even lift his eyelids. He dipped the tip of his brush in ink and said, "Shouldn't you be on duty in the inner court at this time?" Royal Prince did go to the inner court, but he immediately returned after hearing some things. Thanks to his status, no one in the inner court dared to stop him. He came to the desk and looked at Grand Tutor Zhuang, who was concentrating on practicing calligraphy. He understood that he wasn't really sick these days. He just didn't attend court on purpose. "Grandfather, have you heard about Grandaunt?" he asked. Grand Tutor Zhuang didn't look at him. He wrote the character for Shan. "This isn't something you should worry about." Royal Prince looked at Grand Tutor Zhuang with burning eyes. "This isn't something I should worry about. Then what about grandfather?" "Grandfather, aren't you worried? Something so serious happened to the Empress Dowager. Shouldn't grandfather come out to protect her reputation and go to the Supreme Court and Ministry of Justice to find evidence of her being slandered?" Grand Tutor Zhuang's brush paused. He glanced at him. "How do you know it's slander?" Royal Prince said seriously, "The Empress Dowager wouldn't do such a thing. If she wanted His Majesty's life, she wouldn't have waited until now. Grandfather knows the Empress Dowager's methods better than I do." Grand Tutor Zhuang asked, "So what?" Royal Prince looked deeply at Grand Tutor Zhuang. "Grandfather, are you planning to stand by and watch?" Grand Tutor Zhuang didn't admit or deny it. "I'm doing this for the Zhuang family." Royal Prince sneered. "For the Zhuang family? What for the Zhuang family? Without the Empress Dowager's protection, can the Zhuang family still be the Zhuang family of the past?" Grand Tutor Zhuang slammed the brush on the table. "Then do you think the Empress Dowager is still the Empress Dowager of the past? She drew a clear line between her and the Zhuang family long ago." Royal Prince clenched his fists and said bitterly, "So grandfather just watched and didn't save her? She's your younger sister. After her biological father sold his daughter and sent her to that man-eating palace, after she lost her only flesh and blood, after she had licked her wounds and racked her brains for the Zhuang family for so many years, her grandfather had abandoned her just like that. Grandfather only remembers the year she drew a clear line between her and the Zhuang family, but he doesn't remember the decades when the Zhuang family ate her flesh and blood." Grand Tutor Zhuang said angrily, "Enough." Royal Prince wasn't intimidated by Grand Tutor Zhuang's anger. He looked disappointedly at Grand Tutor Zhuang, whom he had respected for so many years. "Grandfather, when I was 8 years old, you sent me to Qin country as a hostage. The Empress Dowager tried her best to stop you. She said that it was enough for the Zhuang family to have her and that there was no need to sacrifice more people. What did grandfather tell me?" "Grandfather, you said that it was too hard for the Empress Dowager to support the Zhuang family alone. She couldn't bear everything alone. So I went. I was humiliated all those years in Qin country, but I never regretted it. But now I regret it. Grandfather, you didn't do it for the Empress Dowager or the Zhuang family. You only did it for yourself." These words were harsh, but Grand Tutor Zhuang was past the age to argue with the younger generation. He suppressed his anger and continued to write a few words. He said, "You're my most outstanding grandson and the future heir of the Zhuang family. I hope you can understand your identity." Identity. Royal Prince laughed at himself and didn't say anything else to Grand Tutor Zhuang. He had already understood his grandfather's meaning. It was useless to say more. It was better to save his energy. Grand Tutor Zhuang called out to him, "Where are you going?" Royal Prince turned around and said coldly, "Grandfather doesn't care about the Empress Dowager. Then I can only save the Empress Dowager myself. I'm going to reverse the verdict for the Empress Dowager." Grand Tutor Zhuang threatened, "If you dare to take a step out of the Zhuang family, don't come back to see me again." Royal Prince clenched his fingers and stepped over the threshold. Grand Tutor Zhuang said in a low voice, "I mean what I say. Zhuang Yuheng, your identity was given by me. Your power and status were also given by me. Without me, without the identity of the Zhuang family's legitimate grandson, you, Zhuang Yuheng, are nothing in the capital. Think carefully. It's not hard for you to walk out of the manor today, but it won't be so easy for you to come back in the future." Royal Prince heard this and retracted his foot. Grand Tutor Zhuang raised his eyebrows in satisfaction. "Don't go to the cabinet these few days. Stay at home." Before he could say the words rest, Royal Prince lifted the hem of his robe and knelt on the ground. He put his hands on the ground and kowtowed heavily. With just one kowtow, his forehead turned red. Thank you, grandfather, for teaching me. Grand Tutor Zhuang was stunned. Royal Prince N's eyes turned red. He kowtowed for the second time. Thank you, grandfather, for teaching me. Blood seeped out of his forehead and his eyes were watery. Grand Tutor Zhuang's expression changed. He shouted, Zhuang Yuheng. Royal Prince N didn't stop. He kowtowed for the third time. His hot tears fell onto the cold floor. Thank you, grandfather, for your love. Yuheng is unfilial. After he finished speaking, he stood up with his forehead full of blood. He turned around with a choked voice and ran into the night without looking back. Chapter 565. Prince N regretted it after he came out for a stroll. It was so cold and the road was so dark. He should have brought some money and warm clothes before leaving home. Now he was penniless, without a carriage, and even his trusted secret guard Wu Yang had been detained by his grandfather. Wu Yang was the person who went to Chen with him. He was 7 years older than him. He was both his secret guard and his playmate. He always thought that Wu Yang was completely loyal to him after going through so many hardships. Reality gave him a cruel blow. Unknowingly, he had wandered around the capital for several hours and fell several times. There were still many people on the street. However, for the first time in his life, he felt that the bustle had nothing to do with him. He walked through the busy streets and came to a small courtyard where he used to live. However, he was stopped by the servant inside when he was about to enter. The servant said awkwardly, Prince, I just received orders from the Zhuang family. You are not allowed to enter the house. Very good. Very good. He couldn't even stay in the courtyard. If he couldn't stay here, there were other places. Prince N went to 3 residences under the Zhuang family's name in a row. Without exception, he was rejected. Prince N couldn't even enter the restaurants and inns where he was treated as a guest. First, he didn't have money. This wasn't the main point. In the past, he didn't have money and could do whatever he wanted in the capital. There were many people fighting to pay him. The second point was the main point. Grand Tutor Zhuang ordered people to send messages to the restaurants and inns he went to. How did Grand Tutor Zhuang know his past like the back of his hand? Thank you, Wu Yang. After being rejected countless times, Prince N looked at the quiet sky and laughed until his shoulders trembled. His grandfather was right. Without the identity of the Zhuang family's grandson, he was nothing. Grand Tutor Zhuang probably wanted to use this method to force Royal Prince N back. Royal Prince N had been a sensible and obedient child since he was young. He had suffered and suffered, but he had not faced all of this alone. He had Wu Yang and many masters by his side. He had the Empress Dowager and Grand Tutor Zhuang behind him. Now he had nothing left. He couldn't even find a place to stay. It was sad and laughable. However, there was one thing that he was very thankful for, and that was that Gu Jiao had cured his eyes. He was no longer night blind. Otherwise, it would be an extravagant hope for him to even walk on the streets. The biting cold wind cut his face like a knife. At first he could still feel the pain, but gradually he became numb. After walking for a while, even his mind was numb. He had no idea where he was. When he realized where he was, his eyebrows twitched and he turned around to leave. Unfortunately, it was too late. A small mushroom head poked out from the door. Are you looking for someone? Royal Prince N opened his mouth. The courtyard door was pushed open by the little bean, and the candlelight in the courtyard came in. The little bean saw his face clearly and said, You're the big brother who came to my house. We've met in the countryside. Do you still remember me, brother? Royal Prince N was speechless. When Gu Jiao's family was still in the countryside, he went to their house. In order to meet the Empress Dowager, he went there more than once. But how long had it been? How could the little bean still remember him? Then, before Royal Prince N passed by and didn't disturb them, the little bean rushed into the courtyard and shouted, Brother-in-law, there's a guest at home. Royal Prince N was shocked. Xiao Hing came over and said to little Jing Kong, Do you want to sneak out to play again? Little Jing Kong blinked guiltily. I didn't. After saying that, he ran away. Xiao Hing looked at Royal Prince N, who was trying his best to stay calm but was actually at a loss. He didn't know what to say. Royal Prince N also felt guilty. Although he wasn't an adult according to the customs of the Zhao kingdom, he was going to get married and the ceremony would be brought forward. Soon he would be a real man. Men were all prideful, especially in front of love rivals and rivals. Royal Prince N made up his mind not to let Xiao Hing see that he was a stray dog. He straightened his back and said with a strong aura, I'm just passing by. I'm not here to be a guest. I'll leave first. Xiaoheng looked at him deeply and said, "Come in and sit." Royal Princeton was stunned. Were they close? He was just passing by. Xiao Lulang actually invited him to sit in the room? Fine, I'll sit. Who's afraid of who? Royal Princeton nodded without changing his expression and entered the room with Xiaoheng with a cold face. At this time the young men were running around in the courtyard. The front and back doors of the central room were open and there was no fire. Xiaoheng invited Royal Princeton to sit on the chair by the table and poured a cup of hot tea for him. Royal Princeton had been wandering the streets for the whole afternoon and half the night. He was cold and thirsty. He took the teacup and slowly took a sip. His stomach instantly warmed up. Xiaoheng sat opposite him. "You haven't eaten yet, right?" "I've eaten," Royal Princeton said stubbornly. Gulp, he growled alone. Royal Prince An's face turned red. Xiaoheng called Yuya over and had her go to the kitchen to cook a bowl of noodles. Yuya looked back at Royal Prince a few times. Royal Prince thought, even if I'm handsome, you don't have to keep looking at me, right? Xiao Lulang, your servant girl doesn't know the rules. Grand Aunt went to Auntie Lu's house to play cards. Old Chancellor went to serve tea in his private savings. They were not at home. Yao Shi carried Gu Xiaobao to watch Grand Aunt play cards. Gu Xiaobao was excited when he saw the cards. Yao Shi didn't know why. Royal Prince drank his tea and looked around. Jiao Jiao is not here. Xiaoheng exposed him. Gu Jiao went to the clinic. Indeed, she was not here. Royal Prince drank his tea to hide his awkwardness. Yuya cooked a bowl of noodles with smoked bamboo shoots and bacon. It was accompanied by a small dish of pickled vegetables. Royal Prince was the legitimate grandson of the Zhuang family. He usually ate all kinds of delicacies. However, he didn't know why, but he felt that this was the best noodles he had ever eaten. After a bowl of noodles, Royal Prince felt comfortable all over. Even his frozen toes were warm. He didn't leave a single drop of soup. He also finished all the pickled vegetables. He drank the tea and ate the noodles. If he stayed any longer, Royal Prince would feel embarrassed. Just as he was about to leave, little Jing Kong's frantic voice came from the room. This kind of voice usually only happened when Gu Jiao was out. When Gu Jiao was at home, he was very obedient. "Sit for a while. I'll go take a look." Xiaoheng got up and went to the west room. Little Jing Kong couldn't find anything again. He rummaged through his little treasure chest. His toys were scattered all over the floor. "What are you looking for?" Xiaoheng asked. Little Jing Kong put his hands on his waist and stomped his feet. "Xiaojin. My Xiaojin is missing. It's being naughty again." Xiaoheng got down and found the golden abacus under the bed. Then he pulled little Jing Kong to clean up the things on the floor. Royal Prince didn't mean to peek. It was just that he was facing the west room. It was hard not to see him. He didn't expect that an official from the imperial court would do something that only the servants would do at home. "Wasn't there a maid?" "It's late. You should take a bath." "I don't want to take a bath." Sure enough, when Gu Jiao wasn't here, he wasn't a good baby who liked to take a bath. Xiaoheng didn't want to spoil him. Xiaoheng came out to get water. He pointed to the study room and said to Royal Prince, "I'll give Jing Kong a bath first. Why don't you sit in the study room? It's warm there." Forget it. It was hard to refuse such kindness. He would just sit there for a while. When Xiao Lulang finished his work, he would bid him farewell. Thinking of this, Commandery Prince entered Xiaoheng's study. Before Royal Prince came, Xiaoheng had been in the study room. Therefore he lit a brazier and it was burning brightly. Xiaoheng went to the kitchen to get hot water. He carried it back and forth a few times. He also chopped some firewood and threw it into the stove. Royal Prince was baffled. He worked in 2 yamens during the day and had to work at home. Why didn't he hire more servants? Wasn't he good at earning money? When he was in the Imperial College, he helped people recite poems and compose essays. Soon, Royal Prince found that Xiaoheng was doing far more than that. There were a few homework books on the desk. Most of them were about little Jing Kong. The other half were about Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshan. So Xiao Lulang had to tutor his 3 brothers-in-law? Beside the homework was a thick stack of paper. The ink on the top few pages was still wet. It was obvious that they were written tonight. Royal Prince glanced at it and was surprised to find that he didn't recognize the words on it. He didn't say that he was proficient in the 6 languages, but he knew a little. These weren't the words of the lower 3 kingdoms or the upper 3 kingdoms. Could it be Sanskrit? Royal Prince didn't know Sanskrit, but he had seen Sanskrit Buddhist scriptures before. They didn't look like this. Amidst the screams and howls, Xiaoheng forcefully bathed the little boy. He put on his clothes and threw him into the bed. Xiao Heng took the bathwater out and cleaned up the room before returning to the study. Royal Princeton looked at the paper in his hand and said embarrassedly, "I just looked at it casually." "It's fine. Take a look." Xiao Heng entered the room. Royal Princeton pointed to the room next door. Is he like this every day?" Xiao Heng nodded. "He's like this when Jiao Jiao isn't here. Taking a bath was like fighting a war." Royal Princeton thought about how he was annoyed by the noise next door. It was hard to imagine how Xiao Lulang survived every day. Thinking about it this way, Xiao Lulang didn't have it easy either. "Alright, what are these?" Royal Princeton looked at the stack of papers on the table and asked. "Calculation," Xiao Heng said. "Calculation?" Royal Princeton frowned strangely. Xiao Heng looked at the paper in his hand. "The one you're looking at is for calculating the ancestral rate." Royal Prince An's expression became even more strange. "Isn't ancestral rate calculated using the circle cutting method?" He knew about the circle cutting method, but this obviously wasn't. Xiao Heng explained, "This is another method." Royal Prince An was still confused. "Using these strange patterns?" Xiao Heng thought seriously for a moment. Strictly speaking, they should be another language. Royal Prince An, another language? Outside of the 6 states? Tujue language? Xiao Heng, no, the Tujue uses the Jin language. There are some differences, but it's more or less the same. The reason had to be explained from the ancestors of the Tujue and the Jin. At that time it wasn't the Jin but the previous dynasty of the Jin. It was rumored that it was originally part of the Tujue, but later on the tribe became independent. However, it was also said that the Tujue was part of the previous dynasty of the Jin. This saying was recorded in the history books, but history belonged to the victors. Who could say that the previous dynasty of the Jin didn't let the historians change the history books? Royal Prince An was suddenly interested. He lowered his status and asked Xiao Heng for advice. If it was in the past, he definitely wouldn't be able to lower his face. Tonight. Who knew what was wrong with him tonight? Xiao Heng never hid anything. As long as someone sincerely asked for advice, he would tell them everything he knew. He was willing to teach them everything. He started with simple numbers and slowly talked about the basic formulas. Royal Prince An didn't know that arithmetic could be so interesting. He seemed to have opened the door to a new world and fell into it. Moreover, he seemed to understand why the students of the Imperial College and the Hanlin Academy were willing to ask Xiao Lulang for advice. Xiao Lulang never showed off his literary talent when teaching. What he taught was real knowledge that people could understand. Until now, he finally realized that Xiao Lulang didn't rely on connections to get to where he was today. Everything he had was obtained with his own ability. "What are you laughing at?" Xiao Heng asked. Royal Prince An smiled. "When you became the new top scholar, I wasn't convinced by you." Xiao Heng looked at him. "Are you convinced by me now?" Royal Prince An opened his mouth and nodded. "You can say that." Xiao Heng put down the paper in his hand and saw through the appearance. He hit the nail on the head. "You can stay overnight. 1 tael of silver per night." Royal Prince An choked. "Cough, talking about money hurts feelings." Xiao Heng said calmly, "On credit, 30% interest." "There was interest?" "Wait, how did you know I wanted to pay on credit?" Royal Prince An coughed softly. In which room?" Xiao Heng raised his finger. "Next door." Royal Prince An's face darkened. He couldn't lose face in front of Xiao Lulang. "Let's make it clear first. I'm not homeless. It's just that I can't refuse your kindness. I'll reluctantly stay for 1 night." As he spoke, he went to the old chancellor's side like a proud peacock. The big rooms were all full. There was only one small room left. Until he crossed the threshold, he maintained the pride and nobility that a royal prince should have. After Xiao Heng left and closed the door for him, he subconsciously looked at himself in the bronze mirror. In the middle of the night there was a series of screams that sounded like a pig being slaughtered. Ah! This beggar with messy hair, a straw stuck in his head, a face full of dirt, his clothes torn open, and his sleeves torn 3 times was not him. Chapter 566. There are all the novels that can't be found on the internet here. After Prince An died on the spot for a full 3 seconds, Xiao Heng asked Yu to send a bottle of medicine. Prince An wanted to die even more. Gu Jiao treated Mo Qianxue and Hua Xiao's injuries in the medical center and returned to Bishui Alley with a small medicine box. Hua Xiao was originally next door to Mo Qianxue, but in order to better monitor Hua Xiao, Mo Qianxue directly asked Gu Jiao to put the 2 of them in the same room. It was not Gu Jiao's room. Emo Qianxue didn't want others to live in Gu Jiao's room. Hua Xiao lay on the small bed. After using the bone-softening powder, she felt uncomfortable all over. She could only stare coldly at Emo Qianxue on the big bed. Emo Qianxue, you traitor. Emo Qianxue didn't speak. She sat at the head of the bed, back against the soft pillow, silently weaving the red rope she learned from little Jiangli. Hua Xiao laughed and said, "What? You dare to do but don't dare to admit it? Master shouldn't have trusted you so much. It was the lodge master who picked you up. In the end you betrayed young master." Emo Qianxue stopped weaving the red rope in her hand and glanced at her. "Hua Xiao, what do you know?" Hua Xiao said coldly, "Then tell me, what don't I know? Or did I say something wrong?" Emo Qianxue paused. "You didn't say anything wrong. Yes, I betrayed young master." Some things were relieved when she admitted it. She didn't want to accept the fact that she betrayed young master in the past, but when it really came to this point, there was nothing to argue about. She didn't carry out young master's order. In everyone's eyes, she betrayed young master. No one thought that she could actually jump out and testify against young master. She didn't do so. She couldn't kill Gu Jiao. She chose to escape or die, but she couldn't push young master to the death table. After all, young master was her master. Emo Qianxue said softly, "Hua Xiao, do you know? I almost died that night. In order to gain Gu Jiao's trust, young master ordered his men to be ruthless. I almost lost my life." Hua Xiao sneered, "Aren't you fine now? Young master is certain that the Miracle Hands Hall can cure you." Emo Qianxue shook her head. "You don't understand. If she hadn't given me her blood, she wouldn't have been able to do anything." Hua Xiao said indifferently, "It's just a matter of sacrificing a few drops of blood." Hua Xiao was not a doctor. She didn't understand that not everyone's blood type could be transfused with each other. Obviously, the young master of Immortal Music House didn't know, so the young master really didn't care about her life or death. Emo Qianxue said indifferently, "I can't be bothered to talk to you. Women were generally like this. It would be fine if they had a good quarrel, but this kind of quarrel halfway through was like punching a few balls of cotton." Hua Xiao said angrily, "Humph, our lives are young master's even if we die for young master, so what? You're just greedy for life and afraid of death." Emo Qianxue took a deep breath, got rid of the distracting thoughts, and continued to weave the red rope in her hand. Gu Jiao knew that she was an important witness, but Gu Jiao never forced her to testify against the young master. She didn't even mention this request. If the young master knew that she had the opportunity to testify against Gu Jiao, would the young master have scruples about whether she was willing or not, and whether she was embarrassed? Definitely not. She used to be like Hua Xiao, thinking that the whole meaning of life was to contribute to the master. She was not an independent individual, she was just a vassal of the master. Until she met Gu Jiao. How could Hua Xiao understand? She didn't get what she didn't want others to get, and she didn't believe that others could get it. No matter how Hua Xiao angered Emo Qianxue's words went in one ear and out the other, making Hua Xiao faint. Recently, there were a lot of cases in the capital and they were reversed again and again. First, Xian Le House colluded with the imperial princess, and then it was revealed that the mastermind behind the scenes was the Empress Dowager. The emperor wanted to punish the Empress Dowager, but who knew that the Empress Dowager disappeared? Minister Xing, as the Empress Dowager's henchman, was locked up in the Supreme Court. Assistant Minister Li made a meritorious report and temporarily replaced Minister Xing's position. To officially become Minister Xing, the emperor had to personally close the case, issue an edict and a series of other procedures. The imperial court was in turmoil and the people were uneasy. Grand Tutor Zhuang claimed that he was ill. The memorials to the imperial court were piled up like a mountain, and the pressure of the cabinet was all piled up on Grand Secretary Yuan's shoulders. The two assistants were both Grand Tutor Zhuang's confidants. This time, when something happened, the two of them were very negative. Fortunately, Grand Secretary Yuan was able to control them. It was just that it was a bit tiring, and for the first time Grand Secretary Yuan had the idea of appointing a junior assistant. Under normal circumstances, the cabinet didn't appoint a junior assistant. After the Grand Secretary stepped down, one of the two assistants would be chosen to become the new Grand Secretary. Only when the two assistants weren't enough would the position of junior assistant be added. The interests of the junior assistant conflicted with those of the assistants, as well as the powerful chain of interests behind the assistants, because it would often encounter strong opposition from the cabinet ministers. However, it was indeed a type of revolutionary new method, and as a result, it received the emperor's support. The monarch and his ministers competed with each other, and in the end they reached a clever balance, agreeing to establish a junior assistant. However, the position of junior assistant had many restrictions. First, the age couldn't exceed 20. Second, one had to be a scholar of 2 lists. Third, one had to have made great contributions to the court, or at least 2 years of experience as a Hanlin official. These conditions were too harsh to the extent where no one had ever met them. No, it wasn't that there hadn't been anyone. The Zhuang family was Zhuang Yuheng, 20 years of age, a scholar of 2 lists, second place in the new imperial examination. He had previously taken the crown prince's place as a hostage in Qin country, making great contributions. However, on one hand he was a member of the Zhuang family. On the other hand, Grand Secretary Yuan actually had another candidate he favored. Unfortunately, the conditions weren't met. Grand Secretary Yuan sighed regretfully. The 2 matters that gave Empress Xiao the most headaches recently were the emperor's illness and Empress Dowager Zhuang's whereabouts. The emperor's head was injured, and the imperial doctors couldn't say when the emperor would wake up. As for Empress Dowager Zhuang's whereabouts, there was no progress either. There were checkpoints at the city gates. How high were the city walls? How high were the walls of Renshou Palace? Empress Xiao didn't believe that Empress Dowager Zhuang had the ability to fly out of the imperial city, so Empress Dowager Zhuang was definitely still in the city. Empress Xiao ordered Commander Fu to increase the search efforts. In the past few days, Princess Ningyan either stayed at Pure Flower's palace to accompany the emperor or went to Cunning Palace to pay respects to Empress Xiao. No one found her actions strange. One of her 2 backers in the imperial palace was gone, and the only remaining emperor was unconscious. If she didn't curry favor with Empress Xiao, how could she establish herself in the imperial palace in the future? In addition, her son Huang Fuxian didn't come out to cause trouble these days. She really was someone who understood the situation. In the afternoon, Princess Ningyan went to Empress Xiao's Cunning Palace again. Empress Xiao was checking on Qin Chuyu's homework in the warm room. Qin Chuyu was stuttering and absent-minded, giving Empress Xiao a headache. "Can you focus a bit more? I want to see Imperial Father." Qin Chuyu said pitifully. "Didn't I already take you to see him?" Qin Chuyu was the emperor's son. How could Empress Xiao not take him to see the emperor? She also took the crown prince. The crown prince was an adult. No matter how sad he was, he could only cry secretly. Qin Chuyu, on the other hand, would cry like a ghost and howl like a wolf when he pounced on the emperor. Those who didn't know would think that his imperial father had already passed away and he was mourning for his imperial father. Empress Xiao didn't dare to take him there anymore. A young eunuch stuck his head in at the door. Eunuch Su walked over and asked him a few questions. When he came back he reported, Princess Ningyan is here." Empress Xiao frowned. "Take the 7th prince to the study and let him carry him properly. I'll check on him later." "Yes." Eunuch Su took Qin Chuyu's hand and led him to the study. Princess Ningyan walked in. After returning to the imperial palace to recuperate, she lived a life of luxury. It was no longer as hard as it was at the border. Princess Ningyan's face had turned pale and her hands were much more tender. "How are your injuries?" Empress Xiao asked. She winked at the young maid. The young maid brought a stool and placed it next to Empress Xiao. Princess Ningyan looked at her right arm and said with a smile, "It's fine. Thank you for your concern." "Sit down," Empress Xiao said. Princess Ningyan sat down slowly. The young maid served hot tea. Princess Ningyan took the teacup with her left hand and took a sip. She pretended to ask casually, "Sister-in-law, is there any news about my imperial mother?" Princess Ningyan and Empress Xiao used to have a good relationship. It was just that they hadn't seen each other for many years and Huang Fuxian always bullied Qin Chuyu. That was why Empress Xiao was dissatisfied with Princess Ningyan. Now Princess Ningyan had saved the emperor and treated her respectfully. Moreover, Princess Ningyan was on the emperor's side. This made Empress Xiao and Princess Ningyan less unhappy. Empress Xiao shook her head. "Not yet." Princess Ningyan paused and said, "Sister-in-law, I don't know if I should say something." Empress Xiao said, "Go ahead." Princess Ningyan said in a low voice, "A few days before the incident, I saw Lord Xiao in my imperial mother's study. He came for the case of Xian Luju." Empress Xiao frowned. Princess Ningyan continued, "I don't mean to suspect Lord Xiao. It's just that my imperial mother has a good relationship with Lord Xiao. Could it be?" Empress Xiao's eyes darkened. "Could it be what? Are you suspecting that Xiao Lulang has something to do with the assassination of the emperor?" or that Xiao Lulang is harboring Empress Dowager Zhuang. Princess Ning'an's eyes flashed with astonishment. Empress Zhao's good impression of Princess Ning'an disappeared. Xiao Lulang is the new top scholar promoted by the emperor. He is loyal to the emperor. It's impossible for him to collude with the Empress Dowager to harm the emperor. Are you kidding? His Majesty is Aheng's uncle, her uncle. Aheng will harm anyone but the emperor. Princess Ning'an lowered her eyes. Sister-in-law, don't be agitated. I'm too worried about my brother. I hope to find my imperial mother one day. After all, she cares for me. I hope to persuade her to repent and be saved. Empress Xiao said coldly. In short, this matter has nothing to do with Xiao Lulang. I won't allow anyone to slander her by insinuations. Don't mention this again in the future. Otherwise, I won't be polite to you. Princess Ning'an looked at the tea in the teacup. Her tone was weak, but her eyes were calm. Ning'an will remember. Empress Xiao pressed her aching temples and reached out to pick up the tea on the table. Serve the tea and send the guest off. Princess Ning'an was very sensible and handed the tea to the little palace maid. She got up and bowed to Empress Xiao, saying, Sister-in-law, Ning'an will go to visit my brother first. I will come to pay my respects to you tomorrow. Empress Xiao responded faintly. Princess Ning'an was about to turn around when she thought of something. She said, By the way, sister-in-law, the servants who served Xian'er at the border have arrived. At the time, the army left in a hurry. They had to say goodbye to their families, so they set off a few days later. Can they continue to serve Xian'er? Empress Xiao said carelessly, You can arrange it yourself. They were just servants. She could go to the Ministry of Internal Affairs to register them. She wouldn't make things difficult for the mother and son over such a small matter. Princess Ning'an glanced at the high and mighty Empress Xiao, but the latter didn't look at her directly. Princess Ning'an looked down, bowed, and left Kunning Palace. Unexpectedly, on her way to Pure Flower's palace, she ran into Qin Chuyu, who had snuck out. Because he had snuck out, only Qin Chuyu was there. Princess Ning'an looked at him with narrowed eyes. Empress Zhao's arrogant attitude flashed through her mind. She coldly curled her lips and walked toward Qin Chuyu. Little Qi, what are you doing? Auntie Ning'an, Qin Chuyu greeted her. Although Huang Fuxian was annoying, Ning'an had never bullied Qin Chuyu. Princess Ning'an smiled and said, Did you sneak out? Qin Chuyu felt wronged. Yes, they didn't allow me to see Imperial Father. Princess Ning'an asked again, Did anyone see you on the way? Qin Chuyu shook his head like a rattledrum. No. I was very careful. Princess Ning'an's smile deepened. Are you sure? Yes. Qin Chuyu nodded. He was very sure. Princess Ning'an raised her hand and gently patted Qin Chuyu's head. She said gently, Little Qi is really an amazing prince. You didn't even get discovered. It seems like no one knows that you came here. Qin Chuyu looked at her smile and for some reason he felt scared. Why is your smile so strange? I'm so scared. Princess Ning'an pinched his chubby little face. Don't be scared. I'll take you to a place. Qin Chuyu decisively refused. I'm not going. I want to see Imperial Father. Princess Ning'an said gently, We're on the way to see your Imperial Father. Qin Chuyu thought for a moment. Okay, then. Princess Ning'an took Qin Chuyu's chubby little hand and expressionlessly pulled him to the pond. The pond in the Imperial Palace wasn't as deep as the Imperial Liquid Pond, but it could still drown people. Qin Chuyu became more and more confused. This isn't the way to the Imperial Palace. This is a shortcut. Princess Ning'an stopped at the edge of the pond. Do you see what's over there? What? Qin Chuyu took a step forward. Princess Ning, and stared at his back without blinking. She reached out her hand coldly and gave him a hard shove. Mother. A demonic voice suddenly sounded not far away. Qin Chuyu would recognize the owner of this voice even if he turned into ashes. It was Huang Fuxian. That annoying little cousin. Qin Chuyu's hair stood on end. The fear of being bullied flooded his heart. Almost instinctively he used his own unique secret, the peerless running technique. Whoosh! Qin Chuyu ran away. Princess Ning'an didn't expect the little chubby in front of her to run away. She wanted to pull back her hand but it was too late. Her push missed and her body fell forward into the cold pond with a splash. Chapter 567. The lake water in the first month was bone-chilling. Even though Princess Ning'an could swim, she was still frozen to the point of almost losing consciousness. Coupled with the heavy winter clothes, she couldn't swim at all. By the time Princess Ning'an finally managed to swim ashore, she was already half dead. The little fatty who caused her to fall into the water was long gone. Huang Fuxian didn't run away. He just sat in a wheelchair by the shore. Princess Ning'an lay in the grass, trembling and gasping for breath. After a long while, she finally had the strength to speak. "Who allowed you to come out?" Princess Ning'an had already grounded Huang Fuxian. Huang Fuxian said, "I came out of my own accord. They couldn't stop me." Huang Fuxian did whatever he wanted and threatened to kill her. Who in the palace could stop him? The injuries on Princess Ning'an's right arm and forehead were real. The injury on her forehead was lighter and had already healed. However, her right arm had been stabbed by a knife and needed several stitches. Just now, when she flopped in the water, the wound split open again. Blood seeped into her wet sleeves and dyed a large patch red. Princess Ning'an endured the piercing pain and gritted her teeth to get up. She walked shakily to Huang Fuxian and gasped. "You did it on purpose, didn't you?" Huang Fuxian met her cold gaze and said fearlessly, "I just saw Mother and wanted to say hello." Princess Ning'an raised her hand to slap Huang Fuxian. Unfortunately, she didn't have much strength left. Before the slap landed on Huang Fuxian's face, she fell to the ground first. When Lian came out to find Huang Fuxian and found this place, Princess Ning'an had already fainted. Princess Ning'an slept for 4 hours before waking up. The first thing she did when she opened her eyes was to teach Huang Fuxian a lesson. Princess, you should at least put on some clothes." Lianer took the cloak and chased after her. "Don't come in." Princess Ning'an locked Lianer outside the door. She ignored the pain from her wound and came to the bed aggressively. Just as she was about to vent her anger, she found that something was wrong. Huang Fuxian's condition was not very good. To be exact, it was very bad. His entire face was as pale as paper, and his forehead was covered in a thin layer of sweat. His consciousness seemed to be drifting. Princess Ning'an suddenly panicked. She changed her terrifying aura and sat down by the bed. She held Huang Fuxian's hand and touched his forehead. Xian, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me." Huang Fuxian was tortured half to death by the pain of his broken limbs, but he did not say a word. He just silently endured the pain of his flesh being pierced by the bones. Princess Ning'an choked and said, Xian, talk to your mother. Don't sleep. I don't want you to leave Mother too. Mother cannot lose you. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you?" As she spoke, she turned around and shouted towards the door, "Imperial Physician! Summon the Imperial Physician!" Huang Fuxian finally opened his eyes and looked at her. He used most of his willpower to endure the pain and said weakly, "Stop, Mother." Princess Ning'an's emotions stopped abruptly. "What did you say?" Huang Fuxian's breath was drifting. "I will be filial to you, for the rest of my life. I will be filial to you. I will not be angry with you. I will not make you angry. I will be your good son. Let's leave here, go far away, to a place where no one knows, just like, when I was young, when I liked you." Princess Ning'an expressionlessly wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. "They killed your father, killed your grandmother, and destroyed the great cause that should have belonged to you. I don't want those." Huang Fuxian grabbed her hand. The pain was eating away at him. His eyes were red. "I only want you, let's leave here, okay?" "No." Princess Ning'an coldly withdrew her hand. She stood up and looked down at the pale Huang Fuxian. "Live well. When you grow up, leave an heir for your father." Then she turned and left the room. Lian came over with the Imperial Physician. She looked at her mistress strangely. "Princess? What's wrong?" Princess Ning'an didn't answer her. Instead, she said, "Let the Imperial Physician take a look." "Yes." Lian brought the Imperial Physician into the room. Princess Ning'an returned to her room. Not long after, Lian anxiously reported, "Princess, the young master is not cooperating. The Imperial Physician is not allowed to treat him." Princess Ning'an said indifferently, "I see that he has so much strength. He should be fine for a while. I won't treat him. Just let him be in pain." Lian opened her mouth. "Princess." Princess Ning'an's eyes flickered. "Send an Imperial Physician to guard him." "I." Princess Ning'an's expression was extremely cold. She quietly stood in front of the window and looked at the courtyard that was as still as snow. Then she looked up at the crescent moon in the sky. Suddenly, she seemed to have made a decision. She turned and walked in the direction of Pure Flower's palace. Pure Flower's palace. Eunuch Wei had just finished wiping His Majesty's body and was about to go to the small kitchen to find something to eat. Just as he walked into the garden, a figure suddenly appeared and covered his mouth. He was so shocked that he started whimpering. "It's me," the other person said in a small voice. Eunuch Wei was stunned. The other person removed his hand. Eunuch Wei turned around and said in surprise, "Eunuch Qin?" "Shu." Eunuch Qin made a shushing gesture and pulled him behind a large tree. Eunuch Wei was puzzled. "Didn't you escape? Why are you still in the palace?" Eunuch Qin said, "I originally planned to leave that day, but I was still worried and decided to stay." Eunuch Wei clicked his tongue and said, "Aren't you afraid of being caught?" Eunuch Qin said, "I've worked in the palace for so many years. It's not hard to find a place to hide." Eunuch Wei glared at him. "Even so, you shouldn't have come here. It's too dangerous. I'll keep an eye on the palace people for you. Hurry and leave. Don't come here again." If Eunuch Wei could still say this, it meant that he hadn't betrayed him. Eunuch Qin inwardly sighed in relief. To be honest, he had gathered a great deal of courage to come find Eunuch Wei. He was worried that if Eunuch Wei really did betray him, then his appearance would spell his death. Eunuch Qin looked around and lowered his voice. "Tell me what exactly happened in the Imperial study that day. How did His Majesty become like this? Also, what's up with His Majesty's Shadow Dragon Guards? Who's there?" When Princess Ning'an passed by the small garden of Pure Flower's palace, she saw a sneaky figure behind a large tree. Eunuch Wei awkwardly walked out from behind the large tree. "Princess?" Princess Ning'an asked suspiciously, "What are you doing sneaking around there?" Eunuch Wei smiled and said, "This one lost the key and was looking around." "Did you find it?" Princess Ning'an asked. "No," Eunuch Wei said regretfully. Princess Ning'an coldly hooked her lips and walked towards Eunuch Wei. A trace of unconcealable panic flitted across Eunuch Wei's face. Princess Ning'an walked closer and saw the other figure on the ground. Her eyes turned cold. "Hurry and get out here." That figure timidly walked out. Princess Ning'an frowned. "You are?" Eunuch Wei hurriedly blocked the person behind him and begged, "Princess, this servant didn't do it on purpose. This servant won't dare to do it again, this servant?" Princess Ning'an looked at Eunuch Wei's hand grabbing the other person's wrist and realized something. She burst out laughing. "So Eunuch Wei is also into food. The palace really does prohibit it, but this princess is kind-hearted and didn't see anything tonight." Eunuch Wei pulled the palace maid behind him to kneel. "Many thanks, princess. Many thanks, princess." Eunuch Qin only walked out from behind the large tree after Princess Ning'an went to the emperor's sleeping quarters. Everyone let out a long sigh of relief. This person can be trusted, right? Eunuch Qin was referring to the palace maid that had been pulled in at the last minute to put on a show. "She can be trusted, don't worry," Eunuch Wei said. Who didn't have a few trusted subordinates? She was the one who had reported that Princess Ning'an had entered Pure Flower's palace. Eunuch Wei. Princess Ning'an's indifferent voice came from inside the sleeping quarters. "Coming." Eunuch Wei hurriedly gestured to Eunuch Qin to leave quickly. Eunuch Qin looked at the emperor's sleeping quarters, then walked out of Pure Flower's palace with a dark expression. "Princess." Eunuch Wei cheerfully walked up to Princess Ning'an. Princess Ning'an sat on the emperor's chair and put down the finished imperial edict. She said to Eunuch Qin, "All right, use the imperial jade seal to stamp it." "This." Eunuch Wei stared at the imperial edict and his eyes widened. "Princess." Princess Ning'an smiled. "What? Did I write something wrong?" "His Majesty's body is not well and he can't personally govern. The Empress Dowager also colluded to plot against His Majesty. The country can't go a day without a ruler. Is there anything wrong with letting the Crown Prince handle court affairs in His Majesty's place? Isn't this the rule set by the old ancestor?" "This is the rule set by the old ancestor, but your last sentence is against the rules. How can you go to court to supervise the country?" Eunuch Wei tried his best to dissuade her. "The Empress probably won't admit it so easily." Princess Ning'an sneered. "She'll either admit to everything written on the imperial edict or not. I bet she'll let her son personally govern the country." Of course Empress Xiao would let the Crown Prince personally govern, even if the price was another Princess Ning'an to supervise the country. Empress Xiao probably didn't care about this widowed princess who had been acting subservient in front of her recently. If she was going to supervise the country, then so be it. If she was unhappy one day, she could have the crown prince remove Ning An's authority at any time. But would things really go so smoothly? Ning An wasn't a sheep, she was a wolf. It was hard to say whether it was the crown prince who removed Ning An's authority or if it was Ning An who removed the crown prince. Back then, Empress Dowager Zhuang had used her authority to supervise the country step by step to cover the sky in court. Eunuch Wei wanted to cry. It's over, it's really over now. At night, an eagle circled above the imperial palace. It let out a cold cry and flew into the night sky. The next morning, Empress Xiao received news that she was to head to Pure Flower's palace. Eunuch Wei was going to read the imperial edict. Empress Xiao washed up and dressed neatly before heading to Pure Flower's palace with a complicated expression. Eunuch Wei was already waiting in the main hall of Pure Flower's palace. Empress Xiao walked over angrily and said in a low voice, "Did His Majesty wake up again last night? Didn't this Empress tell you to immediately report to this Empress as soon as His Majesty woke up? Are you treating this Empress's words like the wind?" Eunuch Wei thought, "It's not that I want to treat your words like the wind, but Princess Ning An didn't give me any time to prepare." By the time I entered, she had already finished drafting the imperial edict. If you rushed over, the result would have been the same. Eunuch Wei said embarrassedly, "This was His Majesty's will. This servant can't do anything about it. Please forgive this servant, Empress." Empress Xiao glared at him coldly. "Wei Quan, you're very daring." Eunuch Wei felt bitter inside, but he didn't say anything. Not long later, the crown prince also came over in confusion. Imperial mother? Imperial son? Empress Xiao frowned. Why was the crown prince also here? Could it be that the imperial edict was related to the crown prince? Empress Xiao looked indifferently at Eunuch Wei. "This empress and the crown prince are both here. You can announce the edict." Eunuch Wei laughed dryly. "This is an important matter. His Majesty wants to announce the edict in front of the empress and all the imperial concubines. Those who could bear the title of imperial concubine were at least standard third-rank noble concubines or above. Soon, noble consort Zhuang, noble consort Shu, noble consort Yu, and all the imperial concubines arrived at Pure Flower's palace one after another. Princess Ning An also came. There were enough people here, so everyone thought she was also called here to listen to the imperial edict and didn't pay too much attention to her. Seeing that everyone was here, Eunuch Wei unfolded the imperial edict in his hand. Everyone hear the edict? Everyone led by Empress Xiao knelt on the ground. By the will of the heavens, the Emperor decrees that we have ascended the throne for 21 years. Although we have worked tirelessly day and night, we have bowed to the Emperor. Today we are bedridden and our dragon body is lacking in health. The Crown Prince is of noble character and deeply respects us. From today onwards, the Crown Prince will take over the court and temporarily govern the country." Hearing this, Empress Xiao let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, this was an imperial edict to help the Crown Prince ascend the throne. The other imperial concubines were also very shocked when they heard the contents of the imperial edict. However, they weren't shocked that the Crown Prince would temporarily govern the country, but rather that the Emperor would hand over his authority. This meant that the Emperor was too ill. It was even possible that he would fall sick forever. Back then, the previous Emperor had been like this, also. Eunuch Wei cleared his throat. Everyone was shocked. Also? The Crown Prince is still young and has just started governing the country. We are also worried and have specially appointed him as regent. Eunuch Wei opened his mouth, a trace of extreme fear flashing through his eyes. What do you mean? The Crown Prince asked. Princess Ning An's lips curved imperceptibly. Eunuch Wei broke out in a cold sweat. After a while, he steeled his heart and read out the words on the imperial edict. Princess Xinyang will be regent. Princess Ning An was struck by a bolt from the blue. Chapter 568. The rest of the people didn't have as big of a reaction as Princess Ning An, but they were also very strange. His Majesty? Why did he let a princess govern the country? The one who asked was noble consort Zhuang. If it was revealed today that Princess Ning An would govern the country, she would also ask the same question. Since Empress Dowager Zhuang was the Empress Dowager, she had set a precedent for a woman to govern the country. However, Empress Dowager Zhuang was the Empress, and Princess Xinyang was only a princess. Moreover, she didn't hear that His Majesty loved this princess very much. The relationship between the emperor and Princess Xinyang was indeed not very close. The marriage between Princess Xinyang and Marquis Xianping was arranged by the emperor. Most people didn't know that the emperor was actually following the will of the late emperor, so the husband and wife didn't get along well. It was inevitable that people would think that the emperor randomly matched them. Princess Xinyang probably had complaints about the emperor in her heart. Everyone thought so. So why did the emperor let her govern the country? This imperial edict isn't fake, is it? Noble consort Zhuang's mouth really didn't have a lock. She dared to say anything. Empress Xiao was the first to have a black face. She stood up and looked coldly at noble consort Zhuang. Noble consort, what do you mean? The imperial edict is clearly written in black and white and is stamped with the imperial seal of the Zhao country. Do you not believe in the imperial seal of the Zhao country, or His Majesty's decree? The imperial edict had the part where the crown prince was the regent. If she said it was fake, wouldn't she also deny the crown prince? Empress Xiao didn't care who was the regent. In short, the crown prince had to replace His Majesty in the imperial court. Noble consort Zhuang laughed and said, "Who knows if someone stole His Majesty's imperial seal while he was unconscious and then wrote an imperial edict? Isn't that right? Eunuch Wei?" Eunuch Wei's temples suddenly jumped. Noble consort Zhuang, oh noble consort Zhuang, you're usually so stupid. How come you're smart today? That's right, that's the truth. But unfortunately I can't admit it. Empress Xiao said seriously, Eunuch Wei, tell us about the whole process of His Majesty's imperial edict. This? Eunuch Wei looked at the imperial edict that was obviously still in Princess Ning'an's handwriting and braced himself to say, when His Majesty woke up, Princess Ning'an was also there. His Majesty had Princess Ning'an draft the imperial edict on his behalf and had this old servant bring the imperial jade seal to stamp it. Noble consort Zhuang sneered, let Princess Ning'an write the imperial edict? Why is it that every time His Majesty wakes up, Princess Ning'an is there? When we go to visit His Majesty never wakes up. This was referring to the matter of the emperor asking Princess Ning'an to draft an imperial edict to punish the Empress Dowager. Empress Xiao said coldly, that's because you can't wake His Majesty up. Don't you know whether His Majesty wants to see you or not? Wasn't that right? These women in the harem added together were not as important as Princess Ning'an. Noble consort Zhuang was completely choked and had no words to refute. Princess Ning'an, is this the imperial edict you wrote last night? Empress Xiao asked Eunuch Wei to pass the imperial edict to Princess Ning'an. Princess Ning'an took it and looked at it carefully. It was her handwriting without any flaws. But she would never confuse her own title with Xinyang's. So the imperial edict had been swapped. But even if she told the truth at this time, no one would believe her. Not to mention, it was not a tenable truth. Princess Ning'an held the imperial edict so tightly that the veins on her hands bulged. Eunuch Wei was frightened. Princess Ning'an wouldn't think that he did it, right? In all honesty, he hadn't touched the imperial edict after putting it in the brocade box last night. Who the hell knew how Ning'an had turned into Xinyang? Princess Ning'an took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, replying to sister-in-law yes. Empress Xiao raised her eyebrows. Princess Ning'an and Eunuch Wei are loyal to His Majesty. You should believe their words. Moreover, the crime of deceiving the emperor is punishable by beheading. Who would dare to pass a false imperial edict? Eunuch Wei thought, there are many people who pass false imperial edicts. Would you believe that there is only one in front of you? Princess Ning'an said, it seems that Princess Xinyang hasn't returned to the capital yet. If she hadn't returned to the capital, there was still room for negotiation. If they could draft an imperial edict, they could draft a second one, a third one, or even find a reason to remove her title of regent. It wasn't difficult at all. But before she could finish speaking, she heard the young eunuch at the door rush over, panting, Princess Xinyang has arrived. Princess Ning'an. Everyone stood up and looked towards the entrance of Pure Flower's palace. Under the golden light of dawn, Princess Xinyang, dressed in a light golden muslin palace robe and a bamboo hat, slowly walked over with the support of a young maidservant. Princess Xinyang's beauty was well known throughout the world. Even though she had passed the most beautiful years of her life, she was still unbelievably beautiful. But today she wore a bamboo hat with a muslin veil, hiding her devastatingly beautiful face. Even so, her every movement still had the bearing of a member of the imperial family that made it hard for people to look away. There were 3,000 beauties in the imperial harem, but it had to be said that no man would look at Princess Xingyang when she appeared. Princess Xingyang gracefully walked towards Empress Xiao. Just as she was about to greet her, she accidentally stepped on her skirt and fell in front of Empress Xiao, prostrating herself on the ground. Empress Xiao. There's no need for that. Why aren't you helping your master up? Eunuch Su scolded the young maidservant. The young maidservant pursed her lips and bent down to pick up Princess Xingyang. That's right, she was picking her up. Her movements were rough, and there was even a trace of disdain in her eyes. Eunuch Su, Princess Xingyang straightened her clothes and said to Empress Xiao, "Greetings to the Empress." Empress Xiao nodded. The Crown Prince came over and bowed to Princess Xingyang. Empress Xiao said to Princess Xingyang, "You came back just in time. There is an imperial edict to announce to you, but why are you wearing this?" "A few days ago I ate something wrong and had an allergic reaction, so I have a lot of rashes. It's hard to see people." As she spoke, Princess Xingyang lifted her veil, revealing her chin covered in rashes. Empress Xiao only took one look and felt scared. She quickly waved her hand and wiped the tip of her nose with a handkerchief. "Okay, be careful when you eat. Receive the imperial edict." The person accompanying Princess Xingyang wasn't her personal maid, Yujin, but an unfamiliar maidservant. However, Empress Xiao didn't care about Princess Xingyang's affairs, so she didn't bother to ask. Eunuch Wei read the imperial edict to Princess Xingyang alone. Princess Xingyang knelt, but the young maidservant didn't. No one at the scene realized that something was wrong. By the time everyone reacted, Princess Xingyang had already received the imperial edict. Xingyang receives the imperial edict. Long live the emperor. Then she turned her head and handed her noble jade-like hand to the young maidservant behind her. She said in a tone of voice, "Help this princess up." The young maidservant pulled her up with a look of disgust, almost ripping her arm off. Princess Xingyang's veil was mesh-like. The inside couldn't be seen from the outside, but the outside could be seen from the inside. She looked at Princess Ningyan and asked in confusion, "I am Ningyan," Princess Ningyan said to her calmly. Princess Xingyang nodded. "So it's little sister Ningyan. You've changed so much that I almost didn't recognize you." Ningyan curtsied. Princess Xingyang nodded in return. Empress Xiao said to everyone, "Okay, there's nothing else here. You can all leave." Princess Xingyang said, "I'll go in and see His Majesty." "Okay," Empress Xiao agreed. Princess Xingyang had returned from outside the city. It was reasonable for her to pay respects to the emperor. The crown prince would go to court tomorrow. Empress Xiao had too many things to take care of, so she left with the crown prince. Noble consort Zhuang and the others naturally had to leave as well. When Princess Ningyan turned to return to Bixia Hall, she was stopped by Princess Xingyang. Princess Ningyan stopped and looked at her. "Sister Xingyang, do you have any other orders?" Princess Xingyang said in a concerned tone, "You don't look well. Are you sick?" Princess Ningyan pursed her lips and didn't say anything. Eunuch Wei hurriedly explained, "Princess Xingyang, you don't know. Not long ago His Majesty was attacked by an assassin. It was Princess Ningyan who took the blow for His Majesty. Princess Ningyan must have not recovered from her injuries." Princess Xingyang said, "I see. I didn't expect such a big thing to happen in less than a month after I left the capital." Little sister Ningyan placed righteousness before family and risked her life to protect His Majesty. It's truly admirable. If little sister Ningyan doesn't mind, why don't you come with me to see His Majesty? We sisters haven't seen each other in many years. It's a good opportunity to catch up. Eunuch Wei looked at Princess Xingyang strangely. When did Princess Xingyang become so enthusiastic? His gaze instinctively swept over Princess Xingyang's body. When his gaze landed on Princess Xingyang's slender hand that held the imperial edict, his temples twitched violently. What was going on? Princess Xingyang had a hand. Princess Ningyan hesitated. Just as she was about to refuse, Princess Xingyang grabbed her wrist through her sleeve. "Little sister Ningyan, you're not going to refuse me, are you?" Naturally, she couldn't refuse in public. Princess Ningyan's backers in the palace fell one after another. Of course, she couldn't refuse Princess Xingyang, who had just been appointed regent. Otherwise, it wouldn't be in line with her image of trying to please Empress Xiao. Princess Ningyan said, "How could I? Let's go in." Princess Xingyang held Princess Ningyan's hand and stepped into the bedchamber. Eunuch Wei looked at Princess Xingyang's back and rubbed his eyes hard. Was he seeing things? What woman would have hand hair? A cold wind blew, blowing up Princess Xingyang's veil. She just happened to turn her head. Eunuch Wei took a closer look and almost fell to the ground. Princess Xingyang not only had hand hair, she also had an Adam's apple? Chapter 569. The three of them entered the bedchamber. During this time Princess Ning, and also looked at Princess Xingyang strangely several times. Obviously she also felt that Princess Xingyang was strange. However, Princess Ning and Princess Xingyang weren't close before they got married. After they got married they were at different ends of the world. Not familiar with each other meant that there was no reason to suspect. There were many palace servants on duty in the bedchamber. Princess Xingyang called Eunuch Wei in and said, "Take them away first. I want to be alone with Imperial Brother and Princess Ning An." "Ah yes." Eunuch Wei suppressed the fear in his heart and secretly glanced at Princess Xingyang's hand. "Oh my, it really is there." He pretended to drop the token on the ground and used the time he squatted down to pick it up to look at Princess Xingyang's Adam's apple under her bamboo hat. "Oh my, she really does have an Adam's apple." He hadn't carefully looked at Princess Xingyang before. Today was such a coincidence that he saw everything he shouldn't see. He suddenly felt a little sorry for Marquis Xianping. Eunuch Wei took the palace servants away. Only the sleeping emperor and the two princesses were left in the room. "Oh, I'm so tired." Princess Xingyang let go of Princess Ning'an's hand and found a chair to sit down. Then she ordered arrogantly, "Xiao Yu, pour me some tea." The servant girl called Xiao Yu, ignored her and walked to the dragon bed and grabbed the emperor's wrist. "What are you doing?" Princess Ning, and grabbed the servant girl's wrist. Princess Xingyang's expression changed and she stood up. "You dare grab her wrist? Aren't you afraid she'll send you flying with a slap?" The servant girl looked indifferently at Princess Ning'an's hand. For some reason Princess Ning, and felt this gaze was inexplicably familiar and made her shudder. "Okay Xiao Yu, there's nothing else for you to do here. Go make me some tea." Princess Xingyang unobtrusively separated the two people's hands and shielded the servant girl behind her. She waved her hand behind her back. The servant girl slapped the back of her hand. It was a little painful. Princess Xingyang smiled and once again took Princess Ning'an's wrist. She whispered, "Let's go sit over there and talk." Princess Ning'an asked, "You're not here to see Imperial Brother?" Princess Xingyang chuckled and said, "Of course. What I meant was that you go sit over there and wait for me. After I'm done with my brother, I'll go and chat with you." Princess Ning, and glanced at Princess Xingyang suspiciously. After all, she wasn't familiar with Princess Xingyang and wasn't sure if Princess Xingyang had been like this all these years. She didn't say anything and went to sit down on a chair. The young maidservant who was ordered to make tea also found a chair and sat down. Princess Ning'an, "Didn't you want to make tea?" "Oh my poor His Majesty, how did he get hurt so badly?" Princess Xingyang took out her handkerchief and reached into her veil to wipe away two non-existent tears. She then beckoned to the young maidservant, "Xiao Yu, come and watch over His Majesty. If His Majesty wakes up, call me. I want to have a few intimate words with Sister Ning'an." The young maidservant gave her a sidelong glance. She had gone overboard. The young maidservant came to the bedside. Princess Xingyang choked out, "Watch over His Majesty carefully." Young maidservant. Princess Xingyang came to Princess Ning'an's side and asked sadly, "Sister Ning'an, quickly tell me what happened these past few days?" Princess Ning'an looked in the direction of the dragon bed. "I." Princess Xingyang blocked her with her broad body. "Sister, tell me." "I'm listening." Princess Ning'an frowned but still told her what had happened. It was nothing more than an assassin trying to assassinate His Majesty, and His Majesty was smashed in the head and fell into a coma. "It's getting late. I should go back and take care of Xian," Princess Ning'an said as she stood up. "I'll see you out," Princess Xingyang said. "No need," Princess Ning'an declined. Princess Xingyang insisted on seeing her out. As they tugged and tugged, Princess Ning'an's skirt was stepped on by Princess Xingyang, and she fell forward. Princess Xingyang, who had been behind her, somehow flashed in front of her and caught her steadily. "Are you all right, sister?" "I'm fine." Princess Ning'an straightened up. "Thank you, sister." Princess Xingyang said apologetically, "I'm sorry I stepped on your skirt." Princess Ning'an said, "It's fine." Princess Xingyang sighed, "I won't cause you any more trouble. You should hurry back and take care of Xian. I'll come see you when I have time." "Okay." Princess Ning'an turned to leave. She had already crossed the threshold when she turned back to look at Princess Xingyang, her eyes filled with confusion. After confirming that Princess Ning'an was far away, Only then did Princess Xingyang take off her bamboo hat, revealing an unfamiliar face covered in rashes. But how was it Xingyang? It was Gu Qingfeng. I can finally stand up straight. Gu Qingfeng stood up straight, and his skirt instantly shortened by a large chunk. He was taller than Princess Xingyang, and in order not to expose himself, he kept his legs bent. His calf Achilles tendons were sore. How is it? The young maidservant turned to ask her. The young maidservant was naturally not a young maidservant but Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was wearing a mask made of human skin. She couldn't make too much of an expression, or the mask would fall off. Gu Qingfeng didn't wear it because he had to speak and make a lot of expressions. If a piece of his face fell off, the scene would be quite frightening. The rashes on his face were drawn on. Have I ever made a mistake? Look at what this is. He raised his eyebrows proudly, reached out, and opened his palm to reveal a bronze key. This was the item he had stolen from Princess Ningyan earlier. There was another important reason why eunuch Qin didn't leave the palace with Empress Dowager Zhuang. He wanted to stay behind to investigate what Empress Dowager Zhuang had told him. After Princess Ningyan returned to the palace, she went to the nunnery. At first, Empress Dowager Zhuang thought she was missing her late mother and didn't think much of it. Later, she guessed that old concubine Jing had left something for Princess Ningyan before she died. Eunuch Qin searched until his head went bald. Finally he found a clue. It seems to be a key, Eunuch Qin said in the letter. Along with the letter, Little Nine brought back the imperial edict for Princess Ningyan to be a regent. Thus they came up with the plan of having Princess Xingyang be regent. Xiao Heng also thought of removing the regent position, but with Princess Ningyan's personality, she would probably make another imperial edict for herself. Thus she still had to take the regent position. Why Princess Xingyang? First, Gu Qingfeng had seen her and heard her speak, so he didn't feel any pressure acting as her. Second, she had the golden whip bestowed by the late emperor. If anyone doubted it, Gu Qingfeng could take the whip to the throne room. Gu Qingfeng looked at the key and said, "Say, what kind of key do you think this is?" Old concubine Jing must have left something important for her daughter. Could it be a treasury for her daughter? Or was it a treasure trove? The kind that could rival a country's wealth. Or it could be an armory. Men and women had different hobbies. Women liked jewelry while men liked weapons. In Gu Qingfeng's eyes, an armory was something that excited him more than gold and silver. Gu Jiao said, "Make a guess." It didn't cost any money anyway. Gu Qingfeng waved his hand. "Forget it, I won't guess. Hurry up and think of a way to make a copy. We still have to send it back to her later." Gu Jiao took out a piece of dough wrapped in cloth from her sleeve, pressed the key into it and removed the mold. Then she handed it to him. "Okay, you can return it to her now." Gu Qingfeng put away the key. "Is His Majesty all right?" Gu Jiao put the dough back into her sleeve. His head was severely injured and he was fed medicine again. His condition isn't too good. Can he still wake up? Gu Qingfeng asked. "I don't know," Gu Jiao said. Gu Qingfeng sighed. "Although it's not appropriate to say this, why do I feel like His Majesty deserves it?" The emperor, who couldn't wake up but could hear everything clearly, was speechless. Gu Qingfeng continued to complain. Who told him not to spoil the person he should have and not trust the person he should have? What a waste of his eyes. Gu Jiao was measuring the emperor's blood pressure when she felt the changes on the blood pressure gauge. Gu Qingfeng said with a strong aura, "If it were up to me, Ningyan's ink stone was too light. She should have stabbed him a dozen more times so that he couldn't get out of bed for 7 or 8 years. Let's see if he still remembers." The emperor's blood pressure soared. Gu Jiao turned around and looked at Gu Qingfeng sympathetically. Gu Qingfeng grabbed a fruit and took a big bite. Then he crossed his legs and looked at Gu Jiao. "Why are you looking at me?" Gu Jiao retracted her gaze and looked at the blood pressure gauge that was about to explode. She put it away without batting an eyelid. Then she came to Gu Qingfeng's side, patted his shoulder and put the bamboo hat on his head. "After we're done with this, find a place to hide. Also." She looked down at his collar. "Here it's crooked." When Eunuch Wei entered the bedchamber with a pot of brewed tea, he saw Princess Xingyang with her head lowered and her hands constantly rubbing her chest. Eunuch Wei was petrified on the spot. Chapter 570. Gu Qingfeng used to have a fake voice, but today was his first time cross-dressing. It was really hard for a straight man like him. Gu Qingfeng took a long time to make the two little fellows symmetrical. Oh, not bad. He was quite satisfied. Eunuch Wei, so you're this kind of Princess Xinyang? Gu Jiao gave the emperor acupuncture to alleviate his condition, but the specific effects would have to be observed later. Let's go, Gu Jiao said to Gu Qingfeng. And Gu Qingfeng switched to Princess Xinyang's voice in a second. He stood up and bent his knees, letting his gorgeous skirt drag on the ground. Then he elegantly reached out a hand. Shall you, support this princess? Gu Jiao didn't even look at that hand and walked past him. Gu Qingfeng, who was ignored, Gu Qingfeng forcefully recovered his dignity and said, Xiao Yu is still so anxious to open the way for this princess. Alright, you can open the door. Gu Jiao looked at him with a dark expression. Can you not be so dramatic? The two left Pure Flower's palace. Gu Qingfeng said, I want to return the key to her. Wait for me outside Jade Cloud's hall. Gu Jiao glanced at him. Is it convenient for you to wear this? It was indeed a bit inconvenient. A woman's clothes were actually so troublesome. They were layered and bound from head to toe. He couldn't even move his legs. Gu Jiao reached out a hand. I'll go. You wait for me in the Imperial Garden. Gu Qingfeng thought about it for a while. His clothes really hindered his movements. He handed the key to her and said, Then be careful. Eunuch Qin said that there were more than 10 servants coming from the frontier fortress. They said that they used to serve Huang Fuxian. Does that little cripple need so many people to serve him? I think there's something fishy going on. Understood. Gu Jiao took the key and went to Jade Cloud's hall. Gu Jiao had never been to Baixia Hall, but it did not affect Eunuch Qin from drawing a picture of Baixia Hall for her. She easily found Princess Ning An's bedroom. Princess Ning An's key was originally placed in her purse. Along the way she had not opened the purse, so there was no possibility of it falling out. In order not to be discovered, she had to put it back in its original place. Gu Jiao's luck was good. Princess Ning An had just put down the purse on the dressing table and then went to the side room. Gu Jiao put on her gloves, gently opened the pouch and put the key inside. When Princess Ning An came out of the side room, Gu Jiao had already jumped out of the window. Gu Jiao planned to meet up with Gu Qingfeng, but when she passed by a room she heard a muffled groan from inside. There's a patient. Gu Jiao took a few steps back and looked through the narrow gap in the window lattice. She saw an empty wheelchair. She could almost guess whose room it was. There was an imperial doctor on duty in the room, but now he went to the outhouse. Gu Jiao opened the window lattice and jumped in. She came to the bed. Huang Fuxian's situation was very bad. His breathing was short, his pulse was unstable, and his forehead and body were constantly sweating. It seemed that he was enduring great pain. Does it hurt anywhere? Gu Jiao frowned strangely. She checked Huang Fuxian's upper body. Except for a few abrasions on his palms that had already healed, she did not see any injuries that could cause such intense pain. She then gently pulled Huang Fuxian's quilt. She pulled up Huang Fuxian's trousers and finally understood the problem. His bones grew out of his skin and flesh. Bones grew faster than skin and flesh. Therefore, many patients with amputations at a young age would undergo more than one bone grinding operation during their growth. This kind of operation was a kind of torture for the patient's body and mind. His situation had already caused slight inflammation. He had to undergo the bone grinding operation as soon as possible. No matter how bad it was, he had to quickly treat the wound to stop the inflammation. Gu Jiao did not bring a small medicine box, but she carried a palm-sized emergency medicine bag. She took out disinfectant and gauze, did a simple cleaning of the inflamed area, and took 2 anti-inflammatory pills to feed him. Huang Fuxian was in a daze. He felt that he had fallen into a cold embrace. He wanted to open his eyes, but he did not even have the strength to look up. Drink it. He heard someone talking to him in his ear. He was a rebellious teenager. No one could order him to do things. Gu Jiao said, If you don't drink it, I'll take off your pants. Huang Fuxian drank the medicine aggrievedly. He was in great pain. Gu Jiao gave him a special painkiller from the research institute. This kind of painkiller had little side effects and could be taken by children. However, under normal circumstances, Gu Jiao still would not give it to children. But wasn't this an emergency? She could not care so much. Gu Jiao laid him down and pulled the quilt over him. At this time the imperial doctor also came back. Gu Jiao jumped out of the window. Why were you gone for so long? Did something happen? In the imperial garden, Gu Qingfeng looked at Gu Jiao, who had arrived late, and asked. Gu Jiao looked around and said, Nothing, I went to see Huang Fuxian. Gu Qingfeng breathed a sigh of relief. I thought you went to investigate the situation of those people from the frontier fortress. They are not in Bixia Hall. Gu Jiao did not feel the aura of any masters. Either they also used drugs to self-destruct their bodies to suppress their skills, or they were not there at all. Gu Qingfeng was puzzled. Not in Bixia Hall. Then where did they go? Gu Jiao said, maybe they went to the Imperial Household Department. Didn't Eunuch Qin say that those who move into the palace from the outside must go to the Imperial Household Department to register? Ah, there is such a thing. Gu Qingfeng suddenly understood and thought of something. He smiled wickedly. Why did you go see Huang Fuxian? Do you want to capture him to threaten Ningyan? Gu Jiao gave him a speechless look. The next second her ears twitched. She grabbed Gu Qingfeng and hid in the grass behind her. On a small path not far away, Princess Ningyan hurried past with Lianer and a few men dressed as guards. It looked like they were about to leave the palace. Gu Qingfeng asked in a low voice, I've always had a question. Why can a man outside live in the palace? Huang Fuxian is still young and is the princess's son. This is another matter, but those guards. Gu Jiao said, the masters in the palace are all eunuchs. What do you think? So they are eunuchs too? Gu Qingfeng felt that his little melon was a bit cold. Gu Jiao nodded. Should be. If they weren't eunuchs, Empress Xiao wouldn't let them in. Even though Xiao Heng was so loved by her grandaunt who even left a room for him, he had never really stayed overnight in the palace. This was the palace's rule. Follow them, Gu Jiao said. The two of them followed at a distance. They heard Princess Ningyan get into the carriage that the emperor had bestowed upon her as she approached the palace gates. The guards on duty stopped the carriage. Princess Ningyan said, I'm going out to buy something. I've already told the empress. Lianer took out a travel card given to her by Cunning Palace. The guards hurriedly let her go. Princess Xinyang didn't need to show the card when she left the palace. She didn't live in the palace in the first place. The guards were just a bit confused. Why did another princess come after they had just sent off one princess? Since they were both going out, why not go together? Princess Ningyan's carriage stopped at the entrance of a silk shop. Lianer alighted from the carriage. It was unknown what Princess Ningyan said to her, but Lianer entered the shop while Princess Ning and continued her journey in the carriage. The four guards and the driver also followed. Gu Qingfeng looked over from the carriage and snorted. Sure enough, buying something is just a cover. He turned his head and found Gu Jiao deep in thought. He couldn't help but ask, why are you in a daze? Gu Jiao said indifferently, who's in a daze? Gu Qingfeng asked, then why aren't you saying anything? What are you thinking about? Gu Jiao said, I'm thinking about what happened in the imperial study that day. Gu Qingfeng raised his eyebrows. Didn't Eunuch Qin say that nothing happened in the letter? Even if His Majesty saw Hua Xiao's confession, Princess Ningyan didn't hesitate to commit suicide by hitting a pillar to prove her innocence. Who would have thought that she would do it for nothing? His Majesty didn't believe her at all. After that, she knocked His Majesty unconscious. The Dragon Shadow Guard made a move, but with a wave of her hand, the Dragon Shadow Guard fell. After that, she killed Lu Ping and stabbed and smashed herself, pretending that the guard was injured. This is what Eunuch Wei saw, but perhaps there are some things that he didn't see. As Gu Jiao spoke, she made a waving motion with her hand. With this, the Dragon Shadow Guard was knocked down. Gu Qingfeng took off his bamboo hat and said, did she use some kind of hidden weapon? But what kind of hidden weapon can make a Dragon Shadow Guard fall down in an instant? The kind with poison? Gu Jiao didn't say anything. Gu Qingfeng didn't understand. Speaking of which, where did the injured Dragon Shadow Guard go? Eunuch Wei said that he escaped, but where could he escape to? And isn't the Dragon Shadow Guard loyal and devoted? Why did he abandon His Majesty and escape? Gu Jiao muttered, yes, why? Hey, their carriage stopped. Gu Qingfeng said. Gu Jiao lifted the curtain and said to the coachman, stop for a moment. Their carriage stopped in an alley about 10 steps away, while Princess Ningyan's carriage stopped in front of a gambling house. When Princess Ningyan got out of the carriage, she was no longer dressed as she was in the palace. Instead, she was wearing a black cloak and the hood of the cloak covered her head. Gu Qingfeng chuckled. Sneaking around, it's obviously not a good thing. Chapter 571. Gu Jiao looked at Princess Ning An's cloak and couldn't help but think that concubine Jing also had a similar cloak. They were indeed mother and daughter. This was a gambling house where crooks mixed in with honest folk. One could see all kinds of people inside. Princess Ning An seemed to be very familiar with this place. Soon, she entered a room at the end of the corner on the first floor that was guarded by guards. Gu Jiao tried to enter, but was told that it wasn't a place where ordinary people were allowed to enter. So she had to keep an eye on them from somewhere else. Here. In a shabby courtyard next to the casino, Gu Qingfeng waved at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao walked over. This was a house that hadn't been inhabited for a long time. The wall in the backyard was only one wall away from the room in the casino. The two put their ears to the wall and could faintly hear the conversation in the room. Didn't I lead them out? Are you blaming me for the failure of your own men? It was Princess Ning An's voice. Gu Qingfeng asked Gu Jiao silently, What do you mean? It should be the time when Xiao Heng was lured out of the capital by Assistant Minister Li's case. Minister Xing was also there. The two of them were almost killed by a group of men in black. It was only because of the black fire pearl that they managed to escape. From these words, it was almost certain that the other party was from the Yan Kingdom. There was a dangerous aura in it that even Gu Jiao was wary of. Gu Jiao narrowed her eyes, a little excitement surging in her heart. Princess Ning An spoke again, Speaking of which, who is he? Why do you want to kill him? That's not something you should ask. It was a man's voice. It seemed that Ning An didn't know Xiao Liulang's true identity. She might not even know that Xiao Liulang was Xiao Heng. Otherwise, she wouldn't have tried to sow discord in front of Empress Xiao and ended up asking for a snub. Eunuch Qin's informant in the Palace of Earthly Tranquility brought out the news of sowing discord. Eunuch Qin told Gu Jiao and the others about it in a letter. It wasn't strange that Princess Ning An didn't know. First of all, she hadn't seen Xiao Heng before, so it was difficult to connect the two just by looking at their faces. Secondly, this group of people probably didn't want Immortal Music House to inquire about Xiao Heng's identity. Princess Ning An said, Fine, I won't meddle in your business. However, I've already done what I promised you. You haven't fulfilled your promise to me even once. The man said, Lure him out again. Princess Ning An asked, Why must we lure him out? Can't I just find a random place in the capital to make a move? He goes to the Hanlin Academy and the Ministry of Justice every day. He can always find an opportunity to make a move on the way back and forth, right? The man said, There are too many witnesses. We can't take this risk. Princess Ning An said, Then tonight should be fine, right? Or you can just sneak into his house. Can't you do that? The man said, Unless we kill everyone in the alley and leave no witnesses. But even so, there would still be traces of the crime. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they didn't want to make a move in the capital. Princess Ning An said sarcastically, It seems that there's no room for discussion between us. The man said, If you want your things back, you'd better do as we say. Princess Ning An sneered, Why go through so much trouble? Why don't I help you kill him? The man said, If you can really kill him, that's fine. Bring his head here and we'll give it to you. After that, the room fell into a strange silence. No one knew what Princess Ning An was thinking, but it wasn't difficult to judge that Princess Ning An was very angry from the sound of the table being hit and the cup being thrown. In the end, the man seemed to have given Princess Ning An a gift, which temporarily calmed her down. Gu Qingfeng whispered, That group of people is the power of the Yan Kingdom. What did they take from Princess Ning An to force Princess Ning An to work for them? Could it have something to do with the key? She's gone, Gu Jiao said. Gu Qingfeng said, Then should we follow her or follow that group of people? Gu Jiao said, That group of people. They had cast such a long line and finally caught the fish. Naturally they would chase after the fish and bite it. But no one expected that Gu Qingfeng's nose would suddenly itch. He couldn't hold it in and sneezed loudly. Who's there? The man asked coldly. Gu Qingfeng hated his nose. Why didn't he sneeze earlier or later? Why did he have to sneeze now? This was great. They were exposed. Gu Jiao whistled at the sky, then grabbed Gu Qingfeng and flew out of the courtyard. Princess Ning An's bodyguard used Qinggong to chase after them. Gu Qingfeng lifted the veil of his bamboo hat and grabbed the heavy skirt with both hands. He stepped on his splayed feet and ran forward. A woman's skirt really affected his speed. In a moment of carelessness, the two were caught by the 4 bodyguards. The two sides fiercely exchanged blows. Gu Jiao didn't bring any weapons and fought with her bare hands. She held back 3 bodyguards by herself, but one of them still ran towards Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng's heavy palace attire really made it impossible for him to run away or fight. The other side slashed down with a cold sword. Gu Qingfeng dodged. I'll dodge. The other side slashed at empty air and swung his sword again. I'll dodge again. The other side slashed a few times but didn't hit and was completely enraged. He suddenly gave up on the sword and changed to a dagger at his waist. With lightning speed, he stabbed towards Gu Qingfeng's heart. This move was too strong and too fast. Gu Qingfeng didn't have time to dodge. With a loud bang, Gu Qingfeng's chest exploded. The guard was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? Did he blow up a woman's thing? Gu Qingfeng wanted to disguise as a man, so her figure had to be similar. Their first choice was steamed buns. However, light steamed buns were too small and big steamed buns were too heavy. In the end, Gu Jiao took out 2 small buns from the small medicine box and let Gu Qingfeng blow on them. They could be as big as he wanted. They were light and didn't fall off easily. Perfect. Gu Qingfeng thought it was quite fun. He asked Gu Jiao if she had any extra. He would give one each to his brother and Gu Qinglin so they could blow on them when they had nothing to do. In the end, Gu Jiao said she didn't have any. There were only these 2 left and this guy exploded one of them. Gu Qingfeng was enraged. He picked up his pair of large palms and slapped the other party. Gu Jiao took care of the 3 people, but Gu Qingfeng was still slapping them with righteous indignation. Okay, let's go. Don't stop me. I want to beat him. I want to beat him. Gu Jiao grabbed the angry Gu Qingfeng and dragged him out of the alley. When Princess Ning and the man rushed to the alley, Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng were long gone. Princess Ning lost 4 bodyguards, but she didn't come out empty-handed. She found a section of golden muslin that had been cut off at the scene. She had seen this type of golden muslin on a person this morning. Before the 4th bodyguard died, he revealed 2 important pieces of information. It exploded. He was wearing women's clothes, but he spoke with a man's voice. Princess Ning measured the footprints on the ground. There were 2 pairs of female footprints. One was a normal size, but the other was bigger than the bodyguard's feet. Princess Ning laughed softly, her shoulders shaking. Xinyang, oh Xinyang, so you're a fake. After Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng got into the carriage, they had the coachman quickly drive the carriage to a crowded area. Gu Qingfeng was still feeling the pain of losing his treasure. Why are we running so fast? Gu Jiao said, they have a master. I can't beat them if you're with me. Gu Qingfeng snorted. What do you mean? Are my martial arts bad? When you broke into the marshal's residence at night, I wonder who saved you from the Tang army's arrows. Gu Jiao glanced at him. You know it was back then. Gu Qingfeng was speechless. Gu Qingfeng cleared his throat. They can't do anything in the capital, right? Gu Jiao said, they can't do anything easily, but there will always be a time when they have no other choice. Gu Qingfeng sighed regretfully. So we lost them just like that? Gu Jiao smiled and said, I won't. In the clear blue sky, a mighty gerfalcon flapped its wings and flew past. The next day, just after 3 in the morning, Empress Xiao took eunuch Su to the Eastern Palace. Today was the Crown Prince's first day in court. Empress Xiao was worried that her son would miss something, so she came over to explain everything again. Empress Xiao tidied up her son's clothes and said, Your uncle is not in court. If you can't make up your mind, don't agree on the spot. Don't worry, I've already arranged everything. Your uncle's subordinates will help you. The Crown Prince said, I know. Mother, you've told me many times. That's because no one has reminded you. Empress Xiao paused in the middle of her words. Then she changed the topic and said, I'll choose a few concubines for you. When the time is right, you can choose one you like to be your wife. I'll listen to mother's orders. The Crown Prince whispered. Empress Xiao stroked her son's shoulder. Although he was still upset, he was not as stubborn as his father. The Crown Prince said, Mother, I'm going to court. Empress Xiao was still worried. Although I don't get along with Princess Xinyang, she's still your aunt. She won't harm you. Listen to what she says. Don't argue with her in court. If someone wants to drive a wedge between you two, you're not allowed to listen. The Crown Prince muttered, If I bully her, my uncle will beat me when he comes back. My uncle loves my aunt. Empress Xiao rolled her eyes. Your uncle doesn't love her. He's just a man who cares about his face. Eunuch Su hurriedly walked in. Empress, Your Highness, something happened. Empress Xiao frowned and looked at him. What happened? Eunuch Su couldn't hide his panic. Princess Xinyang and Princess Ning quarreled outside the throne room. Empress Xiao was puzzled. What are they quarreling about? Why did Ningyan go to the throne room? Eunuch Su said, Princess Ningyan seemed to have gone to find Princess Xinyang. She said, Empress Xiao asked, what did she say? Eunuch Su braced himself and said, she said? Princess Xinyang is a fake. You said I'm a fake? What evidence do you have? Outside the throne room, Princess Xinyang, who was wearing a bamboo hat and veil, stood on the highest step. She looked down at Princess Ningyan, who was several steps shorter than her. If there's no evidence, then it's just slander. The doctor from the Imperial Censorate said, that's right. How could Princess Xinyang be a fake? Her voice is clearly the same. Princess Ningyan looked at everyone sincerely. I guess that you wouldn't believe me, but I really did see this person pretending to be Princess Xinyang on the street yesterday. I asked the old nannies in the palace. Princess Xinyang is accompanied by a female official called Yujin. No matter where Princess Xinyang goes, Yujin follows her everywhere. Then why is it that on such an important day as the court, Yujin is nowhere to be seen? This? The doctor from the Imperial Censorate choked. Yujin has been with Princess Xinyang for more than 10 years. Indeed, Yujin follows her every time she enters the palace. Princess Ningyan's gaze fell on the young maid beside Princess Xinyang. This was the same maid from yesterday, but she had already guessed her identity. Princess Ningyan pointed at the young maid and said, this maid is wearing a human skin mask. She's also in disguise. What? Everyone was shocked. Not only was the princess a fake, but even the maid was a fake? For a moment, no one thought of the imperial edict conferring Princess Xinyang the regent of the country. However, if they knew that this master and servant were the Gu siblings in disguise, then the Gu family would not be able to escape the crime of rebellion. The crime of rebellion was punishable by the execution of the entire family. Xiao Lulang was the son-in-law of the Gu family. He would also die under the guillotine. This was what it meant to be given a pillow when one was sleepy. She was just worrying about how to kill Xiao Lulang. Everyone looked at the expressionless young maid, and then at Princess Xinyang, who was wearing a bamboo hat and didn't dare to reveal her true appearance. Princess Xinyang's fingers were slightly clenched. It wasn't hard to see that she was nervous. The young maid gently patted the back of Princess Xinyang's hand and shook her head slightly. This action seemed unintentional, but everyone still caught it. Princess Xinyang took a deep breath and slowly said, Sister Ningyan, I've never done anything wrong to you. Why are you slandering me like this? Princess Ningyan said, I'm not slandering you. I just don't want you to use the identity of Princess Xinyang to swindle others. Yesterday you went to see His Majesty. I don't know if you did anything, but I heard that His Majesty's condition is getting worse. Everyone's eyes darkened. They looked at Princess Xinyang with suspicion and coldness. Princess Ningyan stared straight at her. If you were Princess Xinyang, would you dare take off your bamboo hat? Princess Xinyang clenched her handkerchief and said calmly, I have a rash. My appearance is unsightly. It's inconvenient for me to meet people. Princess Ningyan walked up the steps step by step. Do you have a rash or are you not? Princess Xinyang said indifferently, what if I am? Princess Ningyan suddenly looked behind Princess Xinyang. Brother? Princess Xinyang turned around. Princess Ningyan took advantage of the unprepared situation and took off her bamboo hat. A face covered in rashes was exposed in front of everyone. What was surprising was that this was indeed Princess Xinyang's face. Princess Ningyan was shocked. Impossible. You must be wearing a mask. She reached out to tear off the human skin mask on Princess Xinyang's face, but was slapped by Princess Xinyang. Impudent. Princess Xinyang's eyes were cold, and her aura was completely released. Princess Ningyan was hit and rolled down the steps. The imperial experts behind her swarmed forward to capture Princess Xinyang. Who would have thought that suddenly, a dragon-like figure would descend from the sky and block in front of Princess Xinyang? Chapter 572. Those imperial experts who were originally rushing towards Princess Xinyang were almost instantly blown away by a terrifying internal force. No one saw how this man who had suddenly appeared made his move. By the time everyone reacted, they had already fallen beside Princess Ningyan. It should be known that they were all experts brought from the frontier fortress. Although they weren't as powerful as the Dragon Shadow Guards, they were definitely not ordinary people. Unexpectedly, they were so easily defeated by the other party. Princess Ningyan was so shocked that she couldn't speak. In a flash, she recognized the Dragon Shadow Guard mask on the other party's face. But this was very strange, wasn't it? She had seen all 4 of the Emperor's Dragon Shadow Guards, but none of them were so tall and swift. Moreover, one of the 4 Dragon Shadow Guards was already dead, and the other 3 were still healing. It was impossible for them to move. So where did this Dragon Shadow Guard come from? Not many ministers of the imperial court had actually seen the Dragon Shadow Guard. For a moment, no one recognized the rumored Dragon Shadow Guard, and only thought that he was a shadow guard at Princess Xinyang's side. The ministers didn't know much about the martial strength of experts, but seeing him easily defeat 4, they couldn't help but feel that he was very powerful. So powerful, is he a shadow guard given by Marquis Xianping? Should be. The ministers began to whisper among themselves. Because of their fear of Long Yi, no one dared to step forward and help the injured Princess Ningyan up. Princess Xinyang walked down the steps step by step. Her face was covered with red rashes, but her aura didn't decrease in the slightest. Princess Xinyang stopped at a step in front of Princess Ningyan and looked down at her. You say I'm fake. Open your eyes wide and see, am I fake? Princess Ningyan's gaze firmly fell on Princess Xinyang's face. After looking for a long time, she shifted her gaze to the little maid. Princess Xinyang raised her hand and beckoned with her finger. The little maid understood and silently came to Princess Xinyang's side. Princess Xinyang indifferently said, You suspect my maid is wearing a human skin mask? Then I'll find someone to take it off for you to see. Finished speaking, she looked at a nearby eunuch. You come here. The eunuch quickly walked over. Do it. Yes. The eunuch walked in front of the young maidservant and said politely, Excuse me. He reached out to touch the young servant girl's face and behind her ears, then carefully examined the young servant girl's face. He turned to Princess Xinyang and Princess Ningyan and said, in response to the 2 princesses, this is her own face. Princess Ningyan's expression changed. Impossible. Yesterday, it was this servant girl who had been with the impostor Princess Xinyang. This servant girl's actions were strange, and she had even taken the Emperor's pulse. It was clearly Gu Jiao. Princess Xinyang ordered, go over yourself and show Princess Ningyan your face. Yes. The servant girl called walked up to Princess Ningyan, squatted down, and put her face close to Princess Ningyan. Princess Ningyan raised her hand and touched her face. It was indeed his face. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Princess Xinyang coldly asked, Ningyan, why did you do this? Princess Ningyan looked at the officials with complicated expressions and explained, It's because someone saw Princess Xinyang and this servant girl causing trouble on the street and exposed the fact that she wasn't Princess Xinyang, so Princess Xinyang coldly snorted. That's why you didn't go to the Palace of Earthly Tranquility to report to the Empress or the Eastern Palace to report to the Crown Prince, and you didn't even go to my residence to ask my retainers for confirmation. You just brought me to justice in public like this. Have you gone crazy from wanting to gain merit? Or are you deliberately trying to stop me from regenting the country? Princess Ningyan gritted her teeth and avoided the sharp words, trying to focus on the main point. If I wasn't sure you were fake, would I have come to expose you? You're the one who set me up. Princess Xinyang wasn't afraid at all. Even if I set you up, you have to be willing to fall into it. You're overstepping your authority. The Empress and the Crown Prince are both here, so when did you have the right to come to the throne room to expose the fake princess? That was because Empress Xiao was protecting Xiao Lulang. If she knew that one of the impostors was Xiao Lulang's wife, Gu Jiao, she might have suppressed this matter. But if it was brought to the throne room, there would be no turning back. What happened? Empress Xiao and the Crown Prince arrived, and the one who asked was Empress Xiao. Princess Xinyang told the Empress what had just happened. The Empress saw my face yesterday and knows how serious it was. If it wasn't for my face recovering quickly, I'm afraid no one would recognize me today. She might say, if you're innocent, won't the truth be revealed after a few days when your rash subsides? The problem is, while I'm in prison waiting for the rash to subside, won't I be plotted against? These words were too perfect. Even Empress Xiao felt that this method of framing someone was feasible. If Princess Ningyan's goal was to kill Xinyang in prison, then her actions in the throne room today could be explained. Princess Ningyan was very angry. She didn't think that a person could make up such a flawless lie. But aren't you forgetting something? I have no reason to harm you. She indeed had no reason to frame Xinyang. Now she wanted to see how Xinyang would make up another story. Princess Xinyang's lips curled mockingly. Do you really think that His Majesty didn't tell me anything? Princess Ning'an's brows furrowed. She didn't understand what Princess Xinyang was saying, but she instinctively felt that something was wrong. Princess Xinyang said, there are some things that His Majesty didn't say because he wanted to save your face, and I didn't plan to expose it. But if you won't cry until you see the coffin, then don't blame me for announcing your and your mother's crimes to the world. Princess Ning'an's temples suddenly throbbed. She knew what Princess Xinyang wanted to say, but her reaction was too late. It was too late to shut Princess Xinyang's mouth. Princess Xinyang angrily looked at Princess Ning'an. When my son was 5 years old, he was poisoned near Rinshou Palace. The culprit behind the scenes was your mother, Jing, and Shi Tai. Not only did she poison my son to frame the Empress Dowager, she also drugged His Majesty and sowed discord between His Majesty and the Empress Dowager. She even found people to assassinate His Majesty and kidnap the Empress Dowager. Her crimes, one after another, are too numerous to list. Such a vicious and sinister person should be destroyed by the heavens and earth. It's funny that you actually think that we colluded to force her to death. Princess Ning'an, you. Princess Xinyang coldly said, what about me? What did I say wrong? Or is there nothing wrong? You're so guilty that you can only glare at me? Princess Ning'an couldn't say a word for a long time. It was also at this moment that she truly realized that she had been crushed. Whether it was the truth or a lie, she had been completely crushed by Xinyang. Nonsense. I didn't. Sister-in-law. Believe me. Princess Ning'an couldn't out-talk Princess Xinyang, so she could only turn her head and place her hopes on Empress Xiao. Empress Xiao and Princess Xinyang had always been at odds. If you asked Empress Xiao which princess she hated the most, it would be none other than Xinyang. However, most people only saw Empress Xiao throwing a tantrum at Princess Xinyang, but they didn't know that it was all trivial matters. If Empress Xiao really wanted to scheme against someone, she wouldn't show her emotions on her face. Empress Xiao sternly said, I will investigate this matter thoroughly. Men, take Princess Ning'an away. Without my orders, she is not allowed to leave Iridescent Cloud's hall. This meant that she was going to put Princess Ning'an under house arrest. Yes. Eunuch Su complied and called for 2 capable eunuchs to drag the bruised and battered Princess Ning'an away. Go to court, Empress Xiao said to Princess Xinyang. Princess Xinyang nodded and reminded, don't let her get close to His Majesty again. Empress Xiao was stunned. Princess Xinyang didn't say anything else. She put on the bamboo hat handed to her by the servant girl and turned to walk towards the throne room. Everyone, including Empress Xiao, was stunned for a long time. Concubine Jing really did those things? Cough. A doctor from the censorate muttered in a low voice, but he was elbowed by the Minister of War. Minister Su from the Minister of War lightly coughed, hinting his old friend to shut up. Mother? Crown Prince looked at Empress Xiao worriedly. Mother is fine. You can go to court. Empress Xiao was greatly shocked. She didn't feel sorry for Concubine Jing. She actually knew a little about Concubine Jing, but she didn't know everything. She also didn't feel sorry for Princess Ning'an. She just couldn't come back to her senses. Empress Xiao patted her son's shoulder. Go quickly. Don't delay the court. Mother still has other things to do. Crown Prince, oh. Empress Xiao closed her eyes. Although she was very unwilling, she still warned, listen to your Aunt Xinyang. He doesn't dare to disobey. Long Yi beat him. Princess Xinyang didn't look back. Long Yi heard, ha, beat him? Long Yi flashed in front of Crown Prince. Crown Prince's hair stood on end. Hey. Why do I have to be beaten when I'm obedient? Chapter 573. Long Yi took the Crown Prince to a deserted place and spanked him. He didn't hit him too hard, but it was enough for the Crown Prince to suffer. After returning to Cunning Palace, Empress Xiao called for Xiao Heng to enter the palace. It was inconvenient for Xiao Heng to enter Cunning Palace as a male, so Empress Xiao met him in the side hall of Pure Flowers Palace. Ever since she came from the throne room, Empress Xiao's mind was filled with doubts. From the moment Xiao Heng received the summons, he knew that there was no way to hide the truth. Some things would come back sooner or later. Moreover, at this point there was no need to hide anything from Empress Xiao. Xiao Heng first told her everything about old concubine Jing. There were some things that Princess Xinyang didn't mention, such as the fact that she was ordered to die by the emperor. Empress Xiao had been waiting for Xiao Heng for a while, So when she heard that the emperor had ordered the death of her most beloved and respected old concubine Jing, there weren't many ripples in her heart. She just sighed. Everyone said that the imperial family was heartless, but Empress Xiao knew that the emperor was a very sentimental person. The crown prince had perfectly inherited his sentiments, so he was deeply in love with Wen Linlang. Then what about Princess Ningyan? What's the matter with her? Compared to old concubine Jing, who had been dealt with long ago, Empress Xiao cared more about the living princess in front of her. Ningyan, did she really want to harm Xinyang? Xiao Heng shook his head. That's not it. Princess Ningyan came back for revenge, but the target of her revenge wasn't Princess Xinyang. His Majesty, Grandaunt, Gu Jiao and the Gu family were her ultimate targets of revenge. In Ningyan's opinion, His Majesty and Empress Dowager killed old concubine Jing, and Gu Jiao and Gu Changqing killed the emperor's son-in-law. Empress Xiao frowned. What does it have to do with the girl of the Gu family? She could understand the other three, but wasn't her husband killed by Gu Changqing? Xiao Heng said, at the frontier fortress, the remnants of the previous dynasty found plague patients and tried to use them to poison the Gu army. Jiao Jiao was treating a patient and unfortunately got infected. The Jiao Jiao didn't know about it and fainted during an operation. After that, he was captured by the prince consort. The prince consort is also infected. Jiao Jiao didn't give him any medicine. Empress Xiao said angrily, of course I can't give this bastard medicine. So she blamed this on the Gu family's girl? But weren't they the ones who caused the plague? Being infected could only be said to be a consequence of one's own actions. What does this have to do with the Gu family's girl? Xiao Heng said calmly, some people are unreasonable. If they are reasonable, they won't become that kind of person. Empress Xiao sighed. You're right. So, it seems that she didn't really give up the prince consort because she had no other choice. Xiao Heng continued, I heard from Jiao Jiao that her relationship with the prince consort had been strained since before the prince consort was diagnosed with the plague. Now that I think about it, she might have thought about every step of the way from the beginning. Even the prince consort couldn't understand her thoughts and only thought that she was really estranged from him. This person's thoughts are too deep. Why didn't I find out that she was so scheming before? Empress Xiao frowned. The bright smile of the girl Ningyan flashed in her mind. For a moment she couldn't believe it. Next, Xiao Heng told Empress Xiao about the case of Xianle House, as well as how Princess Ningyan killed Lu Ping, persecuted the emperor, and bribed Assistant Minister Li to slander Minister Xing and Empress Dowager Zhuang. Of course, there was also the matter of Princess Ningyan forging 2 imperial edicts. Empress Xiao was so angry that her face turned green. Outrageous. Preposterous. She was so angry that her teeth itched. After a while, she suppressed her anger and asked Xiao Heng, is the Empress Dowager all right? Xiao Heng said, she's fine. The Empress Dowager is living in by Shui Alley. She's very safe. That's good. Empress Xiao was secretly relieved. You have to be careful. Xiao Heng nodded. We will. Empress Xiao looked at him again with a complicated expression. Speaking of which, you guys are too bold. Not only did you copy Ningyan and forge imperial edicts, but you also found someone to pretend to be Princess Xinyang. She was wondering why Princess Xinyang was so strange yesterday. She spoke in a strange tone and even fell down in front of her. The whole harem saw it. If Xinyang found out about this, he would skin them alive. Empress Xiao felt sorry for them. Empress Xiao said, also, if your mother didn't come back in time, how would you deal with the situation in the throne room this morning? Xiao Heng had really thought about this. Yesterday, after Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng followed Princess Ningyan back, they found that Gu Qingfeng's skirt had been scraped a little. At that time they guessed that their identity might have been exposed. Princess Ningyan would definitely expose them as soon as possible. And the best time to do so would be the first court appearance of Princess Xinyang. Just as they were thinking about countermeasures, Princess Xinyang returned. She came back quietly without alerting anyone. It was worth mentioning that Gu Jiao's identity was not fabricated. There was a servant girl named Yu in the house on Vermilion Bird Avenue. The human skin mask Gu Jiao wore was made according to her face. She was a Hanlin official who had passed 2 imperial exams. She still had this degree of rigor. Princess Ningyan's act in front of the court officials today could be considered a complete failure. Princess Xinyang was not someone to be trifled with. Just because she didn't scheme didn't mean she didn't know how. She just disdained it. Empress Xiao lamented that these guys were really newborn calves who were not afraid of tigers. They had committed all the capital crimes and even killed their master with their fists. She didn't know if they were lucky or Ningen was unlucky. Empress Xiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What do you plan to do next? Xiao Heng said, there's still another force in the dark. Next we'll wipe them out in one fell swoop. Empress Xiao pondered for a moment and asked, where did that force come from? Xiao Heng paused. The Yin Kingdom. Empress Xiao sucked in a cold breath. Xiao Heng had confessed everything he could. The only thing he didn't mention was his identity. It wasn't that he didn't dare to tell Empress Xiao. Whether or not he was Princess Xinyang's son, he was still Marquis Xuanping's son. Empress Xiao was still his aunt. He just didn't know how to say it. At first, he didn't want to mention his identity to the people around him because it was hard for him to say it. But now he was afraid. He was afraid that one day he would leave Princess Xinyang's side and search for the truth that he shouldn't search for. He only had one mother, Princess Xinyang. Jade Water Alley. Gu Jiao sat listlessly in the central room, peeling corn. Last night, Long Yi had pulled her charcoal pencil all night. Now she was sleepy and tired. Her little head kept pecking at the rice. Gu Qingfeng walked over and sat down in front of her. He waved his hand. Hey girl. Gu Jiao ignored him and continued to peck at the rice like a little chicken. She almost pecked the table. Gu Qingfeng hurriedly stretched out the back of his hand to support her forehead. Gu Jiao closed her eyes. Your hand is so hard. Gu Qingfeng, I'm your cushion and you still dislike it? Is the back of my hand or the table hard? Gu Jiao sat up straight. Gu Qingfeng looked at her strangely. What's wrong with you? I didn't sleep well. Gu Jiao yawned. My hand is so sore in the morning. Gu Qingfeng clicked his tongue and took the corn cob that Gu Jiao had peeled. Why are you women's hands sore? You're not a man. Gu Jiao asked, why can't a woman's hands be sore? Woman. Gu Qingfeng spoke halfway and realized what he had just said. He suddenly choked and cleared his throat. I'm so hungry. Let's go and see if there's anything to eat. After saying that, he slipped away like a wisp of smoke, even forgetting to put the corn cob back. When Xiao Heng returned from the imperial palace, Gu Jiao had already fallen asleep on the table. She was drooling. Everyone in the family had gone out. Even Gu Xiaobao and Yao Shi were not there. Unsurprisingly, they had gone to watch their grandaunt play cards again. Xiao Heng came behind Gu Jiao and gently carried Gu Jiao back to the east room. He took off her outer clothes and shoes and covered her with a quilt. Gu Jiao turned over towards him. He was in the process of tidying up Gu Jiao's hair. His hand was suddenly pressed under Gu Jiao's cheek. He felt a soft and delicate touch on his palm. His heart seemed to have been rubbed by something. He sat down by the bed and did not pull his hand away. He looked at her and the corners of his lips unconsciously curled up slightly. Gu Jiao slept very soundly. There was a charcoal brazier in the room, so it was very warm. Not long after, her whole body heated up and her cheeks became red. Xiao Heng felt the heat from his palm. He looked at her face and unconsciously reached out his other hand to brush away the hair on her face. Then he slowly lowered his head. But the moment he was about to kiss her, he suddenly felt something. He turned his head and saw a masked face in front of him. A pair of innocent and grave eyes were staring at him with confusion. Xiao Heng sat up straight. Long Yi also sat up straight. Xiao Heng was sitting on the bed and Long Yi was sitting on a small stool in Little Jing Kong. Xiao Heng's eyelashes trembled. Thinking about the matter of Long Yi looking at him just now, his ears slightly reddened and he said sternly, "You can't do that." Long Yi understood. Xiao Heng said again, "Other people can't do that to her." Long Yi looked at the sky and thought for a bit. He probably understood. That you're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.